so too, and I was prepared for two, but so everybody in favor is going to be cleared out.
Will the meeting please
So
come
in
to
other words,
order?
They could pretty much, they could keep it here till 3 in the morning. Feel your pain, brother.
That's good. Okay. And that way we know we don't have any questions.
Will all members of the council as well as the public please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
So, amen.
The invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor T. Devin Franklin III from Lake Providence Missionary Baptist Church, the guest of Councilwoman Jacobia Dowell.
Thank you. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Our Creator and our God, we humble ourselves before you in this moment. We thank you, Lord, for the blessings you bestowed upon us that we so often take for granted. You've shown us mercy that we do not deserve and granted unto us grace that we have not earned. And so, Lord, we thank you for your loving kindness. I pray, Lord, that that same love would be here with these men and women who have joined together to do the business of leading our fair city. Because where love is, you are. As the scripture teaches us, God is love. I pray that every interaction tonight would take place in the spirit of love, that every decision would be made by the ethic of love, both love for God and love for God's people. For we know, Lord, that a city is not merely tall buildings and paved highways, but a city consists of its people. And so, Lord, it is my prayer tonight that the people of this great city, regardless of race, gender, color, creed, religion, sexual orientation, or economic station, the people of this great city will be of paramount importance and top priority in the proceedings tonight. Let each one here seek the well-being of their neighbor and not simply of themselves, so that our city in a troubling world may be a beacon of hope. God bless our leaders, bless our city, and bless our people. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Franklin. Before we really get started tonight, council members, if you'll, I'm sure you've all noticed you have a yellow rose on your desk. Those are been brought thanks to Mr. David Ewing. I think he was here. I think he's still here in the audience. Thank you very much, Mr. Ewing. Nashville's I don't know if he's Nashville's official or unofficial historian, but those roses are here on your desk to commemorate the 103rd, I believe, anniversary of the Nashville Suffragette March, which was the first in the South. Today was appropriate both for that reason and because we are voting on third reading today to name Capitol Boulevard after Ann Dudley. I'm sorry. I should know that. Ann Dallas Dudley. I forgot the middle name. Ann Dallas Dudley, who was a suffragette leader here in Nashville 100 plus years ago. So thank you very much, Mr. Ewing, and we appreciate your assistance. We do have two presentations tonight. Council Lady Murphy, you ready to go first?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As many of you know, 1 year ago, last Tuesday, my father suffered a stroke, and it has changed our lives tremendously, and I'm very blessed that he's still with us. But I think that we all know in our family that we miss some of the signs of stroke, and so I wanted to take this opportunity, and I'm very thankful for the American Stroke Association and Heart Association to connect with me to announce that May 2017 as American Stroke Month. And so I'm going to read this very briefly and then pass it on to their association. Whereas Stroke is a leading cause of serious long-term disability and is the 5th leading cause of death in the United States, killing nearly 133,000 people in Tennessee each year. And whereas projections show that by 2030, an additional 3.4 million adults in the United States age 18 and older will have a stroke, a 20.5% increase in the prevalence from 2012, with the highest increase, 29%, projected for Hispanic males. Whereas the direct medical costs for treating a stroke is expected to almost triple from $71.6 billion to $184.1 billion by 2030. And whereas more than 85 million Americans have high blood pressure, looking at some of our council members tonight, which is the leading controllable stroke factor, a risk factor for stroke. Whereas new and effective treatments have been developed to treat and minimize the severity and damaging effect of strokes when administered in the early hours. And whereas fast warning signs and symptoms of stroke include face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and time to call 911. Beyond the fast symptoms, additional stroke warning signs and symptoms include sudden numbness or weakening in the face, arm or leg, especially on one side of the body, sudden confusion, trouble speaking or understanding, sudden trouble seeing in one or both eyes, sudden trouble walking, dizziness, loss of balance or coordination, and sudden severe headache with no known cause. And whereas the American Stroke Month in May and year-round, the American Stroke Association's Together to End Stroke initiative encourages Americans to manage their blood pressure, memorize and share the stroke warning signs, and call 911 at the sign of stroke. And where it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County should recognize and proclaim May 2017 to be American Stroke Month in Tennessee, and to urge all citizens of the state to familiarize themselves with the risk factors associated with stroke, to recognize the warning signs and symptoms, and upon the first sign of stroke, to dial 911 immediately to reduce the devastating effects of stroke on our population. So thank you all so much to all my co-sponsors, and this is Dr. S. Payat, who is going to share a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Murphy, and all the members of the Metro Council for recognizing May as Stroke Month. Stroke is the 5th leading cause of death in the United States. Nearly 800,000 people each year have a stroke in the United States, 1 every 45 seconds. 3 out of 4 people who suffer their first stroke have high blood pressure. African Americans are twice as likely to suffer a first-time stroke. And while stroke risk increases with age, it is not limited just to older people. Young people, including children, can have a stroke. So the good news is that the American Heart Association and the American Stroke Association are bringing forth awareness with the stroke signs and symptoms thanks to FAST. So people have a chance to get help sooner, where they can receive clot-busting medication sooner, clot-removing treatment sooner, recovery and rehabilitation even faster. More people are surviving. More people are returning home. There are always new ways that we can treat and prevent strokes and reduce our own risk by following Life's Simple 7. Number 1, manage your blood pressure. I'm looking at everyone. Number 2, control cholesterol. Reduce blood sugar, get active, eat better, lose weight, and stop smoking. Thank you again, council members and Councilwoman Murphy, for this great honor.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. Yes. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Councilman Kendall?
This is, we're here to read a resolution recognizing May 1 through May 5th of 2017 as Show Your Love for Teachers kickoff week in metropolitan Nashville, Davidson County. As a former school board member for over 27 years and now chair of the education committee here at the council, and having been married to a school teacher for 52 years, well, she hadn't taught 52 years, but we've been married that long. It is my honor and pleasure, really, to make this presentation, along with Council Lady Mina Johnson. Whereas the 6,800 educators throughout the metropolitan Nashville Public Schools work tirelessly each day to educate MNPS's 88,000 students, and whereas the system's 168 schools are dedicated to the education of students and providing a rewarding workplace for all teachers, and whereas a great public education system is essential for the future of our growing city, and whereas the Nashville Public Education Foundation is joining with the school system, the mayor's office, and many other community partners to honor public school educators and the lasting positive impact they have on thousands of kids' lives through a month-long Show Your Love for Teachers campaign.
Whereas our teachers deserve proper recognition and thanks for their work and commitment. And whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council recognize Show Your Love for Teachers Kickoff Week to launch this second annual citywide effort and encourage all residents and business to recognize the educators who contribute to our city's success and future on the daily basis. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Section 1, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record recognizing May 1st through May 5th, 2017 as Show Your Love for Teachers Kickoff Week in Metropolitan Nashville, Davidson County. Section 2, Metropolitan Council Office is directed to prepare a copy of this resolution to present to the Nashville Public Education Foundation and MNPS represent. Section 3, the resolution shall take effect from after its adoption and the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County.
All right, Shannon.
Just on behalf of the Public School Teachers of Nashville and the Public Education Foundation, we want to thank the Metro Council for your leadership, and in particular thank many of you were also helpful in convincing businesses in your districts to support public school teachers, so much so that we announced yesterday that Nashville is now home to the largest educator discount program in the Southeast, and next year we're going to be the largest in the country. So many thanks to everybody's work on this and to your support for this.
One more announcement. You should have a memo on your desk announcing vacancies on the Nashville and Eastern Rail Authority and the Cheatham County Rail Authority. Nominations for to fill those two vacancies should be filed with the Metro Clerk no later than 4 p.m. on Tuesday, May 9th, 2017. The qualifications for those positions are spelled out in the memorandum. If you have questions, please contact the council office or the clerk. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption in the minutes of meeting of April 18th, 2017? Without objection, the minutes will stand approved as corrected. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Schulman, is there a report from the Rules and Confirmations Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. There is always a report from the Rules Committee. So the Rules Committee met. The first thing we took up was the Airport Authority, appointment of Mr. Dirks Bentley for a term expiring April 5th, 2021. reappointment of Mr. Aubrey Harwell for a term expiring for the same date, and the reappointment of Mr. Bobby Jocelyn for a term expiring April 5th, 2021. Asked them lots of questions. We believe our airport authority will be in good hands with all three, and the Rules Committee approved that 7-4, 0 against, and I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Dierks Bentley, Mr. Trey Harwell, and Mr. Bobby Jocelyn to the Airport Authority. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Shulman.
Emergency Communications District Board. Mr. David Gleason is, I think, still under the weather, so we will need to defer that one meeting. Board of Parks and Recreation, appointment of Ms. Terry Hughes for a term expiring April 30th, 2022. Ms. Terry Hughes has been long active in our community. We're very glad that she's going to be serving on the Board of Parks and Recreation. After a lot of questions, Rules Committee approved that one 7-4, 0 against, and I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Terry Hughes to the Board of Parks and Recreation. It's been properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Last one, Public Library Board, appointment of Ms. Katie Varney for a term expiring April 6, 2018. Ms. Varney is going to fill the unexpired term of Ms. Margaret Ann Robinson, who, as most of you know, passed away recently. We also think this was a very good fit. We approved that one 7-4, 0 against. Move for approval.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Katie Varney to the Public Library Board. It's been properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Shulman, that it?
Well, I could go back to the Airport Authority and just say that we were more concerned about Mr. Harwell and Mr. Jocelyn than we were about Mr. Bentley. We think Mr. Bentley is going to be a much better pick, and that's all I'll say. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I gave you an opening. I guess
That's right.
I deserve that punishment. We would like to recognize those citizens who were confirmed tonight. So if you'll please stand as I call your name and remain standing until all have been introduced. To the Airport Authority, Mr. Dierks Bentley, Mr. Trey Harwell, and Mr. Bobby Jocelyn. Board of Parks and Recreation, Ms. Terry Hughes. And to the Public Library Board, Ms. Katie Varney. On behalf of the entire Metro Council and the citizens of Davidson County, we would like to thank you for your willingness to serve and to put your expertise to work on behalf of the city. Thank you very much. So which ones are we taking?
All together, or you could do 8, 9, and 10, 9 and 10.
That's the 6 of them. I think we do them all together, don't you? That's what they did last night, right? All right. Mr. Jocelyn, you never knew you were so popular, did you? All right, guys, we've got a long agenda. Without objection, we're moving on to bills on public hearing. Without objection, we're going to rearrange the agenda and take bills number 608, 609, 610, 611, 653, and 685 at the heel of the public hearing agenda. Is there objection? Seeing none, BL 2016-360, Council Lady Hurt, Councilman Leonardo. Changes 10.0 acres from AR2A to IWD zoning for property located at 3920 Stewart's Lane. This is approved by the Planning Commission 7-0 and 1. Council Lady Hurt. Councilman Leonardo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Would all those, but before we start the public hearings, I am going to have to ask everybody to find a seat. There's not room for you to take a seat. You're going to have to leave the chamber. Mr. Bednack, could you have a seat so I can see behind you? Thank you. Gentlemen, if there's not a place to sit down, you'll have to step out. We're not going to start till we're in order. Would all those in favor of BL 2016-360 please raise your hands? Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Leonardo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, I would like to move approval on second and re-refer back to planning.
To the Planning Committee? Or
Planning Committee, yes. I'm sorry, Planning Commission.
Planning Commission. There's a motion to approve and re-refer to the Planning Commission. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2016-513, Council Lady Weiner, Elrod, and others, approved with amendments by the Planning Commission 10 and 0. Amends the Metro Code pertaining to the Department of Water and Sewage Services. Council Lady Weiner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to open the public hearing.
I have a note that is to be deferred to the July public hearing. After the public hearing? Okay. Would all those in favor of BL 2016-513 please raise your hands? Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Weiner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move on second and then defer until the second meeting in July.
There's a motion to approve on second reading and defer to the second meeting in July. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2016-654, Council Lady Weiner, Rosenberg, and others, approved by the Planning Commission 9 and 0. Amends the Metro Code to substitute place of worship or religious institution for church. Council Lady Weiner.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
All those in favor of BL 2017-654, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Weiner.
Move approval, please.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-655, Council Lady Murphy. Approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission 6 and 0. Changes 13.12 acres from OG and RM40 to SP zoning for property located at 109 and 123 Bosley Springs Road to permit a mixed-use development. Council Lady Murphy.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
All those in favor of BL 2017-655, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none opposed, do those in favor wish to speak? Declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. I think that this is a bill that we're still doing a little work on, but I'd like to ask for move for approval.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. You're not?
I believe we have an extension.
Councilor Henderson, you're not showing as having requested to speak, but.
Oh, no, Vice Mayor, I thought I pushed the button. I need to be recorded as abstaining, please.
All right. With Councilor Henderson marked as abstaining, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-667, Councilman Anthony Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 9 and 0. Applies the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District to 72.61 acres for various properties located along Eastdale Avenue, East Riverwood Drive, Eastdale Place, Riverwood Drive, and Plymouth Avenue, east of Gallatin Pike. Councilman Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll open the public hearing.
All those in favor of BL 2017-667, please raise your hands. Those opposed? somebody's hand was behind the, I couldn't tell if it was going down late or coming up early. So are there any opposed? Seeing none opposed, if those in favor wish to speak, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Davis.
Move approval with a very brief comment.
Floor is yours.
I just wanted to thank those neighbors that came out and just at least briefly mention this was, I think, the first conservation overlay that went through on consent at planning, which I thought was just showed all the work that they'd done and that they'd built a nice consensus in the neighborhood. So thank you and move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-668, Councilman Sledge, changes one. It's approved by the Planning Commission 7-0. Changes 109.3 acres from R6 to R6A zoning for various properties located along Little Hamilton Avenue, Pillow Street, Rains Avenue, Mallory Street, Moore Avenue, Windgrove Avenue, Bynum Avenue, Carvel Avenue, Neal Terrace, Allison Place, Martin Street, Stewart Place, Southgate Avenue, Hamilton Avenue, Merritt Avenue, and Wedgwood Avenue. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing.
All those in favor of Bill 2017-668, please raise your hands. Those opposed? I didn't see any on. Is that an opposed or in favor? Okay, I'll have somebody speak with you, but we're gonna. I'll have somebody speak. I'll have somebody speak with you, but we're going to go ahead and finish the one we're on right now. So are there any in favor of 668 or opposed to 668? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-669, Councilman Hager, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Changes 7.89 acres from CS to R6A zoning for various properties located along Keaton Avenue and Rayon Drive, south of Bridgeway Avenue. Councilman Hager.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Open the public hearing.
Okay, all those in favor of BL 2017-669, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Hager.
Move for approval with a comment.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, this is some property over in Rayon City. And when I was reviewing all the properties in my area, for some reason, this is a residential area and it's zoned commercial services. Why it was zoned that way for years and years and years. So just to clean it up, since this all is a residential area, that was the purpose of rezoning that from CS to R6-A. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-670, Councilman Pulley, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0, applies a contextual overlay district to 62.83 acres for various properties on Audubon Road, Dale Avenue, Galloway Drive, Glendale Lane, Gray Oaks Drive, Leland Lane, Milesdale Court, Milesdale Drive, Scenic Drive, and Tower Place, all north of Battery Lane. Councilman Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would move to open the public hearing.
All those in favor of BL 2017-670, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Councilman Pulley, do you see anyone opposed?
I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Vice Mayor.
So let's make sure. Anybody opposed to 670, please raise your hands. Seeing none, do those in favor wish to speak? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Pulley.
I would move approval.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-671, Councilman Anthony Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 8-0. Changes 0.84 acres from SP to R6 zoning for properties located at 2305, 2309, 2313, 2317, and 2321 Pennington Avenue. Councilman Withers, would you open the public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Would all of those in favor of BL 2017-671, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. On behalf of my colleague, Councilmember Davis, I would like to move approval on second.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Withers, would you sign on to that bill, please? Thank you. BL 2017-672, Councilman Sledge, approved by the Planning Commission 8-0, changes 2.88 acres from R8 to R6A zoning for various properties located along Summit Avenue. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing.
Would all those in favor of BL 2017-672, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Floor is yours.
I just wanted to thank the sponsor for doing as I asked. I asked him to take a survey of all of his neighbors, and he was very diligent in doing so. And I thank him for that. And with that, I would move approval.
Motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-673, Councilman Scott Davis, disapproved by the Planning Commission 8-0-1, changes 0.4 acres from RS5 to RM40 zoning for property located at Sharp Avenue, unnumbered, west of Ellington Parkway. Councilman Scott Davis. I'm sorry, there you go, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to have the open the public hearing.
I think we need to see the slides first, and we'll open the public hearing.
Okay, this is Bill BL 2017-673. This is a request to rezone property from RS5 to RM20. Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove. The current zoning on the property is RS5, single family. The land use policy for the property is conservation and T4 urban neighborhood evolving. The Planning Commission recommended disapproval as the property is located within the interior of an established neighborhood at the end of a dead-end street. The alley is unimproved. The proposed zoning would permit 8 residential units, which is inconsistent with the surrounding land use pattern and would change the character of an existing neighborhood. Staff recommends that the existing zoning, or Planning Commission recommends the existing zoning remain in place as the use is consistent with the policy and character of the neighborhood. Planning Commission recommends disapproval.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Would all those in favor of BL 2017-673 please raise your hands? Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Scott Davis.
I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
Floor is yours.
This is a blighted piece of land at the end of a dead-end street right next to the railroad track. It is in an evolving area, and there was nobody in opposition at the Planning Commission, and there was no one in opposition here tonight because our neighbors, we've had cleanups on this blighted lot. It's a large tract of land. In fact, on third reading, we'll have people here with signs in support of changing this because it's a great opportunity for affordable housing, which we know that we're all big advocates for. And with it being this close to a railroad track, large density is appropriate. And what else are we going to do with this large track that's constantly dumped on? And you know my district, my people are very adamant. We've discussed this at neighborhood meetings. Once they find out where this piece is, they're like, oh, okay, so why can't we do something more with this? RS5, you know, with the amount of work that has to be done for us and being right next to the railroad track, it's not the best use for this. Even though we know it's at the end of the street, as you can see, no opposition, and no opposition at the Planning Commission. And so I'd like to move for approval, please.
Motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We can take the next two together. BL 2017-674, Councillady Mina Johnson, approved by the Planning Commission with conditions, disapproved without, 8-0. Changes 123.01 acres from R20 to RM4. I'm sorry. Changes 123.01 acres from R20 and RM4 to SP zoning for property located at Old Hickory Boulevard, unnumbered, south of Ridge Lake Parkway, to permit residential uses and include environmentally sensitive design standards within the SP. Also, BL 2017-675, Councillady Mina Johnson, approved by the Planning Commission, 8-0. Cancels a portion of a planned unit development for 123 acres for property located at Old Hickory Boulevard, unnumbered, south of Ridge Lake Drive. Councillady Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Would all of those in favor of BL 2017-674 and 675, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councillady Johnson.
I'd like to ask for approval, please.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-676, Councilman Pulley, approved by the Planning Commission 7-0. Changes 0.3 acres from OR 20 to SCR zoning for property located at 2101 Crestmore Drive. Councilman Pulley.
Move to open the public hearing.
Would all those in favor of BL 2017-676 please raise your hands? Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, Councilman Pulley.
I'd move approval.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-677, Councilman Sledge, approved by the Planning Commission with conditions, disapproved without, 6-0. Amends 1.83 acres of a specific plan for properties located at 1440 and 1500 12th Avenue South and Wedgwood Avenue unnumbered to increase units from a maximum of 150 to a maximum of 175 residential units. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
All those in favor of BL 2017-677, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval with a brief comment.
Floor is yours.
This is the affordable workforce housing project we've been working on 12th and Wedgwood that's on city land. We're actually able to increase the number of units on land without increasing the footprint of the building. The developer who's working on it has worked very diligently on the parking situation, and through revising their plans is able to not change any impact on the neighborhood from a footprint size of the building, but was able to actually increase the affordable units and workforce units that we're going to be working on. And with that, I would renew my motion for approval.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-678, Councilman Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Changes 6.75 acres from CN and RS5 to MULA zoning for various properties located along McFerrin Avenue, Seymour Avenue, West Eastland Avenue, and Cleveland Street. Councilman Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All those in favor of BL 2017-678, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none opposed, do those in favor wish to speak? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Davis.
I'd like to move a substitute, if that's correct, sir.
This motion to substitute is properly seconded. Is there a substitute? Motion to substitute is properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're on your bill as substituted.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
Councilman Davis, are you confident we have a substitute in our hands on this bill?
I'll get on the third read. I apologize.
We need to
Move for
rescind that
approval.
action then. Is there a motion to rescind action? Motion to rescind, properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're now on your bill as originally without the substitute.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Floor is yours.
We have a substitute that was approved by the planning staff that was approved at the commission last week. It was a long meeting, and so, you know, that's why I'm a day early or 2 weeks early for the substitute. But we will be moving a substitute on third reading that planning approves of and the commission approves of. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to take a moment to deviate from the agenda just for a moment. Our county clerk, Brenda Wynn, is here with our former colleague, Council Lady Santani. They had an item on our on the Budget and Finance Committee that was passed without objection. They are showing great courtesy and respect to us by being here, but I would like to let them go unless there's an objection from one of y'all. Seeing no objection, you ladies are free to go, and if there are any problems with your bill, I will handle it, or at least try. Thank you, ladies. BL 2017-679, Councilman Withers, approved by the Planning Commission 7-0. Applies the neighborhood landmark overlay district to 0.79 acres of property located at 901 Dalebrook Avenue. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public, please.
Would all those in favor of BL 2017-679, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none opposed, if those in favor wish to speak, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Floor is yours.
Just like to thank all of the neighbors in the Rosebank community that have been working with our property owner, Greater Grace Church, there since before the election, but I appreciate that property owner being so patient, working with me as a new council member, working with the neighborhood for many, many months on end to arrive at a solution that I think the community will support. This is an application for a neighborhood landmark overlay district that allows some additional uses other than the base residential zoning, and appreciate everyone that's worked on that today, and that item will go back to the Planning Commission where we'll finalize details of that. But just want to thank everyone for their work on that.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-680. Councilman Leonardo, approved by the Planning Commission 7-0. Applies an urban design overlay district to 125.56 acres for various properties located along Clarksville Pike, Buena Vista Pike, and Dry Fork Road, and Lloyd Road. Councilman Leonardo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All those in favor of BL 2017-680, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? See any opposed there, Mr. Leonardo? Seeing none opposed, do those in favor wish to speak? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Leonardo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
The floor is yours.
I'd just like to say thanks to all those who participated in this process in Whites Creek. This is something we've been working on. Councilor Lady Hurt, when she was the interim, Councilor Lady, we worked on it, and it's been something that's been going on, and it's kind of left over from Nashville Next and some of those 11 tracks. But I do appreciate all the community involvement and the several meetings we had, and thanks for the participation.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-681, Councilman Sledge, approved by the Planning Commission 8-0, cancels 0.17 acres of a planned unit development overlay district for property located at 622 Southgate Avenue. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
All those in favor of BL 2017-681, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
It's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Stick with me, guys. BL 2017-682, Councilman Withers and Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission with conditions, disapprove without. 6-0. Changes 5.32 acres from MUGA R6 and RS5 to SPMU zoning for properties located at 1101 and 1108 Gallatin Avenue, 1105, 1107, 1109, 1111 Sharp Avenue, and Sharp Avenue unnumbered, 1048 and 1050 West Greenwood Avenue, and 1110 Greenwood Avenue to permit a mixed-use development. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Would all those in favor of BL 2017-682 please raise your hands? Those opposed? Okay, those in favor, please line up and speak. Please state your name and your residential address, and you have 3 minutes each. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Granberry, if you could start over. My fault.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm Jimmy Granberry, Vice Chairman and CEO of HGO Realty Company, and I'd like to thank Councilman Withers and Councilman Davis for their participation in this process. And we've had a community meeting and everything. We've met all the requests of the neighborhood, and we think this is a great plan. And Mr. Hunter Gee will speak a little bit about the design and what we're doing for the neighborhood.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, council members, for having us tonight. As Mr. Withers and Mr. Davis will attest to, we had a great community meeting with a great turnout. A couple of months ago now, we heard the desire to create a mixed use community here along Gallatin Pike that is pedestrian-friendly, that is transit-friendly, that's neighborhood-friendly. We have focused our efforts on connecting the neighborhood with approximately 2,000 linear feet of new sidewalks along Gallatin Pike and along the side streets adjacent. A new signal there at Greenwood, which will have crosswalks. There's not a crosswalk. There's about a half mile between crosswalks along this stretch of Gallatin Pike, which is really important to improve the connectivity across Gallatin Pike. We have planned over 44 bike spaces, bike racks, a bike share B-cycle station location, a bus shelter. Will work directly with MTA on where the most appropriate place for the bus shelter or shelters would be, and again, focus primarily on connecting the neighborhood to Gallatin Pike. If you're familiar with this area, and I've got a plan here, but if you're familiar with this area of Gallatin Pike, there really hasn't been any public infrastructure improvements along here. So this project includes properties on both sides of Gallatin Pike. So in a way, it'll be sort of a gateway through this area with improved streetscape, pedestrian-friendly amenities, and connections back into the neighborhood. So we appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Those opposed? If you're opposed, come on up. Please state your name, residential address, and you have 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Chris Bent, and I live on 1315 Greenwood. So at 2:30 this past Sunday, somebody barreled through the stop sign at Greenwood and 14th and ran right through our fence, crashed into 2 cars at our neighbor's house. If they had been going straight, they would have crashed right through our house as well. I've got my wife, my pregnant wife, and my son here. And you're probably wondering, what does this have to do with this development? Well, there's 2 developments that are currently in place or proposed for Greenwood. One up on the street, one down near Gallatin. The problem is not with the developments themselves, but nobody's taking into account the traffic that's happening on that street. This accident happened without any sort of traffic pieces in place. I can only imagine what's going to happen when the traffic increases. So I'm opposed to this because nobody's considering the actual traffic on Greenwood, on 14th as well. There are people that speed 40, 50 miles an hour. The cop estimates that this person that ran into our fence, ran into the cars at our neighbor's house, was probably going 50, 60 miles an hour through that stop sign. So I'm opposed to that. I think we need to reconsider all the traffic pieces in place, consider speed bumps, consider additional stop signs, consider all that we possibly can to help slow down traffic, to make it easier, traffic in and out, and easier on the residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate the gentleman coming and speaking today. We definitely have speeding that happens in a lot of our neighborhoods, and it can be terrifying when it just goes by your house, but especially when it comes to your property. I definitely understand that concern, and particularly on Greenwood Avenue, there is a little bit of a curve in that street with a weird intersection, particularly at 14th, that we have a lot of what I call the dogleg intersections in East Nashville, and sometimes people take those too fast and visibility isn't as good as it should be. I am going to go ahead and request approval today, but what I will do, if the gentleman will actually speak with a member of the team or follow up with me directly, I will make sure that we get you answers about what we have looked at with Public Works with regard to traffic counts that are anticipated from this project. The base zoning for this proposal being MUGA on an arterial street on Gallatin and Greenwood being a collector would allow by right development of approximately an 8-story building with no density cap in terms of the number of units and mixed use. So I think for my council members, if you want to review this plan in advance of the Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee, you will find that this plan is a whole lot less dense than what could happen by right. So there has been a lot of thought that's gone into it. I do encourage the neighbor to reach out to a member of the team or me directly, and I'll connect you with Public Works to give you some of that analysis, and we'll continue talking about what traffic calming opportunities are available on Greenwood. But with that, I would like to renew my motion to approve.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-583, Council Lady Blaylock and Councilman Swope. Approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Changes 0.1 acres from R10 to CS zoning for property located at 5510 Nolensville Pike. Councilman Swope.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing.
All those in favor of BL 2017-683, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Swope.
And I would ask that you move this forward.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-684, Council Lady Henderson, Councilman Withers, amends the Metro Code regarding the dedication of right-of-way and minimum lot size. Council Lady Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Would all those in favor of BL 2017-684, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Henderson.
I'd like to move approval, please.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-686, Council Lady Haywood, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Changes 7.67 acres from CS to MULA zoning for properties located at 3962, 3968, 3976 Dickerson Pike, and Dickerson Pike unnumbered, southwest of Hunters Lane. Council Lady Haywood.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like at this time to move to defer indefinitely.
There's a motion to defer indefinitely. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. All right. That brings us back to our short-term rental legislation that is on public hearing tonight. We have 6 different pieces of legislation that I'm going to read through right now. I think we may have 1 or 2 of them withdrawn, and I will recognize those sponsors to do that before we begin with the public hearing. But I'm going to ask council members to stay in their seats as long as they possibly can during the course of this. I know we'll be here for a while, so you may need to get up and go to the restroom. But I'm also going to ask the public to pay close attention to what your friends and neighbors are saying for 2 reasons. One, this is a hotly contentious matter, and we all need to listen to each other to try and make some progress over the next few weeks before we have a final vote on this legislation. The other reason is if you listen to your neighbors and you hear what you were thinking of saying, said once or twice or 3 times, we heard it once or twice or 3 times too. So you might not need to say it again. You can just stand up and say, me too. We are here to listen. We've gotten a lot of emails. We know it's important to you all, and we're here to listen. But we will all get out of here today if we sort of follow that rule. So the bills that are on public hearing tonight related to short-term rentals are BL 2017-608. Councilman Hager, Roten, and others, approved with a substitute by the Planning Commission 10-0, amends the Metro Code to establish distinct land uses for short-term rental property, owner-occupied, and short-term rental property, non-owner-occupied, and establishes a phase-out date in year 2021 for short-term rental property, non-owner-occupied, not owner-occupied. BL 2017-609, Councilman Glover, Swope, and others, amends the Metro Code to establish a 12-month moratorium on the issuance of new Type 2 and Type 3 short-term rental property permits and permit numbers for properties zoned for single and 2-family residential use. BL 2017-610, Council Lady Van Reese, amends the Metro Code to establish a 36-month moratorium on the issuance of new Type 2 and Type 3 short-term rental property permits for properties zoned for single and 2-family residential use. BL 2017-611, Councilman Bedney which was disapproved by the Planning Commission 8-0, amends the Metro Code to require the consent of adjacent property owners, homeowner associations, condominium associations, or other such community associations prior to issuance of a short-term rental permit, property permit. BL 2017-653. Council Lady Allen, Councilman Bedney, approved by the Planning Commission 8-0. An ordinance amending section 17.16.250 of the Metro Code of Laws to revise the list of acceptable documents establishing owner occupation. And BL 2017-685, Council Lady Weiner, Anthony Davis and Swope, amends the Metro Code pertaining to, did I read the number? 2017-685, amends the Metro Code pertaining to short-term rental properties. Did any of the sponsors of those legislation want to take action before a public hearing? Councilman Swope.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. On behalf of the sponsors of 609, we would like to officially withdraw.
Hold on. The system just reset there. I don't know why exactly, but I'm sorry. So if I'm going to ask again, if any of the sponsors of that legislation would like to take action before we have the public hearing, please hit the dial.
On behalf of the sponsors of Bill 609, we officially withdraw said bill. And on behalf of the sponsors of 685, we officially withdraw said bill.
Okay. There's a motion to withdraw BL 2017-609. Is there a second? Properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. There is also a motion to withdraw BL 2017-685. Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Glover. I'm sorry. Council Lady Van Rees.
Yes, I'd like to move to withdraw the bill 610, please.
There's a motion to withdraw BL 2017-610. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, if you could record Council Lady Roberts as abstaining on all of our STRP matters tonight, I would appreciate that. She had made that request prior. And I forgot to ask you before. Thank you. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to ask to suspend the rules tonight and ask that comments be held to 2 minutes. I think that the thought on the floor is that everybody came down and wanted to talk and have their say. I think you were pretty straightforward on saying, please make your point. I think we've all gotten a lot of emails, and we've all been talking and listening to a lot of folks. So, yes, I would like to just reiterate what you've said, is that we stay focused, and that we don't over-repeat ourselves. And I will not make the move or not ask to suspend the rules and ask that it be held to 2 minutes, but I would request that we stay respectful.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Blaylock.
Yeah, I took over her chair. Sorry, Council Lady.
Yeah, I was totally confused. Councilman Bedney.
She's much better looking than me and smarter. So I wanted to clarify that the caption on my legislation says that I'm asking for next doors to sign off on it, but the amendment removed that. It's just related to HOAs, just for the clarity of the people here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So for those who maybe didn't follow, I'll just go back and clarify exactly what just happened. We had 6 bills that were to be considered tonight related to short-term rental properties. 3 of them have been withdrawn, 609, 610, and 685. That leaves us with Bill 2017-08, 611, and 653. So those are the only matters that we'll be voting on second reading tonight. It's a little bit confusing. We're not going to go through each bill. We're going to have one public hearing. So if you are in favor of BL 2017-608, you'll go first. If you're opposed to BL 2017-608, you'll go second. And but you're free to talk about BL 2017-611 or 653 as well. Everybody will get 3 minutes, and everybody is going to be asked to give their residential address before they speak. So the final thing is there are plenty of people out in the outside of this room in the mezzanine. So it would be courteous and great if after you spoke you filtered on out and let somebody who's outside come in and take a seat and wait their turn to speak. With that, would all of those in favor of BL 2017-608 please raise your hands? Those opposed? Those in favor, please line up to speak. And there is a tendency over there to leave some space between the speaker and the next person in line. That space over the number of speakers we have tonight might add up to an hour. Just people taking that 2 or 3 steps forward. So line up close together. Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Briley, members of the council. I'm John Summers. I live at 5000 Wyoming Avenue. I'll try to be as quick as I can. 608 before you tonight, I'm in favor of. It's a very limited land use bill. It only deals with type 2 STRs, which is only 38% of the STRs out there. So it's very limited in its scope. I want to make sure everybody understands that. When this was first passed, it went into Title VI. This council decided that it was more appropriate for this to be in Title 17 as a land use, which you voted on January, February this year. The Planning Commission now has looked at this as it relates to the general plan, and despite all the testimony on both sides, they unanimously approved 608 as being consistent with the general plan, Nashville Next, and with type 2s being inconsistent with the general plan. So that's, I think, very significant in terms of its reaching, that point. You're going to hear from both sides. Basically, on one side, you're going to hear a bunch of neighborhood activists. On the other side, you're going to hear a bunch of business people. And they're good people, but they're in business, and they're running businesses in our residential neighborhoods. One thing I have seen in this council over the last 35, 40 years is that this council has consistently said no businesses in residential neighborhoods. We don't let law offices in there. We don't let barbershops in there. We don't let beauty shops in there. We don't let recording studios. So if these individuals want to have a business, they have an option. They can come to this council like everyone else and ask for a mixed-use zoning or whatever is appropriate, and this council consider it and the Planning Commission consider it, but that's how you change from residential to business uses. Everybody's going to talk about their investment. Well, 95% of their investment's in the property, and we all know that's only going up in this community. So the small percentage that's in furniture, this bill gives them a 3-year phase-out. You recognize the fact these are at least 1-year permits, and that's what they are, is 1-year permits, and this bill gives them 2 additional years to recapture that investment. So again, this council has always kept a separate, definitive break between residential and commercial. As I said in this council, as you sit here tonight, the one question I always asked myself on zoning matters was, did I want this next door to me? And so if you do not want a type 2 STR next door to you operating with the number of people that can stay in one of these, what we call mini hotels, then you should vote for 608. It preserves the character and the quality of our residential neighborhoods. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your time and your service. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nell Levin, and I live at 1611 Forest Avenue in Lachlan Springs. I'm here wearing multiple hats tonight. I'm here representing the No Affordable Housing Task Force. We voted on Sunday at our meeting to support this bill, mainly because we're very concerned about the effect that it is having on affordable housing in Nashville. Some people are going to say these houses are too expensive, they're not affordable. That's not the point. The point is that real estate in all of our neighborhoods, particularly in my neighborhood, Laughlin Springs, is going through the roof. They just built an $800,000 house across from me. What's happening is it's making it more and more difficult, not only for low-income people in this city who are basically being ignored when it comes to affordable housing, but just for families to even consider moving into Laughlin Springs. They can't do it anymore. And so I'm concerned about that, and that's what I'm speaking for today in here, representing NOAA. And I have lived for 20 years in Laughlin Springs. We had an affordable unit at the end of my street, and it was converted to a it is now we have bachelorette parties. A mother with her children was driven out of the neighborhood. I don't think my neighborhood is better because this woman was driven and her child were driven off my street. I think we have bachelorette party now. So it's really changing the character of the neighborhood. So that's basically what I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Cynthia Teague. I live at 2172 Branch Oak Trail here in Nashville. I'm on the Hip Donaldson board. I'm also on the Woodland Point Master Board and the Single Family Homes Board. We have been working very diligently over the past few months trying to get, or actually a couple of years, trying to get illegally operating black market STRs shut down in our neighborhoods. We've had zero cooperation out of the STR industry and notably Airbnb in particular. This has been very troublesome to me, and that's why I got into this fight, because I realized that if I was having this much trouble getting these properties shut down, then the average person on the street is having even more problems. But there's a bigger issue here that the council needs to consider. These STRs that are scattered all over Nashville present a security risk to Nashville. Whether you want to realize this or not, I've been talking to law enforcement. I spent a lot of time talking to law enforcement. I went through the police academy, so I know exactly what they're dealing with on the streets. Right now, they're telling me that they are going into STRs and finding weapons, they're finding knives, they're finding drugs. That is concerning in and of itself, but also these non-owner-occupied STR2s can also be used as safe houses around the city. And I think the council needs to really seriously consider whether it's in the best interest to keep these STRs in residential neighborhoods. I personally do not believe they belong there. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Harden. I live in historic Edgefield. Have been there for about 20 years at 519 Fatherland Street. I want to thank you all for take the time on the service to listen to all of the different opinions about how we should develop our neighborhoods. But the important thing tonight is to keep in mind that we have residential zoning, and residential zoning is for residents who want to live in a neighborhood. Short-term rental property, non-owner occupied, is actually more like a hotel than it is anything else. It is a business, and it has a way of hollowing out the neighborhood and the community that we want to build in a neighborhood. So I am very much in support of this new legislation for 608. I'm also want to say that as a member of a committee with NOAA, I support exactly what has already been said. And as Vice Mayor Briley said, I won't repeat it. I'll just say, me too. And thank you very much.
My name's Jim Hubler. I live at 607 Fatherland Street. I've lived in historic Edgefield since 1986. I've seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood, some good, some bad. I support short-term rental if it is owner-occupied. I have no problem with that. I have friends that do that, and that's not a problem. Next door to me, however, 3 investors from New York City have bought 6 houses within the neighborhood. Being in New York City, none of them are owner-occupied. The first weekend that it was used, it was a bachelorette party. They were screaming at 3 and 4 in the morning. Recently, there is a house across the street. It's a duplex. The left side claims to be owner-occupied. It isn't. One weekend, there were 10 guys in it and 10 girls next door. Guess which backyard they were in? Up until about 3 in the morning. So I hope you can address this and correct this problem. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Tom Cash. I live at 3104 Ackland Avenue, and I'm the vice chair of Hillsborough West End Neighborhood Association, which strongly supports 608 and hopes you will too. I was here in 2014, and we supported the bill to allow some type 2 short-term rentals. And we did that mainly because it also offered some enforcement. Well, here we are 2.5 years later, and the enforcement is very scant. It's just not happening. Codes absolutely needs to better its game on the permitting process and identifying those that are not properly permitted. But Codes is never going to serve, and the police department is never going to serve as a substitute for on-site hotel managers and residents like in type 1s. After all this time, it's unclear really who's supposed to be doing the enforcing that we keep asking for. And some of these issues, it's just about behavior, and it's never going to be fixed. It's never going to be properly policed. Basically, it comes down to commercial activity belongs in commercial zones, and residential activity belongs in residential zones. I'm still not sure who's supposed to enforce some of these things in STRPs, but I do know who is supposed to protect residential neighborhoods through zoning and land use policy, and that's you guys and the Planning Commission. They made the right move last week. I hope you will by supporting 608 as is. Thank you for listening to us.
Hi, I'm Grace Frenshaw, 220 Mockingbird Road in Cherokee Park. Should real estate investors be privileged to run commercial lodging establishments in neighborhood zoned residential? I support 608 because I believe the answer is no. Nashville's strict prohibition on businesses in residential zones protected neighborhoods until our SDR ordinance passed. In 2 short years, some neighborhoods have become de facto hotel zones. Now, a show of hands. How many of you host 12 overnight guests at your home every week? Anybody? Do you host family reunions and bachelor parties for people you don't know for money? If someone did this next door to you every week, would you consider it residential use? Our current ordinance defines this use as residential and accessory. Type 2 properties rent nightly to up to 12 paying customers as their primary and only use. That's like making a law that says an apple is a banana. The law may be on the books, but it doesn't change reality. I'm here because an SDR opened on the other side of the half duplex I own and rent to my daughter. I feel sick about the security issues of the constant flow of strangers under the same roof with 2 young women I love, and I can't sell it. No one wants to buy next to an SDR. I'm also trying to understand why you have spent 3 years trying to accommodate an industry that's treated both you and me with total disrespect. Airbnb and other platforms, including people speaking tonight about how they'd love to work with you on a solution, have spent months and mega lobbying bucks trying to get our state government to stop you from regulating SDRs at all. Now the industry is touting enforcement as a total solution when they do nothing meaningful to support it. Booking sites don't require the properties they list have legal permits. They don't tell codes where their properties are located so you can shut down the illegals. You actually considered spending $1 million of taxpayer money to do something they should do for us for free. It is really disingenuous to claim enforcement is the solution. At the same time, you are actively helping tax cheats break the law by listing their unpermitted properties on your site. It's also fiendishly clever to convince law-abiding SDR operators who use your platform that it's actually Metro's fault there are more than 2,000 illegal properties operating here, and that if only Metro would do a better job, everything would be hunky-dory. They should confront Airbnb about fostering unfair competition from illegal operators with lower business costs and less hassle. Instead, they blame you. 608 protects neighborhoods from unprecedented commercial intrusion and an industry that's disruptive in the worst way. Please support it and don't water it down with any industry-friendly amendments. And please insist this industry respect our laws going forward.
My name is Randall Gilbert. My family and I live at 816 Russell Street in East Nashville. I'm here tonight in support of BL 2017-608. I personally support owner-occupied short-term rentals as well as long-term rentals, but the type 2 short-term rentals with no owner on site is a real threat to a residential neighborhood. Neighbors make neighborhoods. Edgefield, as well as much of East Nashville, is the popular place it is today because of the efforts made by neighbors for neighbors in decades past. They fought slumlords, preserved historic structures, revitalized parks, and protected East Nashville from the ill effects of urban renewal. Neighbors both benefit from and contribute to the character of neighborhoods. Neighbors join neighborhood associations. They get engaged in community causes, community efforts. My neighbors and I serve on the board of our residential neighborhood association. We founded the Casey Place Revitalization Foundation 5 years ago. We attend the crime prevention meetings, and on Friday night, we were the ones that called in the shots fired when a drive-by shooter shot somebody on South 7th Street. We also volunteer as coaches for East Nashville Athletics, where our children play soccer. We live on the marathon route, so last weekend, all the neighbors on our block got out together. One roasted a pig on the front yard. Another had a lemonade stand. Another hosted breakfast. All the kids played together up and down the block. That's the contribution that neighbors provide to sustain neighborhoods. Would an out-of-town Airbnb renter in Nashville for 2 nights get involved in any of these efforts? Would an out-of-town landlord be so inclined? Of course not. For them, it's a one-way street. All benefit, no contribution. While the harm of type 2 commercial enterprises in residential neighborhoods is more qualitative than quantitative, it's more long-term than short-term, the harm hits at the heart of what makes a neighborhood. It drives out contributing neighbors and replaces them with benefiting landlords and transient tenants. It's a recipe for disaster for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Roast. I live at 4604 Villa Green Drive in the Seven Hills neighborhood. Recently, a council member told me that the questions to be answered in considering legislation is what is best for Nashville and who is Nashville? I'll give you my answers to those questions and the others that usually accompany them. I'll think of the questions within the very limited scope of 608. Who lives in the areas affected by 608? We are the people who bought our homes 5 years ago, 15 years ago, 25, with the knowledge of the zoning we are in and the rightful expectation of its continuing. We are the people who live in the homes day and night, not just for a weekend, but for years. We send our children to the local schools. We shop at the local stores every day, not just weekends. We go to the local dentist, doctor, car wash, restaurants, and coffee shop, again, every day, not just weekends. And we vote. What is 608? 608 returns neighborhoods to residents. For the neighborhood residents, what these houses are is their home. Repeatedly, you hear from the operators about how much money they have put into their purchases and how much money they are making from them, able to quit their 9-to-5s. Furthermore, 2 of their hired representatives have told me privately within the last 6 weeks that while making the case for the local STR group in one case and the largest industry player in the other, that, and I quote, "It's just a job, Laura, it's just a job," end quote. That is, they don't take it home with them, but that's not what it is for the rest of us, the residents who actually live in these neighborhoods. It's not just a job for us. I do take this home with me to my actual home in a residential neighborhood. That's what it means to me. When? 2 years ago, the previous council put into place an ordinance that it thought would help with the so-called home sharing situation, particularly someone renting out an extra bedroom in their own home. But time has a way of revealing the weak spots and even defects in actions taken, and the 2 years since then have certainly done that. It's time to fix those weak spots by passing 608 as proposed. As Planning Commissioner Jeff Haynes said last week, our city was cool and had fabric before Airbnb got here. Where? 608 impacts RS, and other zoning districts you'll see in the bill. How? You already know the history of how we've arrived here. The STR industry, and let's be clear, it is an industry, even as stated in the mission statement of the local STR organization. The industry knows how we got here. That's why the industry has been heavily represented at our state legislature, trying to keep you from having a say. Well, you do get a say, and you can pass 608. Why? I don't think I have to explain to any of you the answer to this. You ran for council and were successful precisely because you, of all people, understand why this is important. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Plummer, and I live at 3416 Benham Avenue in Green Hills. My dilemma tonight is, what can I say to you that you don't already know concerning type 2 short-term rental problems? I had about 10 different drafts, but I'll go with this one, a rather silly personal hypothetical study that I hope illuminates how easy it is to be swept away with the sharing movement. I decided to look into how much I could make being an Airbnb host with my modest home. I started with AirDNA's free tool called the Rentalizer, which predicted I could earn $70,000 with only a 50% occupancy rate. Wow, that got my attention. Next, using Airbnb's Experiences and Places option, I discovered I could supplement that income even more. As a musician living in Nashville since 1974, I've got the experience to offer some pretty cool things for my hypothetical tourist guests. For example, and this is silly, the 4 Bs, Bach, Beethoven, Brahms, and bluegrass home concerts. Or I can take the tourists on personalized trips down Music Row to see the recording studios where I've worked. Or how about string quartets on the rocks that mixes Mozart well with, I'll let you imagine that. This is getting very tempting. I get it. I see why so many are joining this economic revolution. Why, if I were just 40 years younger, wait, what am I thinking? This is not right for me, and even more importantly, it is not right for my neighbors. Without a magic crystal ball, no one in 2008, not you, not I, not even the company's founders, could have predicted Airbnb's global expansion. Their worth and war chest is staggering. Neighbors are up against a monolithic company with limitless resources. We need the council's help. The cozy home sharing model of 2008 is long gone, replaced by investors of all sorts. A quick Nashville search found about 500 properties are owned by LLCs alone, many operating in 12 states other than Tennessee. Please be the council that makes Nashville truly an it city by demonstrating the wisdom and courage to stand up to Airbnb. Hindsight is 2020. The path we need to take is now very clear. Please help us reclaim our neighborhoods by voting to phase out Type 2 non-owner occupied STRs. Thank you for your time and dedication to Nashville.
Mr. Vice Mayor and council members, I also thank you for your time and patience and for your dedication to our wonderful city. My name is Pat Williams. I live at 4301 Elkins Avenue in Sylvan Park. I'm very much engaged in my neighborhood. I would like to make a point that I feel is relevant, considering some of the conversations that have taken place concerning short-term rentals. There are 5 organizations in Nashville that provide more than 200 homey rooms and 1- and 2-bedroom apartments for hospital patients and their families who come from out of town. The prices range from free to $40 a night. Free food is also provided, including some home-cooked meals even. These places are not in our zones, but are licensed properly and inspected. Most also provide laundry supplies and other amenities that families and patients need to feel at home while seeking treatment at Nashville's wonderful hospitals. A couple of places even provide shuttle services. All of the nonprofits that offer fully furnished accommodations also have on-site coordinators and hosts who can help patients and their families with any problems or emergencies that they may encounter while in Nashville. These hosts are well informed about other services or needs and contacts for this special population visiting our city. For those who prefer a hotel or extended stay location, hotels all around Nashville have partnered with the hospitals for a medical rate. That starts around $65 per night. Each hospital has a full-time patient lodging coordinator to determine the wants, needs, and financial abilities of each patient's case. Major hospital coordinator even stated that they never recommend patients and their families stay in a person's home. I think Nashville knows how to take care of our out-of-town guests. I respectfully ask that you please support Bill 608 with no amendments. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Leslie Key, and I reside at 1411 Fatherland Street in Laughlin Springs, East Nashville. For the past 9 years, I have enjoyed the benefits of my urban residential neighborhood, a shorter commute to work, walkability, and close proximity to the Greenway and downtown. I have wonderful friends and neighbors in my community, neighbors who support one another during hardships and volunteer for various causes to make our neighborhood a better place to live. But now East Nashville has one of the highest concentrations of non-owner occupied commercial short-term rentals in Metro Nashville. As one planning commissioner noted Thursday, top 2 rental owners pay management companies, employees, insurance, advertising, and application fees. They are commercial, and the planning department has said commercial usage is not for residential areas. Converting a home into a hotel deprives communities of the very relationships that would strengthen it. This trend diminishes neighborhoods and home availability for individuals and families who would be invested in schools, civic activities, and resource conservation. How many STR guests have children in local public schools? How many guests are involved in neighborhood associations, volunteer and donate to local homeless outreach, the Martha O'Brien Center, the Wayne Reed Center, etc.? How many are involved with local pet rescues? My neighbors and I are the ones supporting the local businesses. Replacing residents with tourists weakens the long-term fabric of our neighborhoods. Our city's great neighborhoods are too valuable to sacrifice in this way. I ask you to approve 608 to provide a reasonable phase-out period for non-owner occupied short-term rentals in R and RS zones, and disapprove the Amendment 1, which is inconsistent with the intent. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandy Pruitt, and I live at 2205 Stratford Avenue, 37216. I'd like to ask you to vote in support of 608 and vote against the amendment to 608. This is an extremely important bill, one that pits a worldwide corporation against the citizens of Nashville. I don't dislike the concept of Airbnb and STRs in general, and in fact, I do use the service myself. I've used Airbnb both within the United States and abroad in Italy. And I fully support cities' rights to regulate Airbnb as they see fit for their own citizens. This is not just something that we're fighting in Nashville. Cities all across the United States are going through this same issue, even across the world. I saw a news report the other day on the people of Barcelona, Spain, who are actually literally out in the street protesting against STRs. This is basically the wild, wild west of the sharing economy, and we need to regulate it. I believe that STR-2 permits in residential neighborhoods have also contributed greatly to the affordable housing shortage in Nashville. How many homes sit empty 75% of the time only to become hotels on the weekends? I moved to Nashville 4 years ago with the intention of buying a house. Prices quickly escalated out of my range, and now I don't feel this is something I'm capable of doing anymore. If the STR-2 properties were not snatched up by out-of-town investors to use as hotels, perhaps I could have already bought one of those homes in my own neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Dickinson. I live at 409 Rudolph Avenue. That's in District 6 in Laughlin Springs. Appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to start off with a little comic relief. I know you probably have all heard dozens of stories about objectionable things that have happened at non-owner occupied properties, but we had a great one this past weekend. My wife was out weeding in the front yard and came in laughing and was calling me out, and our neighbors for the weekend across the street were spanking each other on a side porch. We think it was some sort of drinking game because they were drinking and taking turns with this, fully clothed, so, you know, very tasteful spanking. But anyway, we found that funny. I thought you might too. But in any case, I think I've heard a lot from owners and, you know, who do their best to keep these sorts of things from happening and the noise and all that. And I really believe that they do that. I mean, the ones in our neighborhood, they make a pretty good effort to stop all these things. But even doing that, all these things still happen. So what that tells me is it's not a question of responsible or just responsible ownership or enforcement. It seems to me that this is a use that is fundamentally inconsistent with the residential neighborhood like some of the ones that we have. And I'll give you just my situation, and I think I just kind of had bad luck as far as this goes, but I've lived in my house for about 6 years, my wife for about 15 years, so obviously there have been a lot of changes over that time. Across the street from us, if you're standing on our front porch, there are 3 houses side by side, each with the capacity to legally hold 12 people. So just across the street from me, we've got 36 possibles on any given weekend. 2 houses over from that, there's another full house rental property. Directly to my right, there is a rental property and an outbuilding in the back that they rent out separately, which I think is illegal. I'm not sure, but they've always been, we've never had any problems with it, so I've never made a comment. I counted up one time and realized that on our block, a relatively small city block, there's the capacity for something like 85 visitors on any given night. And on a lot of weekends, it seems like that many. There's constant traffic coming in and out. So even if you don't have big disturbances or the kind of horror stories that people talk about, it's really fundamentally changed the character of the neighborhood. And that's what bothers me about this, that on the weekends, there are far more people from all around the country and the world than there are actual residents of my neighborhood, and that bothers me. I'll give you a final example and then shut up, but I remember the weekend that the Titans played the Packers last year. I would have thought I was in Green Bay seeing all the Packers gear that people had on, and that's fine. I have nothing against the Packers per se, but it's just something that's sad to me. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Cooper, 3409 Trimble Road in the Green Hills area of District 34. I am not a paid lobbyist or a paid attorney. I am an ordinary neighborhood resident and a longtime neighborhood advocate. Some of you were neighborhood advocates before becoming council members. We stood together in this very spot before other Metro councils on many occasions, fighting to protect residential neighborhoods. Tonight, I stand before you fully supporting 608 without any amendments. I believe the Type 2 not owner-occupied STRP businesses operating in our R and RS residential neighborhoods are a serious threat to our quality of life, and they need to go, and the best way is to phase them out under 608. Type 2 STRPs are commercial businesses. They offer a service on the property. Their customers come to the property. They follow business practices, and they are making a profit. Currently, STRPs are called an accessory use to residential. But if there is no residential use taking place on the STRP property, how can they be an accessory? Residents in residential neighborhoods live there permanently and on a long-term basis. Transients are not residents. They are tourists and strangers. Many of the STRP owners will talk about the hardships if their STRP businesses are not allowed to operate in our residential neighborhoods and how unfair it is. They feel they had a commitment from Metro. But what about the tens of thousands of residents who purchased their home in a residential neighborhood with the expectation that commercial businesses would not be allowed? The Airbnb spokesperson last Thursday night said Metro and STRP owners should pursue fair home sharing rules where everybody wins. Well, everybody does not win. Airbnb wins, STRP owners win, neighbors lose. She called it home sharing, but the only thing these STRP businesses share with their neighbors are the unintended consequences of more traffic, noise, and strangers coming and going at all hours of the day and night. Bill 608 is the fair and balanced solution for residential neighborhoods. Please vote yes, and thank you for your time and your service to Nashville.
Good evening, I'm Kim Sorensen, and I live at 2627 Miami Avenue. I'm a 22-year resident of Donaldson. Like a lot of people here, I've been hearing the buzz about short-term rental properties and how the money you can make from them. And I thought, awesome, sounds good to me. So I started to research starting my own short-term rental business. Then one came to my street, and I got hit with a big dose of reality. Every day I drove by it, I could see some of what the family next door had to put up with. And I was not surprised when a for sale sign went up at the family's house, and I also wasn't surprised when it seemed that nobody wanted to buy it. But eventually it sold, and the family moved away. But they are welcome to visit their former dream home anytime they like, as long as they are willing to pay $500 a night, because it became another short-term rental. Then there was another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, all in one street. I haven't even been contacted by short-term rental operators who wanted to buy my house. In my section of the neighborhood, tourists far outnumber the actual residents almost all of the time. And more will come. There's already plans for more if Bill 608 isn't passed. But my neighborhood is not unique. This is happening all over Nashville. This is happening in your district. So I'm not here tonight as an owner. I'm here as a neighbor who sees the impact of these every time I step outside my front door. But Nashville's neighbors don't have lawyers and lobbyists, and we certainly don't have multi-billion-dollar companies trying to change the state and local laws in our favor. But we have you. Council members, you are here to represent the residents of your district, not the tourists, not these multi-billion-dollar companies, and not the investors who are from all over the country. There are a lot of investors here tonight. While their numbers keep growing, my neighbors keep shrinking. Nashville residents need your help. And this has nothing to do with enforcement, it's about zoning. No, you don't get to do anything you want with your property. But Bill 608 still allows Nashville residents to earn income by renting out rooms in their homes while they are present. This was the original intention of Airbnb and home sharing in the first place. With 608, the homeowner regulates the activity at the house, so the neighbors no longer will be forced to do it for absentee investors. 608 allows investors to operate their short-term rental businesses in commercially zoned areas. 608 protects neighborhoods from being bought up by investors like what is happening in my neighborhood. So please don't sell us out, and please do the right thing and pass 608 without amendments, and let the neighbors come back to Nashville's neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Hello. Thank you, council members and Vice Mayor, for hearing me this evening. You guys asking me to edit kind of puts me in a tailspin because I'm a very reluctant speaker. My name is Kathy Nugent. I live at 1511 Long Avenue in East Nashville. I've lived there for 12 years, and I've had long-term renters as next-door neighbors for all that time. They've changed 4 or 5 times, but I've never had any problems. They were and are good neighbors. I believe we need to preserve every bit of our limited residential land for residents. We are in an affordable housing crisis. Every bit of housing stock needs to be used for housing, not hotels. You know, it's not that I'm not hip to the new sharing economy. I fully understand it and what's going on. It's about loopholes. It has always been about loopholes with the sharing economy. This is not new. This is not innovative. Exploiting loopholes is a centuries-old business practice that only benefits the business. R and RS zoning in Nashville is for residents, not for commercial use. Short-term rentals do not house residents. Tourists are not residents. This is a loophole that has been exploited for too long. If the sharing companies want to share, they can share their data, which they've refused to do with city after city after city. and yet they are asking you to now let them help you enforce? I think that's ridiculous. My appraised land value recently quadrupled since 2013. It is 10 times the appraisal in 2005. I'm fortunate to have a reasonable mortgage, but I'm not jumping for joy. That is because even though we do all right, there are lots of residents who are barely getting by. I'm not afraid for people who own second homes. I'm afraid for the people who can't pay the rent. We have to do everything we can to fix this, even if this is a drop in the bucket. It is a drop in the bucket, and it will impact affordable housing. We have to keep residential zoning residential. We have to decide tonight, are we turning over our residential neighborhoods to an investor class, or do we keep residential neighborhoods for Nashvillians to live in? Please support this bill as introduced. Phase out type 2 short-term rental properties from R and RS zones. The sooner, the better. Thank you so much for your time. I'm not mad at you. This just makes me angry. Thank you.
Vice Mayor and members of the Metro Council. My name is Susanna Scott Barnes, and I live at 700 Crescent Road in the West End area. I urge you to support 608 as it was introduced. I'm a small business owner, and I believe in supporting other small businesses, but I believe that operating a hotel business within a residential neighborhood is wrong. R and RS zoning is for residents, not businesses. Tonight, you're going to hear many stories from STR operators who never have any complaints about their properties. They'll say things like, all of my neighbors have my phone number, and their properties are better maintained when they were, when they are STRs than they were before. But the trouble is that investor STRs violate good land use policy. Where we should have neighbors and residents, we have night after night a new guest, a new tourist, and a new stranger. This current zoning has become divisive in our neighborhoods and our communities and needs to be corrected. We need your help. Please approve 608. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Billy Nobel, and I live at 313 South 17th Street in East Nashville. I live directly next door to a permitted STR, which sleeps up to 12 people. And on the other side of this STR, or on the other side of its duplex is another non-permitted STR, and it's the same size as the one next to me, so I would guess it would sleep up to 12 people as well. My personal experience with the large permitted XTR directly next to me has been frustrating at times. I deal with noise issues. The other morning, guests were in the jacuzzi next to my yard blasting country music very early in the morning. There have been trash issues where I have either seen trash tossed all over the back parking pad, or guests will use my bins and I find my recycling bins filled with chips bags and Bud Light and whatever else. We've had parking issues where my private parking pad and my neighbor's private parking pad have been used by guests next door, or where our parking pads have been blocked entirely by a group of people in the alley playing cornhole. I am very grateful that I do have lately a communicative relationship with the property manager of the STR next to me. However, my actions are always reactive to an inconvenience or a codes violation that has occurred to me and my property. If there were owners next door or long-term neighbors, perhaps these disturbances would still occur, but hopefully on a limited basis after we would work out these inconveniences. But with the STR next to me, I am chasing some inconvenience almost every weekend. I have to react to it and then report it to the property manager. It's aggravating, and these guests aren't bad people, but they're on vacation, and their cares and responsibilities are a little more laid back, like all of ours are when we tend to go on vacation. That's how it is. I'm perplexed by what a 12-person mini hotel has to do with the residential neighborhood, besides making money for its owner and the property manager and their company. For those of us who own property, there are many ways in which we cannot use our property, and I fully support that 608 helps add to this a clearer definition of our land usage to the benefit of a residential neighborhood. Please support 608 and oppose any amendments which are not in line with its intent. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Swartz. I live at 237 54th Avenue North in Sylvan Park. I am the president of the Sylvan Park Neighborhood Association, and my members asked me to come down here tonight and tell you that they voted unanimously the support of 608, and they would very much appreciate council preserving the beautiful Sylvan Park RS 7.5 zoning, which is threatened by this commercial use. That's all I have.
And I thought I'd have more time. My name is Leanne Rod. I live at 712 Sutliff Place in East Nashville. Thank you for being here and hearing us today. When a type 2 short-term rental opened up next door to our family, the negative effects were felt immediately. Just 1 month in, my children were exposed to things you have to be 18 to see on the internet. And I'm tired of talking about that because I'm tired of reliving it, but it happened to us, and so many things were taken away from us that day. We realized every single day of the week from now on is a new opportunity for a repeat of this or similar behavior. The only thing we know for sure is that the hotel guests next door are on vacation. They're not on a regular work and sleep schedule, and many of the operators of the hotels don't even live in Nashville or Tennessee and have no accountability to us. They won't walk down Eastland and pick up candy wrappers the day after Halloween. They won't donate clothes to the women's shelter. They won't Christmas carol at our nursing homes. But maybe you've already considered what it would be like to live next door to an investor-owned STR, or maybe you already do. But I wonder if you've thought back to when you were a kid and thought back on the house you grew up in. How different would your childhood have been if you had a full-time hotel in the house next door? Did you borrow cups of sugar from your neighbors? Did they watch your house while you're on vacation? Did you walk across front yards to meet up with your friends down the street? STR rentals in residential neighborhoods aren't just negatively impacting property values and quality of life now, they're fundamentally changing how our children are growing up, altering what a neighborhood and a community means to them. And our kids aren't just around STRs when they're home. STRs are next to the schools, daycares, and playgrounds where our children spend their days, despite there being no background checks on the guests. So who does Nashville want to be? What do we want to be known for? Do we want to become some version of a theme park with our families on display as tourist attractions when they're home and at school for those with an urge to stay like a local? Or can we be a vibrant city that welcomes tourists where tourists are welcome and puts the safety and well-being of its residents first? Mayor Berry articulated the feelings of many of us during her State of Metro address when she said, "Growth, for all the opportunity it brings, means nothing if you cannot protect your core values and help people manage and enjoy their day-to-day life. Every one of us has the right to feel safe." And then she added, "Every one of us has the right to decent, affordable housing." So as you've heard already, we don't have a multi-billion-dollar industry, but we do have you. Please help us reclaim our residential neighborhoods for residents and neighbors. So please support 608 and oppose any amendments. Thank you.
Good evening, Tammy Walcott, 129 Alton Road. Me too, for the first time tonight, I might add. I do want to say we all have a choice where we live. We can choose to live in an urban area, we can choose to live in a residential area. I, as a Nashvilleian, bought my home in a residential area where I thought that zoning meant something. Someone being able to purchase the house next door to me and turn it into a hotel is not part of that expectation. Commercial STRs pose a threat to our safety, our neighborhoods, our schools, and are eroding the essence of hometown Nashville that so many people who move here and visit here fall in love with. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Borick. I live on Beacon Drive at 4515 Beacon Drive in the Tyne Mead neighborhood of Green Hills. And I have a type 2 STR next to my home since last September. We moved to Nashville 4 years ago with our 2 small kids. It's a traditional neighborhood known for lemonade stands and in the winter sled riding. Our street closes down. You'll see many kids sled riding, and that's exactly what we wanted for our kids. About a year after we moved in, our next door neighbor turned his house into a long-term renter. We had no problems with the tenants. We met them. We knew they acted just as if they were neighbors. We knew them no different, and we had the same neighborhood interactions. This changed when the house was turned into a type 2 STR. Now there's a constant turnover of people. There's no interaction with the short-term renters. Many groups are young people coming to vacation, and this sounds super exciting, but our neighborhood is the least ideal place for such guests. We've been barraged by large groups of people, excessive traffic, noise at all hours of the night, no different than the activity you see at a hotel. There's no more peace and quiet, and more importantly, the sense of security I described above is gone. The property is advertised on Airbnb for $250 a night, 1 night minimum stay, 10-person occupancy, 3 p.m. check-in and noon check-out. To make this more real for people that don't live next to a type 2 STR, here's an example of what my family calls a double whammy. On Friday, at 3 o'clock, when I pull into the driveway after picking up my kids from school, I find a large group of people hanging out in the driveway with all their suitcases, super excited to check into the STR. There's the usual activity you would see outside of a hotel in Nashville, and then the Ubers start. Depending on the group, this could be a one-time deal or it could be multiple pickups. And let me tell you about the drop-offs. They start in the wee hours of the morning. Car door slamming, headlights, all indoor master bedroom as it's next to the driveway. Strangers walking up and down the driveway, the STR in the middle of the night. Then this group checks out at noon the next day. The cleaning people come, and then it's time for the next group to come and check in at 3, and we get to do it all over again. If you think having a newborn is hard on your sleep, try living next to an STR. Neighborhoods are for neighbors, not hotels, like the one we have next to our house. We live with a chronic feeling of uncertainty as we never know who's next door. And let me tell you, my children have had a crash course in stranger danger. We love Nashville. We want to see it grow, but not at the expense of our neighborhoods. We're not promoting a citywide ban on STRs, but feel they're not suitable for residentially zoned areas, just like other businesses. Living next to a short-term rental has not been desirable from a quality of life standpoint. Even if we wanted to sell our home, buyers who are drawn to residential neighborhoods aren't interested in living next to a hotel. We need your help in passing 608 as it protects our neighborhoods from the things I've described to you. This isn't about partying or a few bad apples. This is about a commercial business operating in a residentially zoned areas. We trusted in the zoning laws when we purchased our home. It was never the expectation to have a hotel next to our house. The STR permits were only issued on a yearly basis, requiring renewal. They were never a guarantee. Thank you. Please vote for 608.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Rich. I'm here representing my mother, Marilyn McAllister, who owns a house at 3813 Sentinel Drive, and my brother, who lives in the home, has been there a resident for 25 years. Short-term rental properties function as affordable hotel alternatives, and as such, they are clearly a commercial endeavor and therefore inconsistent with our R and RS zoning. If you do not take action to protect our neighborhoods, individual homeowners and families, the STRPs will continue to creep into our single-family residential neighborhoods. They are indeed the wolf in sheep's clothing, and right now you are hearing many good things from the flock that profits, i.e. the operators and investors, but be forewarned, you are not hearing yet from the thousands of residents living in R and RS zone neighborhoods who you represent and who are still unaware of the potential problems associated with living next door to an STR. The problems indeed are many. STR property is a very profitable business, and individuals simply cannot compete financially when shopping for real estate. Business investors can afford to overpay for real estate, therefore inflating market prices and reducing inventory. Inflated housing prices drive up property taxes, pushing some long-term residents or fixed-income residents, like my brother, out of their homes and preventing young couples or families from affording starter homes. Reduced inventory creates a housing shortage, whether affordable or not. Without long-term or permanent residents in neighborhood homes, fewer children are using and supporting our local schools. Properties located next to STRs decline in market value, and potential homeowners are often not aware that, or home buyers are often not aware that a home is located next to an STR. Transient STR users are not concerned with offending neighbors, potentially neighbors with children in the home, with loud noise, late arrivals, partying, parking violations, or many other negligent behaviors for which long-term residents are held accountable. There's a place for short-term rentals properties in Nashville. They serve a useful purpose in providing alternative lodging for visitors. But let's make sure this business is well tended and herded in the right direction by keeping them out of R and RS neighborhoods and guiding them into our mixed-use or commercially zoned locations with clear and proper oversight from our local government. Thank you, council members.
Hi, my name is Nina Davidson. I live at 4413 Warner Place, excuse me, District 23. I just want to say everyone that has spoken tonight has said something near and dear to my heart, which I feel like I hope you all will take into account. I don't have anything more to offer. I did, but it's redundant from what everybody has said. Thank you for your time.
I'm Janelle Hamilton. My home is at 305 Mountainside Drive. We've all heard here and earlier how much we need affordable housing. I was here the night that people lined up out the door telling you that they couldn't find a place to live in Nashville that they could afford. And when the time came later for you to deal with that, I was proud of you that you passed a bill to make an attempt at handling this serious problem. I've seen estimates from council members about how many housing units they believe that that bill will bring in if they're lucky. And that number was 100 units a year. Well, we know that with the STRs, the type 2s, they take away housing. The estimate on legal STRs is said to be at least 3,000 or more. To get that many units from your bill would take 30 years, where voting out this business in our neighborhoods will only take the 3 years to phase these businesses out. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and to share my opinions. My name is Pam Silikowski. I live at 1529 Ferguson Avenue in the Belmont-Hillsborough neighborhood. We've lived there for 27 years. I am in support of 608. 608 protects our residential neighborhoods. Our city is built on neighborhoods. Our city's economic and social health and capital is directly related to these neighborhoods. I want to address a common question that's been raised. Is there a difference between a long-term renter and a short-term renter? Aren't they the same? I do not believe they are the same. Long-term renters are residents. This is where they live. Short-term renters are tourists and visitors. Long-term renters have legal rights. They vote. They send their children to our schools. They run for office. Long-term renters are neighbors. They're a part of our community. Short-term renters are strangers in our neighborhood. If you look up the characteristics of a strong neighborhood, there are a few key words that are common. Connectiveness, a sense of belonging, participation, joining with others from the neighborhood, ownership, a sense of responsibility. All of these lead to feelings of security and trust, which creates safer conditions for our community. Short-term renters are not connected, nor do they participate, nor do they demonstrate ownership of our neighborhoods. There are so many things that threaten the strength of our neighborhoods and our cities, many that you cannot directly change or quickly manage, but this is one topic you can directly impact. Please do not dilute the positive characteristics of our residential areas. You have an opportunity to support residents in neighborhoods by not allowing non-owner occupied. At the same time, you can support tourists and the economic growth of our city by continuing owner occupied and non-owner occupied in the appropriate areas. Please approve 608 that was approved by the Planning Commission and oppose any amendment that's inconsistent with 608. Thank you for your time and the service to our community.
Hi there. Hello. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Thank you for your service to our city, and we do appreciate this opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Cheryl Pickney. I live at 4604 Dakota Avenue in the heart of Sylvan Park. I married my husband in 1981, and we got involved in the Neighborhood Association in 1986, and we've been with it ever since. And we're still with it. We support all neighborhoods. We support all neighborhoods. I'm not going to repeat all these points that have been made tonight because I know this is going to be a long evening for you. But let me just cut to the chase. I just see this as a David and Goliath situation. It's not good for neighborhoods. I see the type 2 and 3 investor STRs as the Goliath, in the neighborhood as the David. And I'm just here tonight to ask for your help. Please help us and support BL 608 without any amendments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Grodi. I live at 7208 Autumn Crossing Way, and I'd like to talk about BL 2017-608. It is not groundbreaking legislation. Nashville would not be alone in phasing out investor-owned short-term rentals. There are also several cities where commercial businesses are banned in residential neighborhoods. Cities currently in phase-out of investors-owned short-term rentals are San Francisco, Hood River, Oregon, Santa Cruz, California, Anaheim, California, Austin, Texas, and Del Mar, California. Cities where short-term rentals are allowed only in primary residences are Boulder, Colorado, Portland, Oregon, Madison, Wisconsin, Santa Monica, California, but primary residents must be resident in Santa Monica, Denver, Colorado, New York City, and Berlin. The housing shortage was cited as the reason, and the punishment is 100,000 euros. The following cities do not allow short-term rentals of any kind in residential zones: San Antonio, Charlotte, North Carolina, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with a population of 620,000, Louisville, Kentucky, Omaha, Nebraska, Newport, Rhode Island, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, San Diego, Asheville, North Carolina, Hermosa Beach, California, Charleston, South Carolina, Santa Barbara, California, Clearwater, Florida, Laguna Beach, California, Miami Beach, Florida, where there's a $20,000 fine, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Santa Monica, California, Singapore, where the fines are up to $200,000 and 1 year in jail. I have been in the mortgage industry for 25 years. I have firsthand knowledge that anyone that attempts to sell their house has to sign a seller's disclosure, and they would have to answer this question if there's any undesirable things around their house, which would be a short-term rental next door to them, which would make the market value of their house go down. And if they didn't disclose it, they could be sued by the new buyers. So these are just some examples of cities and reasons I feel that have not been mentioned before, who put residents first over tourists and commercial investors. Please support 608 and put Nashville in the same category. Thank you.
I'm Bernard Pickney, 4604 Dakota Avenue in Sylvan Park, and I just ask you to please support Bill 608 without the amendments. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak this evening and share my experience with you. Thank you for your willingness to serve us as the people you govern. My name is Edie Durham, and my home is located at 1206 Clark Street in Old Hickory, Tennessee. I am a third-generation Old Hickory native and have raised a fourth generation in this unique neighborhood. My maternal and paternal grandparents came in the mid-20s when DuPont was booming again. There they birthed, my grandmothers birthed their children. They grew up, they met their spouses in this neighborhood. They had me. I moved away briefly during the late 70s when I went to nursing school at Vanderbilt, only to return to this picturesque Mayberry-ish neighborhood. Old Hickoryans take great pride in having the fact that our area has been placed on the National Register of Historical Places by the Department of Interior in May of '85. And it's not just the housing or the uniqueness of this industrial little town. It's the people. It's the people there. We were taught to respect one another, to pay attention when someone was talking, to look at them in their eyes, to say yes, sir, and no, sir, to shut doors. We were taught some gentility that I see leaving today, and it frightens me. And it frightens me because now it's come to across my street. And next door to my mother, the street she grew up on, the street she raised me on, is now a host of bizarre figures, transients coming and going. I know when I walk out of my door in the morning that Angie hadn't left for work yet because Margaret and Otis, the dogs, are still outside. I know that Betty hasn't received her daughter yet, who lives at the end of the street, bringing her handicapped grandchild to her because you cannot hear Heavenly laughing. There's a new couple across the street. They moved from New York. They're going to try the music industry. You know, it is booming so here, but they have no family members. What they did do was entrust my neighbor, Angie, to know the gender of their child, and we hosted a gender reveal party. It's a connectedness. But you know, I have to ask you, who's my neighbor across the street? Well, they arrive via the internet, making it hard for local law enforcement to regulate it and prevent it. Technology is neutral and agnostic, so whether the transactions are an Uber rental or a child sex tourism, it cares only about facilitating brisker commerce with less government interference. I was told as a child, if you ever thought that you owned your home, not pay your taxes and see who owned your home. Maybe government does have a place there. The result is an exploding market with no oversight whatsoever, and I have sent you all an email that concludes this, and I hope you read it in its entirety. And I thank you for this opportunity to let me share my experience with you all.
Hello, my name is Carol Letzian. I live at 1228 Donaldson Avenue in historical Hickory Village. A lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, so I can do the me too. Home sharing today is not what it was originally defined as. We have in our definition that it should be an accessory use. And these type 2 short-term rentals that are non-owner occupied are no longer accessory uses. It's a rental that is a primary commercial use. 608 is not a ban of short-term rentals. It is an elimination of non-owner occupied short-term rentals in our residential districts. There's a huge difference there. They can still operate their type 2 rentals, but in the appropriate locations, in those areas that are zoned appropriately. We have land use laws in place, and we need to enforce them. We need to take out the loopholes and make sure that a residential district remains residential. There was a question that was brought up about long-term rentals versus short-term renters. I rent. I know my neighbors. I know Tony and Paula across the street. I know Paula has health health issues. I know my new neighbors that just bought the house next door to me. One is a fireman right here in Nashville, and the other one is a veterinarian. I know the gentleman that lives two doors down from them. I had just moved in, and he was having difficulty. I made meals and took them over to them. Long-term renter has just as much to give to a neighborhood as a property owner. I'm the president of our Neighborhood Association Board, and I am also the secretary for the Nashville Neighborhood Alliance, and on that board. Somebody else brought up David and Goliath. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Evelyn. It wasn't a, major one in the movies, but it was about a man who was fighting a law that was in place, and he had to fight the state. And his attorney said to him that they were up against Goliath. And I'll leave you with this. His response was, well, David beat Goliath in my book. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, members of the Metro Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Peter Borick. I live at 4515 Beacon Drive in District 34 in Nashville. I'm here to support Bill number 608. My wife and two daughters and I, we live next to a short-term rental property, a non-owner occupied short-term rental property. And I can assure you without getting into the weeds that ever since this property popped up next door to us, our quality of life, our peace and quiet, and our sense of security have all been negatively impacted by it. So please follow the advice of the Metro Planning Commission and vote in support of Bill number 608. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Jason Garrett, 1508 Sevier Court. Our East Nashville residential neighborhood in District 6, a mile from downtown, has just seen cases of some homes tripling in value. Our unique housing stock and proximity to downtown has made it ripe for Type 2 non-owner occupied STRs. Regardless of hitting census tract limits long ago, these many hotels still possess their immutable and most important location, location, location. There are streets that often appear vacant. Some of this is explained by developers waiting out market floors, but another more recent explanation are non-owner occupied short-term rentals. There are over 10% permitted STRs in our neighborhood of 900 homes. Because we're at quota maxes, the percentage of unpermitted surely follows the rule of being more than twice that. So we talk about how many Nashvillians are coming every day and creating affordable housing, but must also acknowledge that some neighborhoods we're going to get run over with this new trend where profits are 2 to 3 times as much as long-term renting. And if you can count on these property record appreciations for an exit strategy, there's little risk. The explosion of 158 short-term rentals in 2013 and more recently being estimated over 6,000 shows an outbreak with symptoms of an epidemic, and so too continue the justifications for why this is somehow good, that this is making neighborhoods great, or that it's better to have no one living next door than a problem long-term renter or homeowner. But that logic is broken piece by piece if allowing for closer inspection. Phasing out now will not result in monetary losses unless purchase prices were made in ways that did indeed drive up the housing market values. Since STRs weren't integrated into the comps valuation model during the property reassessment, now many will be paying high property taxes as a result. And many have learned they can't sell these for market rate values because it's hard to convince someone buying Nashville's expensive housing to live next to a hotel with transient tenants. So tourists will still be welcomed by owner-occupied Type 1s and have a better guided experience with the city. Neighbors won't be the linchpin in complaints because somebody is fully on site to make sure that everyone is being neighborly. This was the original intention of home sharing. I do think that the creation of such a lucrative enterprise in residential areas, even preempting other at-home accessory uses like a music studio, is creating monetary magnets of distraction from the resource our neighborhoods have, and that's home ownership. Allowing investors to profit from these via zero sum means that you're not allowing a Nashvillian to have a home and prosper as well, or you're driving up long-term rental rates. When we speak of such disparate times, many earning minimum wages and paying more for rent than equivalent mortgage payments, and seeing many 20-somethings tonight that have amassed numerous STRs, who's benefiting? Is free market tourism really essential and without consequence? And would tourism cease to exist if these 1,000 legal investors here, are they affected? Are they the priority? Some neighborhoods like mine have given dozens and dozens of affordable homes away to those clearly not suffering from a scarcity of resources. And all of this being concentrated in urban core neighborhoods that were struggling 5 years ago, so that now people spending a weekend here don't have to be inconvenienced with a longer drive from further out. Please prioritize the needs of our many Nashvillians unable to be represented tonight. Please vote for 608 without the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Hunter Roast, 4604 Villa Green Drive in the Green Hills area.
Thank you, council, for listening to all these neighbors stand up and let you know how they feel. Thank you also for listening to the industry who's here, particularly industry, even industry members from out of town who are here to voice their opinions. Vice Mayor Briley asked us to listen to each other and be respectful, and I hope the industry is listening to what the residents of this city who live here and who've grown up here and are raising families here are saying to you and to them. We're listening to them too. We hear what they have to say. We understand that many of the industry folks have made a significant investment in a property and are operating their businesses out of this property. I have no issue with short-term rentals in general. The issue is where you're choosing to operate your business. You're choosing to operate it in a residential neighborhood next to people who use the neighborhood primarily as their home for their families. The problem is with your business, it is by its nature, a 24-hour-a-day business, 24/7. And the problem is you run the business, but you're not there. You're not there to monitor what goes on 24 hours a day. We, the neighbors, we're responsible for monitoring what goes on in your property. And that's not right. That's not how it should be. That's not the nature of what residential zoning is all about. So I urge council to please support 608 without amendment. Thank you.
Carol Williams. I live at 800 Russell Street, 37206. The issue before you is residential zoning land use. Why do I care about commercial land use in residential zoning? A very brief history of historic Edgefield. Our neighborhood was crime-ridden with numerous substandard properties and absentee landlords. My husband, Charlie Williams, organized neighbors, and with the help of Metro Historic, Saving Lower East Nashville began. In 1976, we had our first historic home tour with only 2 homes. The proceeds went for an Edgefield neighborhood design study. We fought to downzone. 1977, Nashville's first residential National Trust historic district. 1978, Nashville's first locally zoned historic district. 80 to 83, with the guidance of MDHA, our neighborhood purchased 11 vacant lots to ensure appropriate future redevelopment. 84 to 85, we had Nashville's first infill PUD on Russell Street. Edgefield's award-winning designs for historic infill were recognized in Southern Living and the National Trust publication. The years that followed involved endless hours spent by neighbors to enforce codes and zoning while working with our police department on pervasive drug and prostitution activity. It took 20 years to stabilize a struggling crime-ridden neighborhood. With non-owner occupied short-term rentals, I find myself again fighting to preserve and protect residential zoning. After 41 years, I'm here against an international business with a lot of power and a lot of money. The STR absentee landlord of today may fix up a house, but the result is loss on the backs of neighbors and affordable housing. The very nature of absentee landlords with transient customers makes codes and zoning enforcement impossible. Residential zoning protects the people who live in a neighborhood. Please phase out this commercial use in R&RS zoning. We are not the protector of anyone's personal financial investments. Personal business choices were made on a permit for 1 year. We do need to protect residential neighborhoods for the long-term stability of Nashville. Please keep in mind, hundreds of non-owner occupied short-term rental hotels operate in residential zoning. Do we allow any other commercial business this freedom? Please vote to approve 608 as recommended by the Planning Commission. Please vote against any amendment that changes the intent of this bill. There are many zoning districts appropriate and available for this business. Just please not in R&RS. I am very grateful for your service to Nashville.
Evening, Michael Kraling, 1201 Holly Street in the heart of East End, District 6. We moved in 1985 and immediately entered the Long March, as Carol just described it. Legally hassling slumlords, working for downzoning, supporting contextual overlays, attending meetings of the Metro Council, the Planning Commission, Metro Historic Zoning Commission. I can't count all the meetings and all that time. The theme of that is transient visitors do not invest in neighborhoods. They do not create the value which those of us who live in those neighborhoods have over the decades created. And now, since we have created this value and it's become attractive, investors want to swoop in and take it without any plan to replenish it. I implore you to vote in favor of 608. Frankly, it puts us back on the Long March. It's work, but it does work. Take my word for it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ann Roberts. I live at 210 Jackson Boulevard in District 23. And I really am fortunate that I'm following two of the heroes of neighborhood revitalization who have lived it and therefore said a lot that I had planned to say. But I want to say this about them. As we said, it was a lot of hard work that a whole lot of people put into this. But it also took risk. And it was difficult back in those days even to get loans. Many of the areas that are now the hot spots were redlined by banks. So when those people bought into neighborhoods, they were taking tremendous financial risk. Back then, there was no assurance that they would be able to sell the houses that they had invested in and get a good price. That's different now, and you will be hearing from a lot of the investors in and the operators of the type 2s. The advantage that they have is that if you pass 608, there will be time to phase out, and they can certainly be assured of selling for a good price. When those new owners back in the Fulton era, which is when I started 41 years ago, when new owners moved in, they worked with the longtime owners to create community. And I remember one time when we sent out a survey at the Historical Commission to find out what was important. And what we found was that I will say a little bit to our chagrin, nobody talked about the buildings. What they all talked about was safety, codes enforcement, getting rid of the absentee landlords so that they could have community. And that's really what it's all about. And the community, the neighbors, are the people who live in them and make their neighborhoods into communities. Even the best intentioned investors in and operators of STRs do not create community. Please support 608 as written. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burley, members of the council, my name is Bill Terry. I live at 4641 Villa Green Drive, and I'm a lifelong resident of Davidson County. I'd just like to make a couple of observations. One is that the Metro zoning ordinance contains a definition of the word transient. Transient means a person who occupies a house, room, or a property for less than 30 days. So that means that short-term rental, non-owner occupied, is a transient occupancy, just like a hotel and a motel is a transient occupancy. The only difference is scale. Some are a lot bigger than others. So in our situation here, we've got a transient occupancy in residential zones. Now we're going to hear, I'm sure, some language about property rights tonight. Property rights are important, but one's property right ends where another's property rights begin. And I think that's an important thing to remember, because some of these short-term rentals are in fact nuisances. And in my opinion, they're nuisances in all cases. But one of the basic tenets of nuisance law is that one should not use one's property to the detriment of another. And I contend that these properties are used to the detriment of another. The problem with nuisance law is that damage has to occur before you can file a lawsuit. So you got a nuisance, you've got damage, but one has to file a lawsuit in order to correct the nuisance. So that's where zoning enters in. Zoning is designed to prevent the nuisance from ever occurring in the first place. That's why I support 608. Hope you do, with no amendments. Thank you for your service.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Catherine Hayden. I live at 5000 Wyoming Avenue in Sylvan Park. I wanted to, don't have anything new to say really, but wanted to reiterate some of the things that Ann and Bill had just said about sense of community and property rights. There are a lot of nice people that own these STRs, but I think we need to be cognizant of the rights of the neighbors, the hundreds of thousands of neighbors in Nashville, rather than the thousands of STR owners that have the non-owner occupied. I urge you to please support Bill 608 without any amendments and preserve our sense of community in our Nashville neighborhoods. Thank you.
I'm Betty Lynn Dooley, and I live at 50 Fallen Creek Pass in Woodland Point, 37214. And I really don't have anything to add to everything that has been said. I would ask that you support the 608 without amendments, just to preserve the neighborhoods and property rights in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I thank all of you for your patience and for your service to our great city. My name is Logan Key, and I reside at 1411 Fatherland Street in East Nashville. For many of our older residential neighborhoods, the Metro Zoning Code is the only source of protections for residential integrity, the only source of protection against commercial encroachment. My neighborhood, Lachlan Springs, roughly 100 years old, doesn't have a homeowners association. We don't need a homeowners association. We rely on many years of thoughtful zoning precedent to help conserve the residential use that provides space for people to simply live. Singles, couples, the elderly, families with young children, families with grown children, families with no children. As you know, late last year, at your request, Metro commissioned a consultant to report on staffing and organization of the Property Standards Division of the Codes Department. That report, at page 12, stated that some short-term rentals had effectively rezoned residential neighborhoods into commercial ones outside of the established rezoning process. Nashville is fortunate to have a robust, deliberative rezoning process for developers or property owners who wish to increase density or otherwise change the use of a property. That process, as you know well, involves case-by-case public hearings before the Planning Commission and this council. Signs go up on the property announcing the proposed use. The planning staff conducts analysis to determine if the change is consistent with the general plan. The process is thoughtful and transparent. Under current regulations, property in single-family and duplex residential zones are achieving a new and distinct land use by purchasing a one-year $50 permit and then using the property exclusively as a short-term rental, marketed through sites like Airbnb. There's no opportunity for nearby residents to provide public input regarding the new use, nor is there any consideration for whether using a property exclusively for commercial overnight lodging is even consistent with our residential community planning goals. Yes, we need space to accommodate tourists and business travelers. Yes, Nashville will continue to be a welcoming city even if this bill passes. Insulating our residential neighborhoods from an undeniably non-residential land use is not a risky proposition. In fact, it's vital to the future of our neighborhoods. Please support 608 as introduced to protect one of Nashville's proudest and most sacred resources, our neighborhoods. Thank you.
I think Mr. Burnett has started to line up the individuals in opposition. Is that correct? Are you in opposition? Okay. Is there anyone else in favor? Is there anyone else in favor of 608? Seeing none, we'll now move on to those. What's behind the column? No? Not behind the column. So with everyone in favor having spoken, we'll move on to those in opposition. If you'll do the same, please step forward, state your residential address, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Kaya Hillis. I live on Tiffany Drive in East Nashville. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and so we actually reside on this income as to contribute to the family. We actually are building our house right behind our Airbnb, so we're in very close proximity to where we're managing, and we've been living on Eastland very close. All of our neighbors have our phone numbers, our immediate neighbors, so they can call me if there's any problem, which incidentally, in the last 2.5 years, we haven't had any issues. We have elderly neighbors who've really enjoyed this. They've helped us out. We help them out. We have a great relationship. I've taken a lot of pride in decorating and maintaining and making our little Airbnb stand out and be an upscale experience for guests that are coming to Nashville. Where you stay when you travel is an extension of your overall experience. And I feel like our Airbnb is an extension of the Nashville vibe, which is welcoming and cool and fun. I say this to say that I'm not a fly-by-night host, that I'm very actively involved, and I want to be able to continue to contribute to our family in this way. Guests in our Airbnb get local products like Goo Goo clusters and Olive and Sinclair chocolates as amenities, and even flowers upon arrival. And our home is, of course, professionally clean between stays, so I think it's maintained better than our house. As a family, we utilize Airbnb in at least a dozen times a year, and it's much more convenient for us because we have a young daughter that we travel with. So we'd like to have 2 bedrooms, so when we're in a hotel, we don't have to turn the lights out at 7:30 and go to bed as a family. This allows us to travel more freely and more conveniently, and something that hotels are not able to affordably offer. Our neighbors, like I said, our neighbors have our phone number, so they're able to get in touch with us. I think, in the 2.5 years that we've had people stay, we've had very respectful guests. And I think it speaks to the overall demographic of Airbnb. I know for us as a young family, many of the guests that we have in our house sleeps up to 10 or 12 in actual beds, and they've all been very respectful. Airbnb gives an affordable option to thousands upon thousands of tourists who are coming to Nashville daily and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in our city. I think it would be a shame not to be able to provide this affordable option that's even more convenient for many people than hotels to the thousands of patrons that are coming to Nashville. What I'm asking the council people here tonight is that, and all Nashvillians here, is to please let us continue providing an excellent place for people to come, stay, experience Nashville, as we have experienced when we stay in STRs all over the world. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Colin Schiller. I live at 1103 Joseph Avenue in Cleveland Park, area of East Nashville. I'm going to try to keep this brief because I've been here since 3:30, and I know a lot of other people have too, and it's also kind of cold in here, so I'm starting to get the shivers. But I do want to say that I sat here and I listened to a lot of people who are against the STRP Type 2s and who are for this bill. And I just want to say personally that it did not fall on deaf ears for me. I'm a family man, and I don't like hearing the stories, some of these stories that I heard. But that being said, I feel like that's not a 100% accurate representation of all Type 2 STRPs. And I think what I just really want to say is that and I said this at the first reading the other night, was I don't think there's ever really been a proper an opportunity for Metro to really be able to regulate the SDRPs the way that you want to. And I know that the amendment that didn't make it in, to me, seemed like a good opportunity to give you guys the tools that you need. Regardless if Airbnb is a billion-dollar company, my girlfriend and I have a house, we're a type 2 permit. If I'm a billion-dollar company, I probably need a stylist. I mean, yeah, I get that. I get that Airbnb is like a corporation, but I don't think that should change whether or not they could help you guys regulate what's going on and help eliminate, these problems before we just go ahead and eliminate the whole thing altogether. And if maybe I'm incorrect, but I think this bill also makes type 2 permit holders pay commercial taxes after their permit expires for the final 2 years. I don't really think that's an appropriate solution either with this bill. So I think that amendment definitely, there needs to be an amendment there. But anyways, I think there's a solution that doesn't have to be a total outright ban on these, and I think I would like to see an amendment to this bill that could help resolve these issues and allow people to continue to have the type 2 SDRPs, but also, have like harmony with the neighbors. So thanks.
My name is Greg Garner, and I live at 1882 Baker Road in Goodlettsville. I own a type 1 property. I don't own a type 2, but I would like to own one. And believe me, you want less of the long-term rentals. I've had plenty of long-term rentals, and I can tell you from experience of many, many long-term rentals that you want less of those and more of the short-term rental properties. It's like night and day with short-term rentals being the day. Short-term rentals are upgraded and cleaned daily. Long-term degrade exponentially over time. The future seems bleak to me and my family because we want to expand things and we want to adopt kids, and it takes a lot of money to do that, and that's at risk because of all this government interference. On the point about hotels and residential areas, again, we're not solving real problems. In my case, I live in an agricultural area, and the neighbors don't care whether we are owner or non-owner occupied. They can't even see my home over the acreage that we are in. So I want to ask you, when are you going to say no to long-term rentals in residential areas operating as non-owner occupied rentals? Doesn't that sound crazy? We're not going to shut down long-term rentals. That would be an affront against property rights. Short-term rental properties not being accessory use because it's a business, that phrase is a straw man argument that is not fair or consistent when you consider that all long-term rentals are non-owner occupied, and you don't have a problem with those types of accessory uses. Yet the majority of complaints come from long-term rentals, and almost no complaints come from short-term rentals in comparison statistically. Yet for some reason, we're targeting short-term rental properties. As long as you allow long-term rentals in residential districts, you should not discriminate against short-term rentals in those same districts. Understand that you're being manipulated possibly to regulate an industry that doesn't need regulation. We solve our own problems for the most part. What you are being asked to do is stifle homeowners from additional revenue streams and stifle innovation and growth, and that goes against everything that the studies tell you to do. I also find it very bigoted, I'm not calling you all bigoted, but I find it very bigoted that some of us would want to keep others, new diverse owners, new diverse guests, out of Nashville. I also find it amazing in the wake of our lack of ability to enforce that you want to continue to think that you can do a better job than the guy on the ground, me, on my properties with my neighbors. I'm a veteran who fought for freedom, and my veteran forefathers fought to keep government control, socialism, out of America. I ask that you vote no on 608, 611, and 653. We support additional regulation to the point that it addresses real systemic problems as supported by real numbers. We don't support a ban, which is what these bills do. We also ask that you back away from legislating problems that just don't exist statistically. Specifically, stop fantasizing about bans and start dreaming about freedom and property rights. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Taryn Chapin. I am at 951 Plateau Parkway. Thank you so much for having us. This is my 9-week-old story, and he's up way past his bedtime tonight because this bill is that important to us. I have heard all of these concerns tonight, and I just want to say that we are for implementing rules that will help make this a better situation. For the people that spoke earlier, there are several things that they said that it would be hard to live next door to, but those aren't being run properly. Those Airbnbs are not following the rules. I'm a business owner. I own a management company. We specialize in managing short-term rentals. I also own an Airbnb. My business partners and I started this company 2 years ago. We saw a need here in Nashville, and we have grown to over 70 properties very quickly. We provide outstanding service to our guests, but most importantly to our homeowners that entrust their properties to us. We have a staff that works 24/7, 365 days a year. All of our properties are run legally. We have the valid permits. We do not rent to more than the allowed guests. We pride ourselves in running this business well, but more than that, we pride ourselves in this city and all the awesome opportunity that short-term rentals bring. More revenue to our city, more affordable places for people to stay. I'm also a work-at-home mom, and if you vote to pass this bill, you will be taking away my ability to provide for my family while also being able to be present for my children each day. I ask that you truly take to heart what we are all here saying tonight. Let's make this work for everyone. Let's enforce the current rules in place and make this a great experience for each and everyone, homeowner, including investors. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello. My name's Dustin Hillis. My address is 2614 Tiffany Drive in East Nashville. Thank you for your time and being here and attention. When I first heard about Airbnb, it was probably over 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I was skeptical. My wife wanted to get into it, and I was resistant. I didn't want to do it, and I thought, this seems really weird to me. She said, no, you got to check it out. It's awesome. I have friends that have been doing it. We first experienced B&B as a customer. So we actually were in another country, and we were looking at hotel options. The hotel options were very limited. They didn't accommodate our new 6-month-old child, and it was hard to find. We found an Airbnb, and it had a kids' room already set up with kids' toys and a place to keep the kids' room to have our child. Over the last 5 years, we have stayed at many Airbnbs, including locations that, if you're traveling with the family, are difficult to find kid-friendly places, such as Las Vegas. And we find that Nashville has many different types of people that are coming. Over the last several years, we have had 0 problems. We've been doing short-term rental with Airbnb for over 2 years. And we find that all of our neighbors and all of the people that have stayed have had 0 problems. Meanwhile, over the last 10 years, we have had multiple long-term rentals with many problems. So I could write a storybook of some of the damage that has been done to properties from long-term renters. So as we're considering the difference between short-term and long-term, I would contend that the demographic of people that are choosing to travel to our great city of Nashville are very educated, and they love having different options. And as the gentleman, a couple people before me said, it really is our freedom that we're talking about here, having options. And I would be frustrated if I went to a city and I found that I could not take my preferred form of how I like to stay in a city with my family, and if I had to stay at a hotel, that would be very frustrating to me. It would cause me to spend more money. It would cause me to have to figure out what to do with my child, which would include other more expensive options. So as you're thinking of this, this really does involve the people coming here having options and enjoying our city and coming back, and that benefits all of us. So I would really, really appreciate you guys considering voting no on this. And it's not just for the people that own these units, it's for the people coming to have options. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deborah Volley. I live at 2445 Eastland Avenue in District 6. To start with, I am a long-term Nashville resident, and I agree that we should get rid of out-of-town investors and non-permitted Airbnbs. My family and I care about Nashville. We care about our neighbors. We care about our neighborhood. I manage and do almost all of my administrative and operate my business, all of my work, from my principal place of business, my home office. My home is not an STRP, but I have both long-term rentals and STRPs, both of which I manage from my home. On my properties, renters live and sleep. Some have agreements which allow them to live and sleep there for a year. Some have agreements which allow them to live and sleep there for a few days. Commissioner Diaz stated in the planning meeting that if someone can't live in the home while making money on the home, then it's commercial use. But again, I'm making money on my home, on my long-term rentals, without me actually living in the home. Commissioner Hagendier listed such things as permitting fees, taxes, insurance, advertising, employing contractors, cleaners, and stating that since those are commercial activities, it is a commercial use. But these are also the exact same activities that occur with long-term rentals. If, as Commissioner Sims stated, we don't have enough data or even proxies to help with this decision, we should use the rule to do no harm. Do no harm. Passing Bill 608 harms me and my family. It harms local businesses, especially those outside the downtown district. It harms our state taxes, and it harms Nashville's hospitable and progressive reputation. Councilman Withers, I am one of your constituents, and I ask you to please vote no to Bill 608. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julie Obregon of 1989 Laverne Court in the Woodbine neighborhood. In 2014, Nashville's income from tourism exceeded $5.4 billion. Carl Dean was mayor at the time and was quoted saying, "These figures confirm the success of the investments we have made in ourselves and underscore our appeal as a destination city. Our hospitality industry is vital to our success as a city." In this same article, Governor Haslam was quoted saying that tourism has a dramatic impact in helping our state budget, and it has a dramatic impact in improving quality of life. That's quality of life for Tennesseans, for Nashvillians. On January 19th of this year, Channel 4 quoted current Mayor Megan Barry's news release, where she said that Nashville's investments in our tourist industry continue to pay off in ways that create jobs, that grow our economy and generate tax revenue that's used to improve the quality of life for all residents. All residents. Thank you to the nearly 60,000 hospitality industry employees who work hard every day to make Nashville's visitors feel at home. And I think that's exactly what we, as Airbnb and other short-term rental property owners do. We make the travelers who come to this city feel at home. We give them our Southern hospitality. I am one of those 60,000 who helps those visitors feel at home in my very own home, which Nashville Code 17.16.250 Section E grants me the permission to do currently. I obtained the required permit from the Department of Codes Administration, and my monthly hotel taxes contributed to the record-breaking $61.1 million in hotel taxes raised by Nashville last year. If Bill 608 is passed, there will be a great negative effect on our city and our communities. Our Type 2 STRPs support numerous other small businesses, from contractors to cleaning services. Type 2 STRPs are already an approved accessory use of personal property, as is having a home occupation. Bill 608 singles out STRP owners in a discriminatory way and should not be approved. Don't punish me because of large investors taking advantage of our market. Type 2 permit holders are already required to live within a short drive from their STRP property. Let's enforce that, get rid of absentee landlords, and protect people like me who love Nashville, my neighbors, and sharing my Southern hospitality with the tourists who come here. Please regulate, don't eliminate Type 2s.
Wasn't she great? That's my wife. My name is Adolfo Obregon. I live in 1989 Laverne Court. And first, come on, just get closer. I'm not gonna bite. It takes a long time to walk, so these folks are tired, so let's speed it up. I got a couple points that I'm just gonna touch upon real quick in the next 15 minutes. Or, no? 3? Okay, 3, never mind. One, you've heard the supporters talk about businesses not being in residential areas. That has been the case already for a long time. I'm a structural engineer. I work from home. My home is my office. I work remotely for an out-of-state engineering firm. And along with me, there's a lot of consultants, furniture makers that work out of their garages, contractors, handymen that keep their tools at home. Like, their homes are their business. Singling out the short-term rentals is just wrong. Now, another point that I would like to make is the supporters have talked about how neighborhoods are getting more dangerous, and we need to correct this because of short-term rentals. Well, let me tell you about the people that live next to me in my neighborhood. I got a hoarder. This lady has accumulated so many things that they start spilling out of her house into their yard. She owns her home. I got another neighbor who owns his home, who has 3 large dogs that will just not shut up. And the other side of me, there's a rental. I've never met the owner of the house, but his tenants, there's like 10 of them, and they each have a car. That doesn't happen in short-term rentals. They usually Uber or something. So talking about traffic, my neighborhood is kind of already pretty bad, and is not because of short-term rentals. Actually, short-term rentals would probably be way cleaner and better than that. So I would say let's request that they don't eliminate the short-term rentals, but instead regulate it so that we can eliminate illegal listings. And maybe, I mean, this is a golden opportunity for neighborhoods. Let's not waste it. You don't get to choose what your neighbors do, what long-term rentals do out of their home. I mean, those houses are usually pretty bad. So let's not waste this opportunity in actually regulating and choosing who goes in there, making it so that out-of-state investors are not in the game. So I'll just leave with that, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Mary Susan Pryor. I live at 817 Powers Avenue in the Eastwood Neighbors neighborhood. I am a short-term rental Tier 1 owner. I have been for a year. In this last year, I have not received a collect call from the Williamson County Jail, which happened with one of my long-term tenants. I have also not had the U.S. Marshals knocking on my door at 6 in the morning looking for another tenant. None of that has happened. It's been wonderful. Maybe I'm not the best landlady, but this has not happened with being a short-term rental owner. I purchased my legal 2-family home in 2005. At the time, the upstairs unit, the owner lived downstairs. She rented out the upstairs unit. It was furnished, and she rented it on a weekly basis. So I'm not doing anything that she didn't do years ago. Technology has changed. It's made it easier. I'm scared to death to put a listing on Craigslist. So the fact that there are companies that will vet people and bring you good people and guarantee you payment has been wonderful for me. I apologize for trying to bring back Bill 513. When I've never been to a city council meeting. Things were moving very quickly. When I heard it had to do with the Department of Water and Sewage, I was concerned because yesterday I received my monthly water bill. I'm now classified as commercial because I have a STRP. Even though I live in the property, I have a 2-unit with 1 water meter, 1 water line, But I was told by somebody at Metro this morning, Metro Water, that it had something to do with the city council, something that they passed. I've since found out that that's not true. And it's going to be looked into. Thank you very much. But I don't know, I've talked to 2 other neighbors of mine that are short-term rental owners that live in the property. They have not got their most recent water bill, but I was told in an email I got today that this month is the first month for billing these rates. So I don't know who else has gotten one, but look on your classification and see if it's changed from residential to commercial. Other than that, I'm a real estate appraiser. Even though I don't sell or list property, I'm a member of the Board of Realtors. In February, the Board of Directors for Greater Nashville Realtors took a position and notified Metro Council persons of the position that recommended that the Metro Council first pursue effective enforcement before removing this option that we're talking about tonight, property owners in the Nashville area. We are keeping this stance and redelivering this message to the council again, as well as asking for a deferral of BL 2017-608. And then I could read a letter from a Canadian guest that I had last week that loved East Nashville and loved being there and couldn't afford staying for a week without.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. And I'm going to go on out so other people.
My name is Linda Tyler Goins, and I reside at 4365 Cato Road in Leonardo's district. I also have rental property at 1317 Lovejoy Court in Anthony Davis area, and I am an excellent tenant. I just got into this Airbnb thing for retirement. I work for the Metro government. I'm a school nurse, and I make under $40,000 a year. And in 8 years, I plan on retiring. But last night when I listened to the news, I just wanted to cry because I see now that I won't be able to retire. What I rent my property for, a 3-bedroom, is $100-some a night. Where are you going to stay with a whole family for $100-some a night? I take care of my neighbor's property at 1370 Lovejoy Court across the street. He's an elderly man. I cut his grass, but I don't live over there. I bought that house in 1988, and I feel like it's a part of my life. When our guests come in, I greet them, I explain to them how important it is and how important the neighbors are there. They clearly understand. I am over at that property almost daily to make sure things go smoothly. They know how to call me, contact me, my neighbors know how to contact me, and so now my dream of retirement with this phase out is gone. I don't know what I'm gonna do about my retirement now. I mean, I have property, I keep it up, I take care of it, and I just want you to consider some kind of amendment. Yes, there needs to be some regulations of people, but I live in the community. I pay my taxes every month, every 3 months. Look at my record. I've never had an arrest. I pay my taxes on time. And then the other day, I got this thing and saw that my property has increased by $100,000. Tell me how am I gonna pay that? I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna pay this. I'm already paying $1,500 a year. Now it's gonna be, what, $3,000? I just wanna be able to make ends meet. I just ask my people, Scott Davis, Anthony Davis, Ms. Gilmore, all you people, I ask you to please consider doing something, some amendment or something. I know something needs to be done, but please consider for the little people like me. I'm not an investor. I live here in Nashville. I love Nashville. I work for the children of Nashville. Thank you.
My name is Renee Britt, and I live at 3314 West End Avenue, and I own 2 short-term rentals that are the type 2. The first thing I want to say is that a lot of property owners use the term hotel. I do not own a hotel. I own a home that I rent to families that come to town for vacation, weddings, and things like that. I think we all know that a hotel is a building that rents one room to individuals that do not know each other. I rent my whole home to a family that comes to town, and that's what I target. So I just wanted to clear that up, that I don't have a hotel, I have a home in a neighborhood for families to come to town. Really, the only point that I would really want to make is that instead of banning the type 2, we just need regulations and punishment. I look at it kind of like people drink and drive, but we don't ban alcohol. We have strict regulations and we have punishments for their behavior. And that's what needs to happen with this type 2 rentals. And I would like to ask each council member that has ever went on a family vacation and rented a home to think about that. Because I think a lot of you probably have. And by passing this particular 608, you're basically just eliminating that for people from other cities to come and do the same thing that you did in their city. So it's not about hurting Nashville. It's about families making memories and bonding together in one household instead of in hotels that are very costly. And I want to say to Councilman Glover and Coleman, I have a rental in both of your districts, and I do keep them up, and I've never had any complaints, and my neighbors love me, and they want to rent my home for their families. And for Councilwoman Velcher, I am sorry for interrupting you in the elevator, Velcher. I'm sorry about that. I just was excited to hear you talking about it, and I just jumped in there. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Calvert. My address is 1219 Shelton Avenue, which is in Council District 7. Metro Council of Nashville, you and me, I thought we had an agreement. You told me that if I owned a house in a residential district where type 2 permits were still available, and if I completed an application and fulfilled all of the requirements that you specified, that you would grant me a type 2 permit. You told me I could renew it annually as long as I didn't violate any ordinances and didn't receive any complaints from neighbors. It would be an easy mail-in process, implying that our arrangement would continue as long as I followed the rules that you set in place. So I trusted you, and I took money out of a retirement account for a down payment, got a mortgage, and bought a second home in Nashville. One I could stay at myself when I'm frequently here, and also rent out to guests when I'm not. I purchased this home, which I consider my home, last October, and I received my type 2 permit in January of 2017. And now I understand you may want to change your mind, that even though I honored my side of the commitment, that you want out. I never would have purchased that home had I known that less than a year later, you would change your mind. That you would tell me I only had a couple of years to come up with an exit strategy, a couple of years to come up with a solution for a 30-year mortgage that I will no longer be able to afford. Please honor the agreement that you made with me and all of the other responsible type 2 permit holders. Please vote no on 608.
Hi. I've never done this before. I am not an investor. I am, sorry. I'm supposed to say my address. My name is Andrea Holman, and my address is 3102 Harlan Drive, and the zip is 37211.
Thank you.
I'm not an, yeah, I know, you're my guy. Hey. I'm not an investor. I'm a house cleaner, and I don't do like snow angels and loads of money that I get from short-term rental properties. I just try to make it. And I started out coming to Nashville to work in Metro Public Schools as a counselor. And so I've seen lots of trauma and lots of abuse and lots of really hard things. And I would know what to look for if that was happening in my home that I sometimes rent out to people. I burn out at my job because I was making like $18,000 a year. I don't know if you guys know, nonprofits are really hard. And I was like sneaking peanut butter and jelly jars into my kids' lockers and on the weekends so they'd have something to eat. And I was burning out and burning out fast. And I stayed there for about 5 years, and then I had to do something else. I was like, what am I gonna do? I'll clean houses. My mom raised me right, guys. I knew how to do Saturday morning chores. So I'm like, I'll clean houses, okay. And this guy was like, hey, can you clean my Airbnb? I was like, what's an Airbnb? He's like, it's an Airbnb. I'm like, how do you spell that? And he's like, Airbnb. I'm like, okay, I got this. I'll clean this. And then I started doing some research for like a year. I researched real estate. I researched Airbnb. I researched all the different things. I read blogs. And then I was like, I can do this. I can do this too. So I worked my butt off. I've cleaned probably some of these people's houses. And I can tell you, I can count on one hand how many times I've cleaned a trash house. I meet every single one of my guests. And I had a guest the other day who was like, man, you really do everything here at your house. Because I was putting up a privacy fence to block my neighbors who have their junked up cars on blocks smoking weed on their front porch. And I'm having to chase their chicken out of my yard because it's sitting on the front porch squawking. So, I mean, like, I'm totally for, some regulation, but not a ban. This house, I bought this house. I worked so hard. This house is for my parents to come and live here. My dad's 80, and this is for them to come and live here when they can't live by themselves anymore, so I can take care of them. I'm from a small town in Alabama, guys. I'm not moving back there, like, not gonna happen. So if you do this, if you ban this, I'm gonna have to sell this house, and I'm not gonna have anything left. So if you could just really maybe put some regulations on investors. I'm not one, remember. Not all of us are investors. I'm cool with some regulations on investors. Just don't shut us all out. Don't shut out the little guy. Thanks.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
No one believes that's the first time you did that.
It really is. Like, I'm stuck at this. Like, I'm so scared right now. I'm probably going to go throw up.
My name is Stephanie Shore, and I live at 909 Kirby Drive, Nashville. And I also am not an investor, and I also have not harbored any sex traffickers or any drug addicts or anyone that is selling weapons of any kind. None of that has ever been found in our house. And I'm so sorry to the people that have experienced those kinds of things in their houses, but we haven't experienced it in ours. We meet every guest. We want to create an environment of Nashville hospitality that has already been spoken of, so I will not go through that again. But I'm a teacher, and I also make less than $40,000. And this, because we had our Airbnb, I was able to put a down payment on a house so I could stop renting. And so without the Airbnb, I would just be a long-term renter. And I am so thankful for the Airbnb helping me be able to make that a reality instead of just a dream. But I just wanted to read a couple of quotes from our guest. I just felt like the guests speak volumes. And this is one guest says, I come to Nashville twice a year, every 8 years or so. Over the past couple of years, hotel prices have been ridiculously unaffordable for me. Airbnb is a fantastic way for me to still visit the city I love so much. There's a more personal touch that I can't get staying in a hotel. If not for Airbnb, I would definitely not be able to afford to keep coming back to this wonderful city I love. And this is to a Belmont student that we rent to once a month, the same set of Belmont girls that are in their graduate program. Being out-of-town graduate students at Belmont University has required to travel to Nashville monthly for weekend classes on campus. Being able to stay in an Airbnb versus a hotel was tremendous help. Having the comfort of a home feeling with more space and amenities for the weekend helps us have less stress. I would certainly not have loved my experience as much as I did without Airbnb. And then I would just say that we have another guest that for all of our guests, we offer a whole list of local places, the Cupcake Collection, local places, the Farmers Market, and we want them to get involved in the city. We want them to go local as much as they can. So I just ask that you will vote no to this bill.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you for lots of your time tonight. My name is Molly Collins, and I live at 1313 Greenwood Avenue. I've lived there for 6 years, and my husband is a native Nashvilleian. We're at an important juncture, and we still have a chance to find solutions, and I'd like to address a couple of points made not only tonight, but in previous meetings, emails, conversations. It wasn't bad judgment or naive planning to create and implement guidelines for short-term rentals a couple of years ago when Nashville and the council took this on. In fact, it was thoughtful and detailed and worthy of the council's time. It also wasn't bad judgment for someone to want to host guests and to invest their time and resources and efforts and energy and creativity in doing it by following permits and following guidelines. The regulations were made with trust in mind on all parties, including neighborhoods, Metro Council members, working groups, and hosts. We need to maintain that trust in each other. We need not to give up on the process. We need to put our hands and our heads and our hearts together and find a solution. A ban of short-term rentals is not a solution. Just as much as we draw upon the spirit of what an initial law or guideline or platform is, we should draw on the spirit of ourselves as people who work together to find a solution. Standing on the cusp of potential to make this workable, we have some local options, and I emphasize local, at our fingertips. We have the mayor's consultant who's made very helpful recommendations. We have some unprecedented cooperation from platforms who are tools, but who are not local entities. Let's take advantage of the cooperation to regulate and enforce rules. Nobody wants party houses. Not a single person in this room wants that. Type 1 owners can be wonderful. Have a conversation with Type 2 owners. You're going to find that they're just as wonderful and they work just as hard. The benefits now of fixing this problem are many. We can enforce the good regulations that we have and that many colleagues are working on at this moment, and that's I've talked with some of you about right now. The city can honor its commitment to permitted operators and those that oppose by fixing the problems. We don't want to let illegal operators run amok, which is what is happening now and which is what is going to continue happening with a ban. And most of all, you've got thousands of us who are going to work together to solve this problem. So please, let's collaborate. Let's continue to find a solution. Don't vote for a ban. Instead, vote for those of us who want more regulation and enforcement. Thanks.
Hey guys, my name is Courtney Wilson. I live on Stratton Avenue in East Nashville. I've been a resident there for 15 years. I gave up really great seats to the Predators game tonight, so this means I'm very, very, yes, you too? Okay, and it is still nothing, just so everybody knows. Okay. See, now everybody's smiling. But I am a mom of 3 kids. I am a realtor. I am the host of a show on HGTV with my husband. We've renovated over 100 properties in East Nashville. I have several long-term rentals. I have a couple of short-term rentals, and I happen to live beside somebody who owns a short-term rental. It's not mine. So I'm coming to you from all fronts. This is an amazing thing. I've toured the world with our family, staying in Airbnbs and VRBOs, and I absolutely love it. So I have to leave because I am also Canadian, and if I don't watch the rest of the game, my family will disown me. But me too, on everybody behind me, me too.
Hi, my name is Laurie Chan. I live at 111 West Hampton Place. I own 2 non-owner occupied STRPs. I'm a lifelong Nashvilleian. I've lived here my entire life. I graduated from St. Henry, St. Cecilia, and Vanderbilt. I have 3 children who attend school 1 mile from one of my short-term rentals. I would never rent that property, and I don't think anyone here would ever rent their property to somebody who would be considered a dangerous transient. I don't consider myself a transient when I travel with my husband and my children. Do I look like a transient? Do you consider yourselves transient when you travel with your spouse and your children, with your family? I too, like a previous person, think that my guests sort of say it best, so I thought I would read a couple of statements from my guest book. This from a group who stayed last weekend. Laurie, what a wonderful experience we have had here in Nashville. Thank you for opening your home to us. It was perfect for our family. We got to spend time with cousins we haven't seen in years, celebrate a wedding, enjoy music at a honky-tonk, and now we are off to a Braves game to see our cousin, R.A. Dickey, throw a knuckleball. Nashville has treated us well, and this house couldn't have been any nicer. We are from the beaches of North Carolina, but have truly enjoyed the green hills of Tennessee. I'll read one more. Laurie, you have a beautiful home, and it was perfect for our family. We were all gathered for our son's wedding. Family stayed with us from South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, and Tennessee, and one groomsman from Morocco. So enjoyed mornings together. You can't be together at a hotel. Relaxing around the big table, and great family time discussions at night. Sightseeing, great restaurant recommendations. The house was a perfect backdrop for groomsmen's photos too. Enjoyed every minute. I think there's more good happening here than there is bad. And it's always these dramatic stories of just these horrible things happening at these homes that, I mean, they're real attention grabbers. What I'm saying here isn't all that interesting. I mean, families coming in town for a wedding, that's not really exciting. But just looking around this room, you all have families, and someday you're going to have a child or graduating, getting married, and you may want your family to all be able to come to town and stay in a house. And that's what we're offering for people. And again, I empathize with the people that have these horrible situations nearby, but I really think that's in the minority. Thank you.
Lynn Crawford, 2321 Forest Lake Drive. Me too.
Good evening. My name is Jack Thomason, and I live on 1304 Ashwood Avenue. I live between a short-term rental and a band, and I'd much rather live next to a short-term rental. I strongly oppose 608 and agree with what everyone before me has said, but I'd like to bring up a little different issue, and that issue is of pending STR permits, because I know it could affect many people. The city has continually told me that pending permits would be fully processed no matter what happens tonight. Myself, many others have spent a lot of time, money, and effort going through the permitting process in codes, but have been held up due to inspections with the fire marshal. As we all know, they have a lot on their plate, but their schedule and time is completely out of our control. I really hope you consider how you'll handle pending STRP permits and understand that we have been trying to fully comply with the current process in place. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Alice Carpenter. I live at 804 Crescent Hill Place. It's over in the Rosebank area. And I'm really not into speaking here, but I felt for the woman retiring because I'm in the same boat. I almost put everything I own into renovating a house. And one day after codes finally passes it, because it took us forever, we couldn't get the permit. They said there's been a hold on it. I don't know how I'm going to get my husband to ever retire, but please don't do this. I've worked so hard trying to, I just feel like I'm going to be underwater if this goes through. So please, I'm opposed to it like the rest.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Ives. I live at 3905 Park Avenue. My story is that I became a single mom when my kids were 1 and 3, and I raised them on my own. They're now adults, and I now have a grandbaby. And it's been a hard road, a lot like these folks. Came to Nashville about 15 years ago, and getting a house on its own was an act of God. It was just, I couldn't believe that I accomplished it because I had lost everything twice. But I did, and I bought in a neighborhood that a lot of people didn't want to buy in at the time. And I bought next to a house that was a crack house and next to some abandoned houses. But I love my house very much. And then a couple years ago realized that short-term rental was an option. I started as a type 1, just inviting people into my home. And that was enough that I was able to scrape together enough money to make a second purchase. And I bought in Councilman Davis's area on a street at the time that, was next to a house that had crack pipes laying in the yard and a swastika hanging in the window across the street. So if you're from East Nashville, you probably know where that is. A lot of people didn't want to buy in that neighborhood, but I did because I believed in it. And investor is not a four-letter word. Actually, I am an investor. I'm very proud of it, and I'm a Nashvilleian. I am your neighbor as well, as much as anybody else. As much as anybody else here, I'm your neighbor. This is important to me. It is life-changing. It helps support my family, my children, and my grandson. And I am very proud of what I do. I'm on my way tomorrow. I got to stop at Walmart and buy a couple of baby cribs because I got to bring them porta-cribs because I get a lot of families. I think it's a very good point. I've never had a complaint. My neighbors love me. I can tell you all that. But, there's this idea of I followed the rules like everybody else, paid all the taxes like everybody else, happy to do that, want the regulation. But I'm vehemently opposed to this bill as it stands. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Meredith Alexa Herndon, and I have resided at 1215 Fifth Avenue North since 1977, when my parents bought a large portion of Germantown and long before anyone wanted to live there. For nearly a decade, we fought the city to get the zoning changed in the neighborhood so families could live there and new residences could be built. So I know how sacred our neighborhoods are. My home is nearly 200 years old. It is on the National Registry of Historic Places. It is a part of what draws people to Germantown, and it is a gem to this city that it cannot afford to lose. Historic properties require continuous upkeep. In the past, long-term renting has never been adequate enough to keep the property in good shape. The rent one can get for long-term rental is much lower for an historic house because it does not have all the amenities of the thousands of new rentals that are going up around me like a fortress. Renting short-term has been a major game changer in my life. It has produced enough revenue to renovate and keep the property in good shape. Major maintenance problems have declined drastically because I'm able to keep a constant eye on my property and its service needs. And most importantly, short-term renting has allowed me to keep the property that my parents saved from becoming an industrial dumping ground so many years ago. Short-term renting is saving the life of this beautiful historic house. I oppose any ban or phase out of STRP. Please vote no, and thank you for your time.
Hey everybody, thank you guys for hanging in with us tonight. I know you guys are all exhausted and probably really sick and tired of hearing from us, but it's part of your job, I guess, so thank you. My name is Rod Valle, and I live at my home at 2001 Greenwood Avenue. That's you, Mr. Withers. And I live actually directly right next to a short-term rental property that's a wonderful little house. It's never had any issues with them actually at all, and they really beautify, I think, this part of the street. My mother-in-law also just bought a house down the street because she wanted to spend more time with my family, with her grandkids, and she's hoping to rent it out as a short-term rental property, type 2, so that she can finance her life because she's no longer able to work. I myself am not an investor, but I do support, obviously, type 2 rentals, which is why I'm here. Like everyone else behind me, I'm not here to turn a blind eye to the concerns of all the people who spoke before us. They have serious concerns, and I get that. But what I don't support is the overgeneralization of type 2 short-term rental properties and ignoring some of the facts here that apply. As we all know, there are caps in all of our neighborhoods, and some of the neighborhoods haven't even reached those caps. So to demonize type 2 rental properties and say that they're responsible for the housing crisis in Nashville is just disingenuous. I'm here to ask each and every one of you, the Metro Council members, to extend the same thoughtful consideration and attention to the concerns of these people in this room that we extend to those people who spoke earlier. We are concerned about their issues, and we want to help them. So please be concerned about our issues and want to help us as well. To get to the heart of the matter, 608 is a poor solution for the issues facing all of us. I have serious concerns about the legality of it, and I suspect you're really just inviting a protracted legal battle, which is not going to help anybody on either side of the fence. Putting that aside, I think voting for 608 is tantamount to ignoring, I've already said this, ignoring the faces in the room. We've all said it, we need some regulations, and we've asked for those repeatedly, so I'm here again to ask for that. I don't think this is what's best for our neighborhoods, and it's not what's best for the city. I've spent, like many people who've said, I've spent many wonderful trips at Airbnbs across the world with my family, and I frankly would not stay in a hotel just because I can't afford it to take my family to a hotel. From my house in East Nashville, I can walk to coffee shops, restaurants, bars, salons, an exercise studio, there's some clothing stores, there's like a holistic beauty product store going in. All of these are back up to properties. And so we found a way to coexist with all of these other businesses. And so I don't think that just because something is a business, it means it's absolutely the devil and doesn't belong in our quote-unquote residential neighborhoods. That's what so many of us love about our neighborhoods, is that there are all these interesting businesses. In the end, I know this is really cheeky, but I'm hoping that it will stick with you and maybe help get the point across. Have you ever bought a carton of eggs and there's a broken egg in the carton, maybe even two? What do? You throw away the broken egg. You don't throw away the whole carton. And you certainly don't go out and kill the chicken. Thank you, guys. Councilman Withers, I'm asking you please to not support 608.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know if I can follow that. Good evening, council members. My name is Joseph Montano, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for Expedia's HomeAway. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you in strong opposition to Bill 608. On behalf of the Expedia family brands that include vacation rental leaders like HomeAway and Vacation Rental by Owner, or VRBO, I'm here to express our strong opposition to Bill 608 and highlight the dangerous impact it would have on local short-term rental properties and the broader Nashville community. HomeAway supports policies that are fair, effective, and allow the activity of short-term renting to legally operate. And as families are traveling more often together and for longer periods of time, it's important that Nashville implement effective and fair ways to regulate the industry without adversely affecting the local economy and violating the rights of homeowners. Nashville has been home to generations of short-term rental homeowners and travelers, and in that time, traditional whole home vacation rentals have provided critical income to property owners, offered traveling families the opportunity to enjoy Nashville, and benefited local economies and local businesses with all the economic activity that they bring. As written, this bill would eliminate the ability for property owners with a second home from participating in the short-term and vacation rental industry. A recent study showed that STRPs, representing less than 1% of total housing units, are responsible for over $400 million per year in economic impact for Nashville, which supports over 5,000 jobs. We all know that even with new construction, hotels alone are not enough to support the growing demand for visitor accommodations in Nashville. Their occupancy and nightly rates have never been higher. At best, making most of the city's STRPs illegal will only exacerbate their deficit. At worst, this bill will create a dangerous and unregulated black market for STRPs. Every city that has banned or effectively banned short-term rentals has only driven the activity underground. There is not one single example where a local government has been able to achieve compliance with this policy. In every circumstance, bans simply do not work. All they accomplish is to rob the city of critical revenue and cause bad actors to multiply. Furthermore, if the city of Nashville truly has an issue with nuisance caused by bad actors, the city needs to address the issue of bad actors. Let's take a moment to consider the testimony you've heard tonight from neighbors who've had to endure the very real circumstances of living near these bad actors. For all of these examples, is there a single instance that wasn't already in violation of existing law? Bad behavior is bad behavior, whether it's occurring at a home for 2 days, 2 years, or 2 decades. And as for the commercial investment properties we keep hearing about, let me share with you some data. 92% of HomeAway's homeowners rent only 1 to 2 homes in Nashville. And these homes, on average, are being rented for only 1/4 of the year. They are not commercial hotels. These are homes being rented by visitors who are 70% families and who have an average age of 55 years old. So I ask that you oppose 608 for all these reasons that I've already stated, that the people here have already stated, and please do what's right by Nashville citizens and don't ban type 2s. Please oppose 608. Thank you so much.
I'm Deanne Sessler, and I live at 1912 Shelby Avenue, and I am in District 6, and I'm not a good speaker. I just want to reinforce what everyone else has said and to please save what we've worked so hard to achieve, and please oppose the bill. Thank you.
I'm David Sessler, live at 1914 Shelby Avenue in District 6. Also, Councilman Withers is my man. And I believe that we need enforcement. That seems to be the main issue for me. So I am here to plead to Councilman Withers to vote no on 608. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. I'm Cher Powers. I'm with Greater Nashville Realtors, and I've been asked to read a letter that I hope all of you received. And we have an equal challenge. We've got over 4,000 members, some of which are opposed to short-term type 2 rentals, and some who are in favor of that, and every opinion in between. And so we've had to come up with what we believe is the best recommendation to make a stand about what we believe is best for the majority of our members in a way that makes sense. So our letter, I hope you all got it. It was written to you personally? No? Okay. We wanted to reiterate our message that we sent in February and encourage you to provide the necessary resources for enforcement, as well as an adequate time frame for new enforcement measures to be successful before any move to eliminate type 2 permits in residentially zoned areas. We would ask for a deferral, which we're guessing is not going to occur at this juncture, but we would still encourage it because we believe that there's still some thought process that needs to occur, and making a decision of this magnitude for the benefit of all of our members, all of our residents, really does need the thought process to consider everyone, not just whoever is squealing the loudest, and we understand that. We recognize that while it's popular, not all STRPs are excellent neighbors. We understand that they're producing challenges within Nashville neighborhoods, and the council is responsibly discussing ways to address this, to improve the situation and the oversight, and to limit the impact on long-term residents, including long-term rental residents. We agree with the council that there is inadequate oversight and a lack of enforcement in place at this time to regulate the STRPs effectively. However, the elimination of permits and therefore any opportunity for oversight will not necessarily solve the issues that you desire to solve and may actually worsen the circumstances. For this reason, we would ask that you consider deferment and consider another alternative to how you view non-owner occupied rentals. And we certainly understand your struggle and appreciate how challenging this issue is, and would like to, as always, thank you for your service and for your effort with this. It's so difficult, and y'all are doing a great job in a really difficult situation. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Mutter, 2256 McGavock Pike. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Just a couple quick points for you. I am a resident. I moved to Nashville in 2001, had to start all over again at the age of 31 after 9/11, and I waited tables at Longhorns, at Rivergate. And now, fortunately, we took our retirement money and bought a property that we can rent, just like the other ladies you heard from. So making this change is going to hurt my retirement. And I've worked hard. I'm not the evil investor. I'm a person who lives beside you. I'm a person who works beside you. I'm also a person who owns an insurance agency who very much cares about the people that I represent. One of the things that we haven't talked about is everyone says that they don't want commercial property in residences. What about a non-owner occupied duplex? it's a commercial property. It's taxed as a commercial property. We want Nashville to be attractive to families. Do you know that Parent Magazine rates New York, Orlando, Washington, D.C. as one of the top 10 in the top 10 list? Well, if you want to go to Orlando and stay tonight, Friday night, you get to stay at a hotel for $150. If you want to go to D.C. this Friday night, you can have a hotel for $250. If you want to go to New York City, $250. In Nashville, with the supply that we offer, it's $500 a night. What do you think is going to happen when you pull all those permits? And you're not making any kind of change to the problem. This morning at 7:31, Codes was closed. Do you know why? Because they are overwhelmed. We have finally hired someone to handle short-term rental permits, and you haven't allowed him to do his job. We want to just slough it off to the state. We don't want to take no responsibility. Don't do that. Keep it local. This is bad legislation. This is a bad idea. It is not going to fix all the residents' problems, not even part of them. And when you look at the numbers of complaints on short-term rentals, they could barely even get in to get somebody on the phone. Let's take care of the problem. I am so much for making a difference to the people that have problems, but we're not the problem. It's the ones who don't have the permits. So I urge you, do what's right, protect your neighbors, protect your law-abiding citizens who own and operate legally and will continue to operate legally, and vote no. Councilman Jeff Syracuse, thank you. Council members, thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole George, and I live at 1207 Plymouth Avenue, which is in East Nashville. And I don't really have anything new to say other than what everybody else has said, but I would like to say that I don't really appreciate everybody here, like from the people before, it kind of just made it seem like we're all just investors, and they kept using this investor class. And I am not an investor. I'm a yoga teacher, and I don't make that much money, but because my fiance and I have been able to turn over a few of my dad's long-term rental properties into short-term rentals, we have both been able to maintain an income. My fiance used to be a server, but he's now been able to quit his job, and we do this full-time, and we are able to supply ourselves with enough money to just really follow our dreams and our goals. And I mean, we don't host crazy parties because we do a really good job in making sure that we're only renting to people that we trust and want to have in our homes because they are our homes. And just like if any of you are going to rent your home out or have people stay in your home, I'm sure that you would want them to be respectful, and we make sure that we put them through the right process in order to do this. So I think mostly what I want to say is that if this bill does go through, it's going to give us, it's just going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of people, like me specifically. I mean, I know that sounds kind of selfish, but a lot of other people too that really have invested a lot of time and money into this and use this as their livelihood. And I think that maybe we can, just think about how, like, along with providing these people a place to stay in Nashville, we're also giving them a really personal experience. Like, I have a guest book that I spent hours and hours and hours making, that all of my favorite spots in Nashville, and I give them recommendations on restaurants, and they have our personal phone numbers. They text us if they have any issues. We're really good friends with all of our neighbors, and we have like some old ladies that live next door to us, and they do our yard work. They come over, they make sure the guests are happy. They love that they have these people in our city, and I feel like really it's just helping us flourish. It's helping us be progressive. It's helping us add a lot to the neighborhood that, to be honest, these houses were rented out to people that weren't taking care of them. We have cleaning ladies in there like 3 times a week. I'm over there 3 times a week. We make sure that everything is up to date. Everything is spick and span, clean, and I know all this stuff's been said before, and it's 10 o'clock, so I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Doring, 1207 Plymouth Avenue. I'm the fiance. I agree with everything that Nicole said as well. I just want to say that a lot of people are complaining about traffic and the prices of houses. I would also like to note that she is a real estate agent as well. And as a lot of you know, 85 to 100 people are moving here a day, and that's been around the statistic for 2 to 3 years. So I would say that that is more of the problem for the rising housing costs and traffic rather than the STRs. I also just want to share some numbers with you. There are 298,000 rental units in Nashville. 2,945 of those are permitted. There were 457,000 police complaints between April 2015 and February 14th of 2017, and only 975 of those complaints were STRs. Rental 2 permits only make up about 0.06 of the market, and of those rentals, 84% of them are owned by Nashville locals. So I agree with what everybody else says and the numbers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Robinson. I live at 3605 Mayflower Place in Green Hills, and I manage an Airbnb that my dad, a duplex that my dad has in Hillsborough Village. And yeah, I pay my taxes, I got the permits, I play by the rules, and me too, I agree with everything that everyone said. So yeah, thanks for being here and listening to us.
Hi, my name is Daniel Fleischer. I live at 1608 Fatherland Street in East Nashville, District 6. Thank you so much to the ladies and gentlemen of the council and everyone who came out tonight. I took Mayor Briley's advice, or Vice Mayor Briley's advice, and I've been listening a lot since I got here, listening to people on the other side of the issue, and it's clear we have a real problem here. I, like the rest of the hosts, think that I'm doing things the right way, that my wife and I are doing things the right way, that we're contributing to the neighborhood, bringing in good money, being good stewards of the neighborhood, all of that. But clearly, there's a lot of people in the city who are suffering from this. They've attested to it today, and I don't think there's any way that any of us can deny that they're having real problems, and that you guys have a tough job that I wouldn't want. So thank you guys so much for taking it on. 2 points that I want to make very briefly. One, I live in Lockland Springs. One of the draws for me moving into that neighborhood was the fact that we have commercial businesses interspersed throughout our residential neighborhood. I've got a chocolate factory on the end of the block and a coffee shop on the end of the block and a restaurant down the way. And while these are different types of businesses than a STRP, if the legal issue here is separating commercial property from residential property, it seems to me that in certain neighborhoods like my own, there's already a precedent of intermingling those types of properties. And I think, talking to my neighbors, that's a big draw for a lot of people who moved to East Nashville. They liked that they could walk to the bar, walk to this and that. And that's part of probably what makes our neighborhood appealing to out-of-town guests as well. The larger point I wanted to make, my main point, is I don't think that a ban is going to solve this problem. I don't think we've already heard about all of the people who are operating these types of properties unpermitted, and I believe that if you ban this property, if you put a ban on this type of property, that's just going to lead to more unpermitted properties, and therefore more bad actors, more people who don't have the incentive to try to play by the rules so that they can continue getting their permits issued to them, continue to operate and make this money. I realize that in some ways a ban may seem like the simplest way to put this problem to rest and to move on, but I think it's going to have unintended consequences and not solve the issues at hand. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is James Sweeney. I live at 1027 West Eastland Avenue in East Nashville. The other night after I spoke, I heard someone mention legislation that was passed was a trial period or a starting point. The law was made law, not a trial period, not a starting point. And it says that if we paid the appropriate taxes and obtained the proper permits, the city would renew our permit. Now the city is trying to backstep without even enforcing the rules that were put in place. So I ask you, what good are rules without enforcement? You know, every single complaint that I've heard tonight and the other night could be addressed by enforcement of the rules that were set in place. Without enforcement, there hasn't even been a chance for the current legislation to work. I've got a driver's license. What happens in our city if our officers don't pull people over for speeding? We're going to have an increase of accidents. We're going to have an increase of accidents. More people are going to get hurt. You know, the enforcement is important. My family wants the problem of STRs, the problem short-term rentals stripped of their permits and to be fined just as much as anyone opposed to STRs. We live in the same neighborhood. We care about it and our neighbors. That's why our neighbors have our phone number. If they have a concern, we want to hear it. We do not and will not tolerate our guests to disrupt our neighbors. We work hard to be good, considerate, clean neighbors and hosts. Please don't take that away from us. And those that I've heard tonight that believe STRs are responsible for the lack of affordable housing are just misinformed. Building lots in East Nashville, 2010 were $30,000 to $60,000 back in 2010. Now it could run you over $200,000 to $400,000 for a single building lot. That's why there's a lack of affordable housing. The cost of land, it doesn't have anything to do with short-term rentals. Please, I urge you, do not penalize those of us that have followed the rules, paid taxes, and gotten the proper permits. If you do, you're not honoring what was put in place. Thank you.
Devin McClish, 3102 Wellington Avenue, Councilmember Berkeley Allen. I'm urging you to oppose 608. We've heard a lot today that we're running commercial businesses in residential neighborhoods. Well, they're right. I have multiple multifamily duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes that are rented out long-term. Multifamily dwellings in this city, as has been pointed out multiple times, are taxed as commercial property. You're going to ban short-term rentals because you're deeming them as commercial property. You need to ban duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes in residential areas. As the old saying goes, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I've had multiple evictions in long-term rentals. People that did not benefit the neighborhood, left trash everywhere, wrecked the house, caused neighborhood disruption. I've never had a complaint or a single eviction in any one of my short-term rentals, which are well-maintained and cleaned at least 2 to 3 times a week. Preserving and protecting neighborhoods is something that we pride ourselves on. I completely agree with the opposition, and that's what we need to do. People in this room, all the people sitting behind me, have taken condemned houses, drug houses, vacant houses, hoarder houses, long-term rentals that were not taken care of, and have turned them into the nicest houses on the street and in the neighborhood. We've helped make areas safer, more family-friendly, and are proud to be able to help transform areas where people can walk up and down the street every day. We've heard a lot of fact and a lot of emotional opinion. We've heard a lot of hearsay, and so I'll stick to with facts. $500 million in economic impact has come to the city because of short-term rentals. Millions of dollars in tax revenue has been generated. Major contributions to the Barnes Fund, which helps provide affordable housing, an issue the opposition kept bringing up tonight. 0.2% of all complaints filed last year were against short-term rental properties. Tourism will decrease if a ban is passed. It's just a fact. If people don't have any other option but to pay $600 a night for a bedroom, hotel room, they will go somewhere else. I don't know about you, but I refuse to pay $600 a night whenever I go on vacation. Instead of outright banning short-term rentals and punishing the law-abiding citizens, go after the people who are illegally operating a short-term rental. There are thousands of them. That would take care of almost every problem addressed by the opposition tonight. Many of these properties that are short-term rentals have been completely renovated or rebuilt, more than doubling the tax revenue generated by that particular property. And the last point that I'll bring up tonight, the number of supporters of short-term rentals in this room and in the hallway outnumber the people who oppose 5-1. The majority of your constituents want short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods.
Good evening. My name is Lakin Jarman, 3102 Wellington Avenue. I'm a current property manager and host for short-term rental properties. I'm also a recent graduate with a degree in public relations and event planning. After graduating, I was unable to find a job in hotels downtown because I did not have the years of experience they required. This led me to the path of being a property manager and host. I have now been able to do what I love by communicating with future guests and helping them plan their trip. This includes sending them to local businesses such as restaurants, bars, and stores throughout the Nashville area. I also help other local businesses such as cleaning services, lawn care companies on a weekly, sometimes daily basis. In my time as a host and property manager, I have never received a complaint from the neighbors. And now I would like to read reviews from previous guests that have stayed in my homes. The home was perfect for our girls' trip. Location was great, the home was spotless, and was such a cute Nashville flair. We will be back to the honky-tonkies. Lakin was wonderful to work with. Everything was easy from the check-in to the check-out. The trip was wonderful. Great place to stay in Nashville, great host with a clean and great home. The house was close to downtown, the location and awesome restaurants. We would definitely recommend this home for your stay. Great place, super convenient to the city, and it felt like home. Also, the beds were spectacular. This place is amazing, very clean, cozy, and the backyard is awesome. 5 stars all the way. Lakin's Place was such a great neighborhood with plenty of space, neighbors, and with such a neighborhood with plenty of space indoors and out, and we really enjoyed having our home base for our trip in Nashville. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Braun. I own 1310 Porter Road. I'm a taxpayer of Davidson County. I'm a father, local business owner, law-abiding citizen, and I do all of this while working a full-time job. I work here, I pay taxes here, and I spend my money here. I'm not a corporate giant, and I rely on real income to help take care of my family. I grew up in Eastern Kentucky. Our family had to farm to put food on the table, so I know exactly what it means to work for a living. I started at the age of 12. Nashville is a town where hard work is rewarded. Some may call me an investor. A quick definition of an investor is someone who provides money or resources with the expectation of financial or other gain. Putting money into 401ks, homeschooling, fixing your home, stashing away college savings funds for your kids, and buying and renting properties are all types of investing. My grandfather was a coal miner and World War II veteran. He saved $4,000 so I could go to college. He invested. So yeah, I'm an investor. I would assume the majority of both sides on this table partake in investing in some form. I own a short-term rental and multiple long-term rentals here in Davidson County. All properties are properly permitted and taxes paid. 0 complaints have been filed against my properties, and all are properly managed. Just because I do not live at my rented properties does not mean I do not maintain or control who comes in and out of them. Compared to some of my neighbors, my homes are more than well taken care of. My yards are clean, my trash is taken out regularly, and my tenants abide by local rules and regulations. My fellow colleagues and I have taken condemned houses and restored them into livable units. We've cleaned up neighborhoods, pushed out drug dealers and criminals, and personally, with our own hands and shovels, made neighborhoods better. We've created HOAs that allow neighbors and communities the ability to self-regulate. We've improved properties and increased Davidson County tax revenue. Most importantly, we have created 6 full-time jobs that focus on improving housing availability in Davidson County. We abide by and support local codes and regulations, most importantly. An outright ban is an infringement on property rights. Their right is to use, earn income, and sell or transfer as we wish. As one of our great economists, Adam Smith, said, it is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from the regard to their own self-interest. Allowing free market alternatives to high-priced lodging keeps our local economy balanced. Call me an investor, but at the end of the day, I'm working to provide a living for my family, and this quest of self-interest has added direct value to the city of Nashville and those who live here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keenan Ewing. I'm going to try and keep this pretty short. I'm not going to have a lot of facts or anything like that. I'm just going to kind of tell you my story on why this is important to me. I bought my first house in 2003. I'm a Nashville native, was born and raised here at the behest of my mother, who's also here supporting me this evening. Moved in that house. I lived there all the way until the point when my dad got diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver and was having problems. I moved out of that house to move in with my mother to help try and support my father. At that point in time, I tried to put my house on long-term rentals for years on end, and it never really worked out very well in the slightest. Even to the point where I had my last tenant was a cousin of mine, and we actually have a detrimental relationship now because of how hard it is to deal with long-term renters and the effectiveness of that process. During that time, my sister, who also had a house in North Nashville, we're all North Nashville natives, she was living in New York at the time. She actually had lost her home trying to manage a long-term rental property. She moved back home. She now lives in the house with my mother, along with my brother, along with my niece, and my sister's niece, and my brother has a couple of kids as well. Now, my mom doesn't know this, but she always will ask me, why do I hold on to that house in North Nashville, and ask me why I did not offload it. Well, the long-term goal that I didn't tell her about, and I'm actually impacted that I have to tell her this now over this type of forum, is I was hoping to be able to hold that to provide some type of place for my sister and brother, so she doesn't have to have them boarded up in her house for the rest of her life. So what this means to when the opportunity for a short-term rental came up for me, we looked into it, and my mom being retired now, she took on a lot of the legwork because she realized that I wanted to hold on to this property. Went through all the rigmarole of getting all the right permits and procedures, and it's the first time since I moved out of that house that there's been some level of consistency. I'm not making a lot of money here, guys. All I'm trying to do is break even long enough to where I may be able to refinance this house so I can afford 2 mortgage payments so some of my family members can leverage that house in North Nashville. I've been there my whole life, Councilwoman at Large Gilmore, Councilman DaCosta Hastings, and even some other council members. I went to high school with some of you guys. So just wanted to share my story and how it's not all peaches and cream and owners and investors trying to make money and some economic value associated with the city. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Brierley, Metro Council. My name is Van Pinnock. I live at 3513 Geneva Circle. So thank you for listening to me for a few minutes. The way I like to think about this is that we have Nashville residents on both sides of 608. We also have another group of Nashville residents that have to decide one way or the other how this is going to go. There's a third group that seems to be the cause of some of the conflict that we're experiencing. And so my request to the council is that we not let the third group cause us to not be able to resolve a problem that clearly is family business. And that's my request to you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Popaches, and I live at 209 Rolling Mill Road in Old Hickory. And I'm just going to be brief. I just want to say that Short-term rentals were legal. I got into it. I have one. It's been very successful. I was in the process of remodeling another one, going to go through the permit process, and now that's been taken away due to what happened last week. And I just ask that we can work on a solution to really make this work. I think, you know, like something like Airbnb is like the trend of the future in its city. I think it would be great. You know, we love our neighbors. Love was started at the beginning of this session. We love our neighbors. We want to do right by the community and do right by everybody. And I just ask, you know, that you will say no to 608, that we can come to some resolution. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Davina Krager, and I live at 12A 11th Avenue North. It's a brand-new property, and we live next to a non-owner occupied short-term rental, which we also own. We are both very involved in our community. I am just coming off a 4-year term with my neighborhood association, serving as president, and throughout my tenure and continuously as a respected member of the community, I have helped my neighbors deal with issues with other neighbors. I've helped them deal with neighbors who were homeowners. I've helped them deal with neighbors who were long-term renters. And I've helped neighbors deal with people who were short-term renters. So the problems that have been spoken about by other parties are not only with short-term renters. I think that is the core issue that we need to address here, is the enforcement of laws that are already in place, most specifically noise, trash, and parking, and including making sure that people that operate short-term rentals do have a permit, which is a pretty big problem, I can tell you. I personally believe that our property is ours to do with as we choose, as long as we are not affecting the freedoms of our neighbors, and I don't think we have done that. I think we maintain a strong relationship with our neighbors, and we will continue to do so. As a closer, I just wanted to say that I wrote down a note because someone from the previous yeses was stating how guests did not want to be involved in the community and weren't interested in anything in our neighborhood. Another short-term rental in my neighborhood had some Canadian guests there sitting on the porch, and our neighborhood was opening its first little library. We had a very small attendance by our own neighbors. In fact, it was me, the person who coordinated it, and about 3 or 4 children. Those Canadian adult guests actually came over and helped with our ribbon cutting. So in that moment, they were more committed to our neighborhood than most of our own neighbors. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Levine. I live at 6607 Ormond Drive in the Westmead neighborhood. My husband and I have the only property in Westmead in our census tract that is a short-term rental. The first people that we listened to were our neighbors. We went directly to them and asked them if this was going to be okay with them. And that's something that would be great legislation. I would implore you all not to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. You've all spent a lot of time and made a lot of effort to try to put really great legislation in place, and a lot of it has been good. I personally don't think there's enough, and I think it should go much further. And I would ask you to consider doing that. Berkeley Allen has been great to listen to us and to also have an open mind and to try to push legislation further. I actually think that we can all work together to solve these problems. I would ask you to consider putting together a committee of us that would be willing to work directly with you on finding out what works and what does not work. I don't think any of these people here that have spent their time tonight want to have a short-term rental property that has problems. We want to do what's right. We want you to help us do what's right, and we want to help you. Let us work with you. Let us come up with even more ideas to make this work for everybody, particularly the people that were here complaining tonight that they don't like this. We don't want them to be unhappy. We want to work with them too. One thing I will tell you is I got a violation letter recently. And I came down here to find out why I got it, because the violation letter said something completely different than what my permit said. So I talked to the gentleman that you all have put in place to help enforce the codes that are already there. What I was told by the Codes Committee was that they receive up to 200 anonymous complaints online a day that have them chasing their own tails for many things that are very bogus, like the complaint that I got that I was renting to too many people. Not only have I not rented to too many people, but I brought 8 reservations that I had turned down for people that wanted to stay in my property that was over what the legal limit was. There are a lot of us here, folks, that are trying to do the right thing. Let us continue to try to do the right thing with you, with our neighbors, hand in hand. Please give us that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time tonight. We really do appreciate it. My name is Adam Forgas. I live on 1110 Chapel Avenue in District 6. Brett Withers is my council member. I'm not going to rehash a lot of points. Some of them already made. You guys don't need to hear this. I do want to bring up one point that I think everybody needs to hear. There's been no evidence whatsoever that Metro, Codes, whoever, has been enforcing regulations that have been put in place for 2 years. None. You are now proposing a ban on type 2 short-term rentals, and you have no evidence that you can enforce that. Thank you for your time. Go Preds.
So how you guys holding up? My gosh. My name is Greg Page, 915 Twin Elm Square. I'm a 30-year Nashville resident. I've run a successful media production company here in Nashville since 1987. You know, I could debate the logic that a 29-day rental is a business and a 30-day rental is not a business, and half a dozen other things that you've heard like 300 times. Let's don't do that. That's been covered. Instead, let me see if I can give you a couple of data points that perhaps you haven't heard, okay? One thing to remember. Nashville was really late to join the HomeAway Airbnb revolution, okay? So yeah, the growth of STRPs in Nashville over the last 3 years has been dramatic. That's attracted a lot of attention. However, compared to other destination cities around the South or around the whole country, Nashville is far from being overrun with STRPs. We do not have an STRP problem, as it were. Let me give you a couple of examples. Check last week of VRBO.com site, listing a number of STRPs per capita as a ratio. Santa Fe, 5 times the density of STRPs as Nashville. Asheville, North Carolina, 6 times the number per capita. Charleston, South Carolina, great place, right? Anybody want to guess? Huh? Charleston, South Carolina has 13 times the number of STRPs per capita as Nashville. Yet none of these cities have their neighborhoods in ruins and anarchy in the streets. In fact, they're really doing quite well. This is important for you to understand as you start gauging whether we have a problem or not that needs to be addressed. Now, bottom line for my guests and their families, it's all about a group vacation experience together in a home. This experience can never be duplicated by the Hyatts and the Hiltons of our city. I've talked to them, I've talked to many of them. Believe me when I tell you that if they can't have their group experience here in Nashville, they will take their vacation and their dollars to another city where they are welcome. Now, enough about us, let's talk about you. We understand you're concerned about the people who live next door to bad STRPs. Totally get that. But as has been pointed out before, there are regulations already on the books that, if enforced, can address their issues, just like you'd address an issue with any bad neighbor, with any long-term renter. Honestly, I think what you guys should really be concerned about is being held accountable by the other 99% of your constituents should you choose to pass this bill and stab Nashville's tourism industry in the heart. Just like Lyft, just like Uber, STRPs represent the progressive new economy that we must continue to embrace here in Nashville or be left behind.
Really good, and I have to follow that up. Hi, everyone. I'm CJ Hicks. I've been here a lot, I know. I live at 1702 Ashwood Avenue. I've been there for 30 years. Councilwoman Berkeley Allen is my gal. My non-owner occupied short-term rental home is right next door to me at 1700 Ashwood Avenue. Now, I'm really involved in my community. I am on the Belmont-Hillsborough Neighbors Steering Committee. I'm the Democratic Executive Committee woman on the 18th District. I really work hard for our communities. Another thing, you know, y'all really look great. Kind of looking tired, take a deep breath. But tonight is my wedding anniversary. And though you all are really fantastic, I would much rather be home with my husband, out on a date or something, than to be here and rehash this over and over again. So give me a anniversary present, please. I would also like to be watching the Preds. It's still 0-0. Okay, let's get down to it. I'm not a big investor. I'm not. I'm just this one person. I've got this short-term rental home. I don't live in it. But what I do is I've cultivated this short-term rental home, this one home, to be a place for Belmont and Vanderbilt families to come and be with their kids when they're at school. Councilman Hager, I think you're a alumni of Belmont University. These are the folks that are coming there to see their family, see their people, bring their dogs, cats, and all of that. They can be there and be a family. So you've heard all of this over and over again, but we've invested into our community for this very reason. You know, there were some people talking earlier. I'm just going to bring this up. Some folks were talking about they have a house on Beacon and they have the short-term rental problem there. But I'm going to bring this up. That house on Beacon, when it was built, the water came off of that house. It flooded the next door neighbor's house. Dear friends of mine, those folks had to vacate their house. And they came to my short-term rental home with their kids to stay there so that they would have a place to be. So now we offered this opportunity for people as well. It's not just travelers. It's for people who have been displaced for whatever reasons. We need to have that kind of variety in our neighborhood. I know you all are tired, but I'm just really asking you all, please, 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 let's reconsider this. Let's get this right. Let's find the enforcement that we need to have. Please vote no on 806. We can do better. I know that we can, and I trust you to do that. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, sorry I'm speaking too. I know you guys want to get out of here. I'm Steph Utterback. I live in East Nashville, 37206. Even though I understand the goodwill and intent of Bill 608, I ask that our council oppose the bill to reconsider a better solution for everyone, including those of us that do non-owner occupied houses. A ban is not a solution and has not been truly successful in any other cities. The biggest argument I'm hearing is that this is business activity and that us neighbors who also live in Nashville, that I'm a big bad investor and that I don't live in Nashville, but no, we live here. We participate. We're not selling anything, no goods, no services, and we don't have business signs. We are renting. It's real estate rental activities as passive income that allows us to save for our future, at least for me. Unfortunately, because of the lack of proper enforcement, the very real handful of bad apples that I very much agree should be shut down by now, hundreds of responsible short-term rental Nashville owners and residents are being punished and forced to change our lives in a very major way. Not all of us have these huge rentals you call mini hotels that are for bachelorette parties that are ruining our neighbors' lives, as you're hearing, which I believe. Most of us here have one, maybe two rentals that average 4 to 5 tenants, whose house on average have host quiet families. The properties I know are nowhere near the stereotype of us being mini hotels. I'm more comfortable with my property being taken care of consistently, being able to have my family and friends stay there when in town. I've had long-term renters with very bad experience in damaging my property as a homeowner. As a homeowner, I should be able to have the right to choose who stays in my property that I purchased and invested my life into. Because of this right I've had, it's completely changed my life and being able to continue to afford living in this expensive city in East Nashville, and I actually for once have a small savings for the first time in my life, not only for me, but for my very first child, who will be born in September. My husband would be able to continue doing his dream job of being a talented musician in this awesome city, and I'll be able to stay at home with my future daughter and work on my dreams with the supplement of our rental. But you're telling me, no, sorry, I don't like your responsible personal goals. Even though we know you're actually one of the good ones, not bothering your neighbors, you're gonna have to sell your house. But don't worry, you have 2 years. Surely there's a better solution than approving Bill 308. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Nick Resock. I live at 1915A Sweetbriar Avenue. So Councilwoman Berkeley is my gal, and I'm laughing a little bit. This is like the gal way earlier. This is my first time here, and I love government. I love its role to protect and help the citizens. And I thought to myself, if it doesn't go well tonight, then I will just run and try and change it. After sitting here tonight, I'm not going to do that. And obviously, Miss Allen has a lot of love, and so I would not win. Anyway, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your time here tonight. I own a short-term rental management company here in town called B&B With Me. And no, I don't work for any of the out-of-town investors. I work for Hall of Fame softball coaches, local producers and directors. I work for local musicians and also commercial fencing installers, all who work here and use their Type 1, 2, and 3 permits as supplemental income to their full-time jobs, their full-time local jobs. I moved here a little less than a year ago with my wife because we truly believe that Nashville was a city that understood STRPs being such a big tourism hotspot. However, after many months of attending city council meetings, NASTRA meetings, city planning meetings, this turned out to be false. What City Council has done by not enforcing the laws which they created for STRPs to begin with is create havoc in the neighborhoods and pitted neighbor against neighbor. And there's a lot of people that spoke on the other side that are in my district and people I really appreciate and care about. As I thought about the issue, it became clear to me that the fault was not on the neighborhood side. The fault was not on those operating STRPs legally. The fault lied solely on City Council, Metro, and our government by not enforcing the laws in place. By allowing over 2,500 illegal listings through Airbnb and VRBO, our government has all of us asking, after the phase out, what's going to change? And the answer is nothing. My point is this: I call on the City Council to vote no to Bill 608, not because it will answer the question of commercial use in residential zone land, but because Nashville government owes it to her citizens to continue being the city that upholds its laws and protects its citizens. I call on City Council to finish what it started before throwing everyone to the curb and finish a system that actually enforces the law. Checking the time. Okay, gonna wrap it up. Nashville is a city that has open arms. It's a diverse city that welcomes travelers from all over. So I ask, who is your neighbor? A lot of these people staying in STRPs are in fact your neighbors. I've had people come from all over that are looking for places to live right here in town. I don't want to get biblical, but we are in the South, and I will tell you, the neighbor is the one who welcomed and took care of someone regardless of their background or where they're from. Nashville, its citizens, and the City Council here have a chance to lead the nation on how to have marketplaces like Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway. I'll wrap it up. I urge you to vote no on Bill 608. Thank you so much.
My name is Brandon McDonald, 3759 Homeland Drive. Wow. Seems like you guys want to fire some people and they don't want to get fired. kind of amazing. Like, what happens when people get really upset and they show up because they see their livelihoods potentially crashing before them? There we go. Everybody's out of the Facebook feeds now. We got a little energy back in the room. So what I'm going to do is I will bring my 3 cleaning ladies to y'all's houses when the permits expire, and you can tell them to their faces that they're fired. And I'll bring my 2 full-time landscapers, and y'all can do the same exact thing. If you guys pass this, you're destroying jobs, and it's not ruining my life. I'll figure it out. But I've taken 3 beautiful, wonderful women and 2 lovely men and given them full-time positions who can take care of this stuff. They're the ones that have families and couldn't be here tonight, so I'm their representative, okay? And I care so much about this that I want this to stay local. I want you guys to be the ones that decide, because I assure you, the 200 people that showed up tonight are not just going to let this go by. If this gets passed, we will file a lawsuit, we will take it to the state, we will do whatever we have to do to make this work, and I will give the first $10,000 to make it happen. Say no on 608 tonight.
Hi, Bob Potter, 314 Forest Bend. Not sure how to follow that, but Preds game still 0-0 in case anybody needs to know that score. Okay, so I want to take a little different approach to this. We all take vacations. We all like to go on vacations, meet up with our family, meet up with our friends, and go places. A house is a nice place for a group to get together on a vacation. Doesn't matter if it's at the beach, it could be in the Smoky Mountains, it could be in Denver, Colorado, wherever it is you want to go on vacation. I personally have family that lives across the country, so often we will meet up in a neutral destination. So here's the thing. If you all vote yes and you ban vacation rentals in Nashville, what are you going to do when your family or your friends get together with you and want to take a vacation to another city and they suggest an Airbnb or a VRBO? Are your ethics going to say, no, I can't stay in a VRBO because I voted to block them in Nashville? Or are you going to be a hypocrite? Are you going to book that VRBO and go to another city and do exactly what people are trying to do in Nashville? That's what I want you to reflect on before you cast this vote. How are you personally going to make a decision going forward if you vote to ban these in Nashville? Thank you.
I'm Brandon Rumbley, 4056 Port Cleburne Lane in Hermitage, Tennessee. Thank all of you for your time tonight. Councilman Glover, you're my councilman. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm afraid. At the Planning Commission last Thursday, hundreds of us expressed similar fears that we will be financially crippled by your decision tonight, fears that our kids will suffer because of your decision tonight. After listening to hours like you have tonight, hours of our lament, Councilwoman Henderson stated that our permits were only good for 1 year and that perhaps we had all made poor business decisions by going millions into debt and investing in millions of furniture and supplies. The problem with that argument is that you also put in place a renewal process for our 1-year permits. I have a 2-year license as a realtor, and I have a reasonable expectation that the state will renew that license. Every bar downtown has a permit to sell alcohol, and they have a reasonable expectation that that permit will be renewed. Thousands of individuals across our city have all types of permits and all types of licenses, and they reasonably expect that those will be renewed when they expire. So I don't think it was unreasonable for all of us to think the same. So I submit to you tonight that our problem is not with our poor business decisions. Our problem tonight is with a government that is threatening to change its mind. I understand that sometimes minds are changed. It happens. But please don't let your change of mind cripple me financially. Please vote no on this bill until it can be amended with an adequate amount of time for those of us with permits to recoup our investments and develop another exit strategy. 2 years is simply not enough time. In 2015, this body acted. You told us this was okay. You set the rules, we followed them. We've done nothing to deserve the losses that you threatened to bring down upon us tonight. If you change your mind about land use, that's okay, that's fine. But please take responsibilities for your actions that you made in 2015, because we trusted you in 2015 and we said, they say it's okay, I can make this investment. We all trusted you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Crum. I'm at 1827 Hyman Street in District 21 with Councilman Kendall. I actually currently have an owner-occupied resident, and it's been fantastic. And I was hoping to eventually move out and have another one. One of the things that I wanted to talk about a little bit briefly is the economic benefit to District 21 that's been brought, and it's been very slowly, but these hotels aren't being built by TSU and Fisk and Meharry, where I live. People aren't being told to go to the great things that are in my community. People aren't being told to check out the art museum at Fisk. People aren't being told to go to Seafood Sensation, some of the other great restaurants that are located in my community. They don't get these benefits that you would have if you force everyone to go into these hotels. They're going to be left isolated. And I think that if you continue to, or if we decide to go down the route of suppressing Airbnbs, I think it'll end up negatively affecting and essentially suppressing the growth of District 21. So thanks.
Yeah, hi there. I'm Shane Robbins. I'm at 7942 Highway 70 South. I never contemplated before doing what everyone talks about doing with these rentals until I got my recent tax assessment. And so I am contemplating doing, as a result of that tax assessment, what they are already doing. But the two things that I'd like to bring up are, where is personal liberty? Where is personal liberty in this bill? If we do have the right to life, liberty, and property, then what is any government body? Where does any government body draw its power to tell an investor or a homeowner what they can or cannot do with the risk that they've already assumed upon the word of what you've already said was doable, what was acceptable? The second question I have is, if you already have laws on the books that are not being enforced, how do you expect to enforce this one? So these investors are just magically going to be able to dump all of their properties? They're going to be able to somehow recuperate those losses? No, they're going to continue, only they're going to do it under the radar, many of them. So I personally don't understand why in the United States, in Tennessee and Nashville, we continue to want to pass laws that can't be enforced. And at some point, taxpayers have to ask that question. Why do we support for laws to be passed that can't be enforced when all that's being done is we're being taxed to supposedly enforce what is unenforceable? And that's all. Thank you.
Rena Patrick, 3932 Hillshire Drive. Forgive me, you're going to hear the tremble. I do not do well speaking. Everybody's looking at me. But I'm a mom. I'm a wife, middle-class hard worker in the medical field. My husband works for the school system. I'm a homeowner. I'm a great neighbor. And thanks to the short-term rental, I'm a business owner. My husband and I, we have a business. That was our dream. I have a type 1 and a type 2. I have a type 1 and type 3. My type 3 is in a commercial district, so this ban doesn't even apply to me. I don't even have to be here. I'm here because of the future, though. If you say we can do it, we follow the rules, we do everything in compliance because that's what we do, and it gets banned, then what happens in the future? I want to make sure I do things right for my children, for my family, for the teenagers of my children's friends, our 5 nieces and nephews who we keep 3 days a week, teaching them hard work. You got to work for what you want. You can't expect it to be given to you, and you got to do it legally. You got to do it the right way. This ban is not it's affecting us. It's affecting the ones that's doing right. Guess what? You pass the ban, East Nashville, they have an issue. I agree wholeheartedly. I wish I can come up there and enforce and kick people out. They have an issue. You put this ban, they're still going to have an issue. It is going to be worse, like they said before, because the ones who are doing right and have the permits, they're going to leave because they can't afford that type 2 rental. And guess what? You're going to have investors and illegal permits coming in, more people coming in who's not regulating that neighborhood, that area. Our neighbors, we keep them informed on what's going on. We hold our guests accountable. My 5 nieces and nephews, my kids are not going to destroy my house, so these neighbors are not going to destroy my house. The guests, are not going to destroy my house. I hold them accountable. I have a house rule, say you keep it clean. If not, you're getting kicked out, you're not getting your money back, and I'm taking your security deposit. We have to hold them accountable. We're doing that. We're not the issue, like you heard before. Please, let's not ban this. Let's just all come together as a community and find another solution. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Devin McPherson. I live in District 5. Hey, Scott. 1431 Lishi Avenue. First, the good part. 6 years ago, I moved into this house as a renter. Long-term tenants signed a 2-year lease. The house was in pretty bad shape. I had trouble with long-term tenants trying to fill their rooms because I was essentially the sub-landlord trying to find tenants. Had some good experience, some bad ones, and then in 2013, short-term rentals came along. With the permission of my landlord and my neighbors, I started running Airbnb out of the house. A couple years later, I dumped about $50,000 into a house that I didn't own, and it was in pretty good shape. The current owner and I have a really good relationship. I live in the house on the 3rd floor, but I manage the permit for him, switch to type 2. Even though I live on site, if you phase out the type 2s, I won't be able to manage the house anymore. I won't be able to rent it out, and I probably won't be able to pay the rent anymore either. In fact, one of my buddies just texted me a few minutes ago when I told him I was sitting here, and I want to read you a text message that he sent to me. He said, "Yesterday I went to a visitation of one of my friend's funerals from Vanderbilt 30 years ago. One of the people actually stayed at your place, loved it so much he decided to make Nashville his permanent home." Well, that's pretty cool. Now to the bad part. I've been looking around this room tonight, councilwoman, councilman, seeing a lot of people staring at their phones. And it seems like a lot of you already have your mind made up, thrown into sharp relief by speaking to a very distraught Airbnb representative, a lovely lady named Laura outside, who, by the way, brought about 100 sandwiches, and they're down in the break room right now with snacks for everybody who's been here this whole time on the ground floor. Go check it out. They're delicious. Laura has been trying to work with you for the last 3 months to add taxes, enforcement, and teeth into this legislation, and she has been met with nothing but opposition because many of you already have your minds made up on this. And I can believe that because looking around this room, I'm seeing many of you more checking your Facebook feeds than paying attention to the constituents that you claim to represent. Furthermore, 38% of type 2 rentals in Nashville, that's what we said, are permitted. That means 38% of people paying taxes that will no longer be paying those taxes when you phase these out. Do you really think that the people making $4,000 to $8,000 extra a month that have been playing by the rules and paying their taxes are suddenly just going to go away when you take these away? Do you really think that when those taxes go away, that, by the way, could be going to enforcement? Because as the Airbnb representative so eloquently told me, she's been working with you here from Houston, staying here for the last 3 months, trying to work with you. But yet it seems from you guys that Airbnb doesn't care. Well, apparently they do. And that makes me a little bit pissed off. you're going to be even in more trouble with your constituents when you can't enforce the legislation that you have now, when those 38% of people go underground, because they're not going to lose their extra $4,000 to $8,000 a month. You can't enforce the noise complaints from the people right now, the party houses right now, when you have the licenses, when you have the ability, when you know who has the permits. How are you going to enforce them then? Thank you.
Hey, y'all. My name is Elise Ronzino. I live at 1027 McClurkin Avenue in 37206. So I'm looking at you, Councilman Scott Davis. Many others who have come before me have said much of what I would have wanted to express, so I'll spare you all the redundancies and just say this. As a responsible short-term rental host, I absolutely believe there should be regulations in place to deal with nuisance complaints, noise violations, and tax evaders. Nashville can and should regulate those issues. I actually want you to, and I appreciate your efforts when you do. But the majority of hosts, hopefully as you've discovered here tonight, are responsible, conscientious, and community-minded. We are proud of our city, and we care about the sustainable growth of Nashville. And together, we can be a part of a mutually beneficial solution. Please vote no to Bill 608.
Hi, good night. My name is Carla Livingston. I live at 2115 Yeaman Place. I just wanted to tell y'all that I love y'all so much, all of y'all. And I wanted to tell y'all, God bless you. I'm just praying for you because it's a really hard decision, and I would not want to be in your shoes. And I really hope that God just speaks to your minds and is able to make this decision a lot easier for you. And I also just want to add one last thing. Please be fair in your decision. Please don't be one-sided. And please take everybody into consideration, because every one of us, pro and anti 608, are all a family, and we all live in the city, and we all want the city to grow. So thank y'all so much, and I love y'all. Good night.
Hello, I am very glad to be here. My name is Philip Reichwalder. I'm a hometown boy. I lived 327 Marshall Street in Cleveland Park. I grew up at 632 Atlanta Drive in Hermitage. I grew up very modestly. 38 years old until 2 years ago. The highest income I'd ever made is $19,000. Living in Nashville on $19,000 is slim pickings, tough times, right? I saved over half of that every year, and I started buying rental properties. I'm very proud of what I've done, built my portfolio and grown up. But I want to show you that I am the big bad wolf. I am the demonized investor. I'm outraged that I'm being demonized with what I've done with my life, with the hundreds of millions of dollars that we poured into Nashville. We rebuilt East Nashville from what it was. I remember what East Nashville used to be. It was horrible. I remember going to East Nashville when I was growing up. My dad locked all the car doors with us kids in the car, got out, and got in the car, got back out, and relocked all the car doors again. I remember what this city used to be like. I know how far we've come. You know, we have done a tremendous amount of work for this city, and you know, we're not these bad people that we're made up to be, the investors, you know. I have long-term tenants. My long-term tenants are not peas and carrots. They're not puppy dogs and rainbows. Recently, I have evicted, removing stolen Cadillacs. I've had tenants set my house on fire. Tenants burned down a house. I recently I relocated 40 couches off one property. I've carried out 3 squatters recently, dealt with adult protective services. I know codes enforcement people pretty well. They know me by name. I know them by sight down the street. Hey, how you doing kind of action, you know. My properties, I do the best I can, but the tenants are an issue. You know, once they're in there for quite a while. Eviction takes a little while. My vacation rental, my single one, is gorgeous. It's the most beautiful property on the street. My neighbors love seeing me out in front of it. They wave to me. I go out and I pick the weeds out of the driveway. It's an amazing property. My street, Marshall Street, I live diagonally across the street from my vacation rental. I have 2 bands on the street. I have 12 people living in one house. There is, as far as I know, an illegal daycare, living on the daycare on the street, and there's cars coming and going every day. My street is loud, but my house is amazing. It's beautiful. We're very proud of what we've accomplished with our properties. We put a lot of money into them, so we take very, very, very good care of us, very, very good care of those properties, the permitted ones among us. I support enforcement of existing rules and removing illegal vacation rentals.
Hello, Council. My name is Chris Wright. I live at 2204 Eastland Avenue. Thank you for your time. I guess I'll start, full disclosure, I don't own any short-term rentals, but I do own properties in 37206 and 37207 where I have long-term tenants. I'm here just to voice my support for short-term rentals. I've followed short terms for a few years, and I'm just here to support my neighbors who do have short-term rentals, and also so that if I do want to convert my long-term properties with long-term tenants to short-term rentals, I would like that option and that privilege to do so. I guess I'd just like to ask that council stays open to the possibility that there is a solution here. I guess maybe with more time, working with people on both sides, that maybe there's a solution between the black and the white, between people who are for and people who are against the short-term rentals. Just asking for more time, and just want to voice my support for short-term rentals. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Lori. I live at 1515 Fifth Avenue North, and I responsibly operate a Type 2 short-term rental in Germantown, Nashville. Having been issued a permit by the City of Nashville to rent a home that I own as a short-term rental, following all of the rules and regulations to the letter and paying all of the necessary taxes, I find this bill to be unfair. As a military family with 2 young children living in Nashville, across the street from our short-term rental, I can tell you that the income from our property has been amazing support for our family and the amazing people that we hire to help us maintain our house. We are not rich people living in some other state with 10 rental properties, as I often hear described. We have gone to great lengths to make sure our self-remodeled house is a compliment to the neighborhood, but more importantly, that our guests are not a disturbance to our community and understand our expectations. We clearly state in our Airbnb listing that we do not rent to bachelor or bachelorette parties, and will ask any disruptive guests to leave without a refund. We do not rent to guests with bad reviews. We post our strict rules in our house, and we've never had issues, disturbances, or parties in our home. The majority of our guests are families with young children, older couples, and even elderly groups that find the downtown area to be overwhelming and feel that staying in a hotel would be a logistical nightmare for them. I've learned that short-term rentals are bringing a new type of traveler to Nashville. Families like my own with small children that need a kitchen who are not coming here to party. Nashville has more to offer than what you see on Broadway, and I think we all know that. Amazing restaurants, parks, the Grand Ole Opry, lots of history. I have guests that come to see that side of Nashville, and I can assure you that not one of my guests has thrown up on anyone's lawn. That being said, our property rights are still being taken away. This bill is government overreach. This bill is going to have damaging effects on many families like my own and small local businesses. Let's first try to enforce the rules in place. Let's give ourselves a moment to correct mistakes made in the past and move forward without taking away property rights that have already been given, especially the rights of the people who are doing this the right way.
Hello, my name is Austin Groh. I live at 306 Tanksley Avenue with my wife, my daughter, and my dog. Mike's my guy, also lives on Tanksley, representing. Your yard's looking good, by the way. It's got really good looking grass. I just want to say, my wife and I, we have a type 2, also in District 16, 515 Raymond, and me too. Thank you.
Good morning, almost. My name is Jeff Collins. I live at 1313 Greenwood Avenue. I'm a Nashville native from Flat Rock. Got to talk with Brett about what that means the other day. I want to start by saying I felt a little taunted and intimidated most of the night. You probably didn't notice, but the Channel 2 cameraman had a St. Louis hat on. I'm less taunted and intimidated that the Predators are up 1-0 right now. I'd like to say, I know this has been a long night. When we started, Councilman Withers' famous mustache had an extra curl. Doesn't anymore. When I retired from the Army, I moved back home here to Nashville, and we started this little event. And I know you have short-term rental fatigue. I know I do. I've been in front of you guys a couple of times now, and this is really dragged out. We've heard a lot tonight. We've heard about chickens, live ones and dead ones, crack pipes. We've heard a great, compelling story from a school nurse. Hopefully you won't forget that. Some retirees like me, and some great Americans who are following the rules this council passed with reasonable expectations of renewal for permits. This ordinance before you does not solve this problem. It kicks the can, and the bad actors will be farther off the grid. We need to solve this locally. I ask you to look back at 685 and look at some of the proposals put forward, because 608 is not the panacea that you seek. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for staying here with us late tonight and hearing our voices. My name is Dale Heyer. I live at 3100 Dudley Avenue in the Vanderbilt area. I want to first start off by saying that I have no interest in an STRP. I don't own one or have close friends or relatives that own any. I'm just a concerned citizen who likes the concept of short-term rentals. I've stayed with them or in them in other cities, and I'm pro-property rights, and I think that homeowners and property owners in Nashville should be able to maintain that option to rent their property out to other people in a residential, that want to stay in them, in their homes. I have 3 short-term rentals in my immediate neighborhood, and I can say that those 3 properties are among the nicest and actually overall among the quietest properties in my neighborhood, because they sit vacant for most of the week, and during the weekends, the people that are there have in general or just always been just as quiet as any other neighbors. There's never been any disturbances, and they've been an improvement for the neighborhood because the homeowners have a big incentive to keep them looking really nice, to have great curb appeal, and to keep them properly maintained. In fact, I guess you've probably heard similar statistics that in Nashville, the last 475,000 complaints to Metro Codes, only 975 of them have been about short-term rentals. So that's less than 0.25%. So to make this drastic of a decision on a problem of such a relatively small magnitude, when you consider the overall picture, is going to result in an inflammatory overreach, and that is really going to rock the boat for a lot of people. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of blowback if they were to be outright banned. I just can't get beyond that there should be that there lies somewhere a solution if we allowed more time to properly diagnose the real core issues that are authentic and find the solutions to those issues. There are solutions out there. So I plead with you to vote no on Bill 608 tonight, or whenever it does come up, until we take time to really find the adequate solutions to address the problem. We all know that that tourism is a driving force in Nashville's economy. And Nashville is known as a place that's representative of Southern hospitality. Well, if we tell families who want to visit here that, no, you guys cannot stay and have in someone's home and have an authentic, organic Nashville experience. You've got to stay in a corporate hotel, kind of a canned experience. That's kind of a bummer for them because a lot of people want their whole family to be able to stay together in one unit and have an authentic Nashville experience. So a decision to ban short-term rentals would be premature, and it would not be emblematic of Southern hospitality to our visitors. So I urge you to take more time to find a solution that allows for the concerns of a small minority of people to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Chip DeVere, 908 Ackland Avenue. Well, by the way, it's 2-0, Predators. I just think we need to go back to the table, guys, and formulate regulations that are friendly to our neighbors, our hosts, our tourists, our tax coffers. I hear we have a new light rail system we're going to have to pay for here sometime soon. At the end of the day, I just want Nashville to win. I want to beat Charlotte. I want to beat Austin. I want to beat Atlanta. I want to be number one. You know, if we don't change the way that we think about this and if we don't embrace this, that's not going to happen. So please don't support 608. Let's go back to the table. Let's formulate some regulations that are friendly to everybody. Thank you.
Last but not least, my name is Megan McCrae. I live at 1006 Southside Place, District 17, as of a few weeks ago. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Nashville Area Short-Term Rental Association and others in the short-term rental community. You have heard our stories, you've heard our personal pleas as to why this would be detrimental to many of us. But this debate is not about those stories on either side. It's about the use of land. Many have shared compelling examples of how people have been able to leave their jobs having a short-term rental or even created jobs having a short-term rental. You all define that now as commercial activity. 608 would define that as commercial activity. But these are homes. And just because we choose to market those homes on platforms like Airbnb and VRBO makes us no different than the homes that are marketed on Zillow and Realtor.com for long-term uses. So we are begging you to not phase us out as you're not phasing them out because they use a similar platform for a different duration. By passing this, you're hurting residents who not only contribute in taxes and whose guests contribute in spending. The nominal amount of money that many of us make and receive as supplemental income goes right back into our home or our community. The money I make gets spent right here in Nashville. So please don't label us as big business because we utilize platforms like Airbnb or VRBO to safely find tenants to stay in our homes on a short-term basis. Our guests spend money in local restaurants and shops at our urging. We are ambassadors of this great city. You granted homeowners the right to apply for and receive a permit with explicit language about renewing those permits as long as we complied with the law. Many of us are doing that. For those who are not, please address those. We urge you to address those. But please also honor the commitment that this city has made to us and made to us in 2015. We relied on it, we follow the law, and no one envisioned that we'd not be able to renew our permits. We have acted in good faith, and we have done our part and played by your rules. My councilman has left the building, it seems, but Councilman Colby Sledge, but also to the rest of you, as a constituent, I'm asking you to please, oh, thank you, you just moved, I appreciate it. As your constituent, I am asking you to please vote no on BL 2017-608. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration. Oh, one more. Okay, not last, but no, you're fine. All right, thank you all.
If anybody else wants to speak, you got to stand up and get in line.
Okay, I realize you all groaned internally when you saw me stand up.
And
so
the one behind you as well.
Thank you for not booing. Okay. All right, my name is Ann Braun, 521 Fairfax Avenue, Hillsborough West End neighborhood. I also own and operate a third-generation family business in Midtown Nashville. Me too, with regard to a whole lot of stuff everyone else had to say. I thought I'd point out something else. the hotel rates in Nashville are excessively high, and that is an enormous problem for anyone who wants to choose to visit this city. I attend a lot of trade shows as a vendor, and my customers who host these trade shows, put these conventions on, they talk to me about where they're going to go next and the sites they're considering. And guess what? Nashville is getting ruled out because the hotel rates are so high. Short-term rentals offer something else, and by phasing them out, what are you going to do to replace those rooms? Well, I suppose there'll be more hotel rooms built, but is that going to bring prices down? Is that going to make Nashville more competitive with other cities so that we can attract conventions and have people come to our restaurants and our store, patronize our other businesses? We're talking about the good of all of Nashville here, and I think everyone here wants to be a good neighbor. We don't want to have crazy party houses. In fact, my place, I had it rented as a long-term rental, and I'll spare you the gory details, but I decided short-term rental was better for me because I could better control who is in my home and for how long, and if they were a problem, I could boot them out. Long-term rentals take months to get someone out if they're a problem. In fact, the house, when I bought it, it was a neighborhood eyesore. In fact, it was such a problem that people were complaining to your body about it because of tenants. Oh, it was overcrowded, living in appalling conditions. It was disgusting. I fixed it up. It's awesome now, and now it's beautiful. And because of the short-term rental situation, I can keep it perfect, which is good for everybody. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Perot, and I own a short-term rental property in District 15. I purchased the house on July 1st of 2015 with the express purpose of having a short-term rental home. Never once did I consider a long-term rental property. I've been a small business owner here for 27 years, and I take all my responsibilities very serious. I've written a letter to you, that's why I wasn't really going to get up. But with everybody else, I felt like I should also get up, and I just want to say, me too. And one more thing that I don't think anyone said, you can pick who stays in your home. I only pick people who have been approved by other people or who verify who they are. If they've had any bad reviews or anyone say no, and we can say that. We can say, no, don't let them stay in anybody else's house. And I've done that a few times. So, those bad eggs will be weeded out also. And I think there should be more regulations because I pay taxes. I was always licensed. I did everything by the book. Thank you, and good evening.
Declare the public hearing closed. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to action on the individual bills, I wanted to make sure everybody understood what the process is. This is a public hearing. The bill is on second reading. It will be referred to our Planning and Zoning Committee when it reaches third reading. The council will have an opportunity to discuss and debate it in committee that night, and then on third reading on the council floor. I discourage any debate tonight about the bill because we're here to hear from the public. We're not here to debate the merits of the bill. So don't think we're not listening. If we don't debate, our process pushes the debate to third reading on zoning bills. Councilman Hager, I'm going to bring you to BL 2017-608.
Vice Mayor, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight and giving us their viewpoint. This has been a greatly debated bill. I have some amendments to add, though, so I'm asking at this point in time to pass this to second reading for one meeting. So you're going to pass it on. You want to approve on second reading and defer one meeting, or you just want to defer one meeting? Defer one meeting. It's a motion to defer one meeting. Properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-611. Councilman Bednay.
I guess I got to defer as well.
I'm sorry?
Do I have to defer as well?
No, sir.
No?
Do whatever you'd like, sir.
Well, then I'll move to approve. I'm planning on looking at doing an amendment on third reading, so if people will allow me to pass it on second reading, appreciate it.
There's a motion to approve, properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-653, Council Lady Allen and Councilman Bedney. Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This one is, I think, largely almost a housekeeping bill. It simply adds 2 more methods that can be used for identification to establish owner occupancy, which is a big issue here. So I would ask for approval on this one on this hearing.
This motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, you did record Council Lady Roberts as abstaining on those 3, correct? Thank you. Councilman Leonardo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Given the late evening, at this time, I would ask that the rules be suspended so that we could take up 2016-484, the Jackson Law, because it does require 27 votes, and I actually went and got Mr. Kendall on his way to the car, so it was no way to know how long this was going to take, and so I did tell.
There's a motion to suspend the rules. We don't need a second. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? Raise your hand if you object. Seeing none, what is that bill number?
It's 2016-484, Mr. Vice Mayor, and it's on for third reading there.
Another hour.
Since there being no objection, we will take BL 2016-484 on third reading. Councilman Leonardo, Elrod, and Mina Johnson requires approval of landfills, solid waste disposal facilities, and solid waste processing facilities prior to the construction of such facilities. Councilman Leonardo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, I'd like to have a point of, I'm getting tired, a point of privilege here just to discuss it.
Let's have a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded.
And with a brief explanation.
The brief explanation.
Okay. And I think I need to get committee reports too, actually.
All right. Let's, Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend for approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay. Well, so we know that we've been dealing with this Jackson Law for I guess now 6 months. We've had a couple of different special meetings about this issue where we've tried to answer questions. We had a work session this week, and we've had this come before the Public Works Committee at least 3 times now. And today, I think it's noteworthy that we were able to get a unanimous approval from the Public Works Committee, and I appreciate everyone in Public Works who's tried so hard to do this. I had a letter that I had sent and put on the people's desk yesterday that went over a few issues that we haven't discussed before. One of them would be the fact that that this does give an additional reach of 1 mile into other counties, and so that's something that we could not acquire by zoning. The other issue is that when you're talking about construction and demolition landfills or C&D landfills, at this time they do not come before the Metro Council, and if we had the Jackson Law, it would come before the Metro Council. We've received about at least over 100 emails that I know in the last 24 hours, and but at least around 95% of that has been positive. The mayor talked about in the State of the Metro address about the Livable Nashville program, and I looked at that a couple of days ago, and there is one particular committee called the Waste Reduction and Recycling Committee, and what that does is one of the goals is to increase landfill diversion by 35% in 2020 and 50% by 2030, and to have zero waste going into our landfills by 2050. And so I would submit that this proposal is right on point, the Jackson Law. By giving us the local control, we can actually implement this Livable Nashville program and get a little bit closer. Tonight, we've been sitting here listening and discussing short-term rental properties, and we hear in this body all the time that the state is taking away a lot of our power powers when they get involved in some of the things that we're trying to do in the Metro Council. But tonight, there's an opportunity. The state is saying, we will give you some power back if you want to adopt the Jackson Law. And so this is one opportunity we have to have the local control. And I will say that, we've spent times debating whether or not a canopy on the front of a hotel that has poles that go down to the sidewalk is appropriate. And that goes through 3 readings, by the way. And so I think that something it's significant as a landfill or expansion of a landfill, that should also have to go through 3 readings. I appreciate my fellow council members staying around tonight. I really do appreciate all the work that we've done, and it seems as though everyone's got the answers that they need. This is something that's important to natural, and this will make us move in a little more greener of a direction, because when you have more regulations on landfills, and it forces competition in the industry, and it forces the landfill companies who can still make money to look and focus more on recycling, reducing, and of course, reusing. And this is very important to the constituents in District 1 as well, because we do have a landfill there. There is plans to expand that are imminent, I feel. And given the history of my district, this is the only way that I will have to even begin to address this issue is by coming into this body and discussing it. And it's very important. And again, I'd appreciate your support. We have to have 27 votes. And if something happens with the state, if they get squirrely or we don't like what they're doing, we can get out of it with 27 votes. And I'll personally sponsor the legislation. And that's one reason that I'm a big proponent of this bill, is that if we don't like what happens, we can get right back out of it. And we don't see that a lot in this body. A lot of times we pass laws and we're stuck with the laws that we pass. We don't necessarily repeal it. So again, I appreciate everyone staying here. I appreciate the work that everyone's put in. And I would ask for your approval. Thank you.
Councilor Eve Archer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a few questions. I wasn't able to attend the planning session that the councilman hosted. Many of us actually could not due to the conflict. We were down at the Planning Commission as it relates to the short-term rentals. I don't know if this is for Mr. Jameson or if this is for Metro Legal, but my understanding is that the state gives over $2 million in grants to reduce landfills, landfill waste. The councilman made a comment that the 2015-2025 Solid Waste and Materials Management Plan, that the Jackson Law will actually afford us to implement some of those provisions in there. I need someone to speak as to whether that's true or not, because my reading, that plan doesn't indicate such. And then my other question is, Camden, that's in Benton County, they adopted the Jackson Law, but the intent was not what they intended for it to be. So I'm concerned about unintended consequences. And for those who don't know what happened in Camden, Benton County, they basically adopted the Jackson Law. One of our fellow council members handed out a map where the Jackson Law had been adopted, and red dots where the cities had been adopted. So I did my research and went through the counties and particular legislations for those particular counties. And in my research, I came up with the issue at Camden and Benton County. And what happened there is that they adopted the Jackson Law, and they still had an expansion of a landfill. My research shows that under state law, that if no public comments are received, then a public hearing is not held. So I want us to be clear in that we understand what we're getting with the Jackson Law. I don't want us to inadvertently give up our authority for this process, because it not only have impact for Davidson County, this has regional impact as well. I would like for us to have more conversation. I talked to Councilmember Berkeley Allen about just the work meetings as it relates to short-term rentals. And I was asking for how many meetings was had. And we can see tonight it's easy for us to get into something, but it's really difficult for us to undo that. So I just would like for either Mr. Jameson or Metro Legal to answer those questions that I have as it relates to, just clearly so that the public understands, because I don't want the public thinking that the adoption of this Jackson Law will allow us to control expansion, to stop expansion. There is a process for that, so I don't want the public to be misled in what we decide as it relates to this legislation tonight. I don't know if that makes sense, Mr. Jameson.
Sure. The public hearing process under the Jackson Law is triggered by a request. A notice is submitted, and during the notice period, either members of the public can submit written questions, but they can also submit a request for a public hearing. The public hearing is to be held near the site of the proposed landfill. Absent that specific request, there's no requirement for the public hearing. With respect to the expansions, the lateral expansions would not come before the council under the current process. Expansions would come before the council under the Jackson Law. I'm unfamiliar with what happened in Benton or Camden or Benton County upon their adoption of the Jackson Law, and unfamiliar with the first question you had about the $2 million grant program.
It's in the strategic plan. So I read it, and I don't know if this body has read it, but I implore everybody to read it. Again, because this has impact not just for Davidson County, but for regional impact too.
Councilman Scott Davis.
I have a question, and please forgive my candor. It's late at night, past all our bedtimes.
Yes, sir.
But I have a question for our legal counsel for the council, Mr. Jameson, and then if I can get a second opinion from our Metro legal attorney, John Cooper, who was also our Metro counsel legal at one time also.
Don't you want to decide if you like the first answer before you ask for a second opinion? You might like the first answer, and then you don't want a second one, sir.
Yes.
Let's get the first one.
Okay. First quick question. Mr. Jameson, sir, you were a former East Nashville council member.
Rumor has it.
Okay. And you're attorney for the Metro Council right now. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your opinion, all right, legally, it's come forward tonight that, that there is a permit for a waste transfer station in the 5th District on a site that, they tried to put one, but that this body voted it down and don't want to go in the rigmarole of it. But if the Jackson Law were to pass tonight, could they place a waste transfer station there tomorrow?
I would say no. The reason is because the current code that you enjoy now is 1740-280, and that allows the council to consider by resolution sanitary landfills and transfer stations. The Jackson Law only speaks to landfills, period. It specifically excludes transfer stations, and we contacted the senior legal counsel for TDEC, and he reconfirmed that transfer stations are not encompassed by the Jackson Law. Therefore, if this body were to adopt the Jackson Law, it could keep its current code provision that addresses transfer stations on the books, in my opinion.
And Mr. Cooper?
What he said.
So because I want, so you concur with Mr. Jameson's opinion. Okay, so that's 2 Metro attorneys. Okay, so East Nashville, please listen. Thank you.
Councilman Schulman. We have 9 speakers, guys, so keep it short.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I understand. I just wanted to thank the sponsor who's been working on this for a very long time. It's put a tremendous amount of hard work in. Just what I was going to say is I think we've been over this a number of times in terms of discussing this. I think the passage of this gives us the protections that we are looking for in terms of landfills. And I'll end up by saying, in case you don't know, our Predators won tonight, 2-1.
Councilman Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will try to make it short since it's too late. But I did say at the Public Works Committee, this Jackson Law only applies to landfill. In our county, Davidson County, right now we have only C&D, construction demolition landfill, and solid waste regional board is not considering regular sanitary landfill, so we are only talking about C&D landfill. So the question is, I put the map, everybody's desk. So this first one, it says AL2A, and the second one is IR. So if anybody want to expand C&D landfill, so AL2A is the one where landfill will go with special exception. So special exception means any of your constituent, namely District 1, 35, 33, and 32, all of the constituent will go to BZA. Collectively 15 minutes, that's all they have. And when they went to BZA, what Board of Zoning Appeal have to consider is if the landfill meets special exception criteria. That is 6 criteria. Lot size, have to have minimum 5 acres. Setback, 100 feet from property line. Of course, Council Lady Wiener, since then passed, it has to have 1,000 feet from residential zone. Those are in place. And also landscaping buffer, street standard, have to have collector street and arterial street. Recycling facility permitted as accessory use. Hours of operation is 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. in weekdays, 9 to 6 p.m. on weekends. Those are the only condition if anybody wanna open up the landfill in our county. And Board of Zoning Appeal are charged to approve it if only conditions are met. So while on the Jackson law, we have to have 8 criteria, and instead of Board of Zoning Appeal, we are the one have to consider those 8 criteria with 3 reading. And so 8 criteria is type of waste to dispose, method of disposal, impact to surrounding area from noise and odors, impact to property value, adequacy of existing road and bridges to handle added traffic, economic impact, capability, existing development or zoning, and any other factor which may affect on public health, safety, or welfare. So if we do our job to approve or disapprove the proposed landfill, we are well protected. And somebody questions de novo versus arbitrary capricious. Even though it's going to be de novo, our lawyer, Metro lawyer, will defend our decision if we have done our homework and if we have disapproved or approved based on those 8 conditions. So de novo versus typically, yes, a lawyer will say arbitrary or capricious will be easier to defend us. However, if we have done our homework and if we follow through those criteria and approve or disapprove, our capable Metro legal lawyer will defend us. So for that, I ask for your approval and do not defer it because we have done defer twice already. So if we defer, it's going to be killed, no more deferral. So I ask your approval tonight, and as our fellow council member Leonard said, we can get in with 27 votes, but we can get out easily with 27 votes. So I ask your approval.
Councilor Murphy, I'm going to acknowledge you, but I'm going to remind you that in 6 hours and 10 minutes, you and I are both supposed to be at the airport getting ready to fly to Denver on a trip. And the best words out of your mouth would be, previous question.
I am so sorry, Vice Mayor. I have placed 2 handouts on everyone's desk last week at the second workstation or special meeting that was held. So I know we've had committee meetings. I know we've had special meetings. The first one, I did have a typo or just didn't add. I specially colored these in and tried to stay in with the lines, but I did leave out that the ones with the star at the bottom. I didn't color in the star before photocopying. The second handout is a little bit of history on this law that I thought y'all might find interesting because I did, and I realized that we have different interests and I'm a little wonky. I will be quick, Vice Mayor. I know that some of us can be confused by this because it seems like the state legislature is trying to give us more power. That does sound too good to be true. I want to thank the Public Committee Chairman, the Public Works Committee, and the sponsor for doing a lot of due diligence on this. I've heard a lot of questions about what happens if the state changes part of this law and we don't like it. But many of us know, how many of us know who's on the Solid Waste Board now? Can you name even a few of them? I know they came before rules and confirmations, but we would have to probably look them up to know all of them. This is, at the end of the day, the state legislature can change any of our zoning laws and take away our zoning. We've talked about that a lot this year. We've talked a lot about, probably every one of us have complained about the state legislature and what they've done with our local control this year. But at this time, we should take the opportunity to have more of a say in this type of zoning and this type of land use in our county while we can. I've heard some of us worry about the commissioners that the governor can appoint over TDEC, and if the department changes their interpretation of the rules, as we've heard tonight, we can get back out of this law. And I'll remind you, we can actually act a little faster than the state legislature. Our debate tonight and over the past several months is not about how do we prevent these landfills and disposal sites in our own districts or in the county? These land uses are definitely necessary, but this legislation is about us having a seat at the table and to say where this is appropriate and inappropriate. That's what we're elected to do, to balance these land uses and ensure Nashville remains a great place to live. It is a common duty that we all share across district lines. Do we want to wait until a landfill has started the process and permitting process to adopt this Jackson law, have a voice, and have another debate? Courts have found that the intent of the General Assembly was that landfill location decisions should be the subject to public political process, leaving us with two options before us tonight. We can either step up as an elected body and play more of an active role in these decisions, or we can continue to pass the buck and leave it up to others to decide where landfills should be in or in other districts. The court has opined that if we fail to opt into this Jackson law tonight, then we have effectively approved future landfills by allowing them to seek approval directly from the department. I don't want to tell my constituents that I stood by and did nothing. We must act tonight, and I implore you to accept and approve the adoption of Jackson law tonight. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it, and I'll see you shortly.
Councilman Pardue.
Call for the question, please.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, if you'll open the machine. This requires 27 votes, members. We'll close the machine and tally the vote.
I have 31 for, 5 against, 1 abstention.
Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda. Every item all resolutions are on the consent agenda except for RS 2017-666 and 678. All items are on the consent agenda except for 666 and 678. Is there a request to remove any of them from the consent agenda? 667? (667) Okay. If you'll bear with me then. RS 2017-663, Councilman Cooper, calls the Metro Board of Education into regular session beginning June 1, 2017, and special session, I'm sorry, did I say education? I think I did. Equalization. Calls the Metro Board of Equalization into regular session beginning June 1, 2017, and special session beginning June 26, 2017. RS 2017-664 Councilman Cooper approves the appointment of hearing officers by the Metro Board of Equalization to conduct preliminary hearings and to make investigations regarding complaints before the board. RS 2017-665. Cooper approves the 4-year plan for reappraisal and equalization of assessments in Davidson County to be completed in 2021. RS 2017-668. Cooper and Pardue approves a jail garden grant from the Davidson County Farm Bureau to the Davidson County Sheriff's Office for the enhancement of horticultural program and community garden programs. RS 2017-669. Cooper and Gilmore approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to promote the proper use of all recommended vaccines and respond to vaccine preventable diseases in collaboration with the CDC and other partners. RS 2017-670. Cooper and Gilmore approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to provide public health activities to enhance the health and well-being of women, infants, and families. RS 2017-671. Cooper and Gilmore approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to promote Healthy People 2020 goals to the residents of Davidson County. RS 2017-672 approves an amendment to a grant from the United States Environmental Protection Agency to the Metro Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentrations in Nashville, Tennessee. RS 2017-673. Cooper, Elrod, and others authorizes the Director of Public Property to exercise option agreements for the purchase of various flood-prone properties for Metro Water Services. RS 2017-674. Elrod and Allen approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metro Department of Public Works for a traffic signal at State Route 6 near an intersection at Church Street. RS 2017-675. Elrod and Allen authorizes Rudy's Jazz Room, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 809 Gleave Street. RS 2017-676. Councilman Cooper authorizes the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Bell South Telecom, LLC, against Metro government in the amount of $42,500. RS 2017-677. Council Lady Murphy approves the execution and delivery of intergovernmental applications by Metro government to the United States Department of Labor for the processing of H-1B petitions. RS 2017-679. Council Lady Karen Johnson recognizes National Teachers Day on May 9th, 2017, and National Teachers Appreciation Week from Sunday, May 7th, 2017 to Saturday, May 13th, 2017. RS 2017-680. Shulman, Syracuse. Councilman Shulman in Syracuse recognizes our visiting dignitaries from Belfast, Northern Ireland. RS 2017-681. Councilman Shulman approves the election of notaries public for Davidson County. Councilman Bednay, you're on there for a late filed, right? I will come back to you on the late filed. Or did you want to?
I want to be recorded as abstaining on 681.
All right, thank you, sir. Committee reports. Councilman Cooper, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met yesterday and voted 13-4-0 against on 663, and on 664, 665, 668, 669, 670, 671, and 673 voted 14-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilman Pulley, Health Hospitals.
Health Hospitals and Social Services Committee met and reviewed RS 2017-669 through 672 and recommended all for approval, 4 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Murphy, Personnel.
RS 2017-677, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Allen, Planning Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical considered RS 2017-673, 674, and 675 and approved all 3, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Pardue, Public Safety.
4 of the greatest minds in public safety history voted 4-0. Pass it.
Undoubtedly. Councilman Elrod, Public Works.
10 of the greatest minds in the history of the world voted 10 in favor, 0 against for Resolution 673, 74, and 75.
Councilman Elrod, you snapped me out of my Facebook feed. I appreciate it. Councilman Schulman, rules confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We had 679, 680, and 681. 7-4-0 against on all three. All committee reports are in. Move for approval on all the resolutions on the consent agenda.
This motion to approve the consent agenda is properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That takes us back to RS 2017-666. Councilman Pridemore authorizes the Metro Development and Housing Agency to enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to multifamily housing project located at 501 Forest Park Road. Councilman Pridemore.
Yes, it's a bad number, and I did try to get it changed.
There you go.
Committee reports, please.
Councilman Cooper.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met and voted 13-4-1 against on 666.
Councilman Pridemore. Is there an amendment?
Yeah, I think it was as amended.
As amended.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to move the amendment.
There's a motion to amend. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You're on your resolution as amended.
I'd like to move for approval as amended.
Floor, that's proper motion. It's been seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. RS 2017-667, Councilman Hastings authorizes the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 2715 Whites Creek Pike. Councilman Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor. I would like to...
Let's get our committee report.
Oh, committee report.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, Budget and Finance voted 14-4-0 against.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hastings.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to defer this one meeting to give us the opportunity to speak to the powers that be. I was just given the opportunity to look at some fund layouts here and that I have questions about to see if we can get the most out of what we're giving in this pilot. All right?
There's a motion to defer one meeting. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
RS 2017-678, Councilman Bedney requests the Metro Transit Authority to provide at least 10% of its advertising space for other Metro departments, boards, and commissions to provide public service advertisements regarding local government services. Councilman Bedney.
Committee report, please.
Councilman Potts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At the request to sponsor, one meeting deferral, 5-4-0 against.
Councilman Bedney.
I respectfully request a one-meeting deferral.
Motion to defer one meeting. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us, I'm going to stick with you, Councilman Bedney. I'm sticking with you. Do you have a late resolution? Restaurant Recognition Day?
Yes, actually. I think...
Is there a motion to suspend the rules?
I'm making a motion to suspend the rules.
Is there objection? Seeing none, let me read the caption. Late resolution, Councilman Bedney recognizes Monday, May 1st as Restaurant Recognition Day in the city of Nashville. Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, there was a correction. It's May 16th, but you got it.
May 16th?
Yes.
Is the resolution is proper? All right.
And so I move for approval.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Council Lady Van Reese, do you have a late filed resolution?
Yes, call for suspension of the rules, please.
There's a motion to suspend the rules. Is there objection? Seeing none. Council Lady Van Reese, late resolution recognizes the 2016-2017 Maplewood High School Panthers boys basketball team and their Class AA state championship. Councilor Lady Van Reese.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I did want to take a point of privilege to indicate that it is midnight, so I am pledging $1 for every minute over midnight that we are in session to the Tennessee Equality Project Foundation as part of the Big Payback program. And with that, I ask for a celebration of the Maplewood High School Panthers boys basketball team.
The motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, we'll take all of those together. Seeing no objection, is there a motion to approve? So, that motion properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bills on second reading. BL 2017-687, Elrod, Wiener, and Hurt. Amends the Metro Code by establishing a process and procedure for naming public buildings, structures, and spaces of Metro government. Council Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Works Works recommended a $2 million deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, and I make the motion.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning and Historical recommended approval, 5 in favor, 5 against. Not sure what I recommend.
There's a motion to defer one meeting. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? 2 meetings. I'm sorry. Is that correct, Councilman Elrod? 2 meetings? Motion to defer 2 meetings. Properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-688, Councilman Coleman, amends the Metro Code to permit the construction and use of electric fences pursuant to certain standards. Councilman Coleman.
Committee report, and I am the committee.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical recommended approval as substituted, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Coleman.
Coach committee voted 5 for, none against to defer 1 meeting along with the substitute, Vice Mayor.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to defer 1 meeting.
Motion to defer 1 meeting. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-689, Councilman Pulley, Elrod, and Allen approves the lease agreement between the Davidson County Clerk's Office and Grace's Plaza, LTD, for the lease of space at 4009 Hillsborough Pike. Councilman Pulley. Councilman Pulley. Are you handling it? Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports.
Councilman Cooper.
Budget and Finance met and recommended it 14-4-0 against.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-690, Wiener, Cooper, and Allen approves an agreement between the Metro Government and Bellevue Redevelopment Associates LP concerning the exchange of certain parcels of real property in connection with the construction of a new community center and hockey facility in Bellevue. Council Lady Wiener.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilman Cooper.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Budget and Finance met and voted to recommend the bill 14-4-0 against.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Wiener.
I'd like to move approval with the briefest of
Floor is
comments.
yours.
Thank you. I had a letter placed on your desks this evening from members of the ICE community. Of note is that this project will benefit not only Bellevue, but families from Westmead, Green Hills, Madison, Hendersonville, Gallatin, Clarksville, Brentwood, and beyond. As well, the appraisal of the property came in higher than what Metro paid for it. We saved $690,000 due to the generosity of the developer, and for that I say thank you and I move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-691, Murphy, Elrod, and Allen abandons existing easement rights for property located at 3900 Alabama Avenue. Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical recommended a 2-meeting deferral at the request of the sponsor, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended a $2 million deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Lady Murphy.
I'd like a 2-meeting deferral, please.
Motion to defer 2 meetings is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-692, Elrod and Allen abandons any easement rights for property located at 5212 Louisiana Avenue. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-693, Councilman Withers, Elrod, and Allen authorizes Metro Government to accept permanent and temporary easements for the Barclay Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for properties located at 2819 and 2821 Barclay Drive. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get the committee reports, please?
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to request approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-694, Withers, Elrod, and Allen abandons an unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to request the committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Planning, Zoning, and Historical recommend approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and Parking voted to approve 5-4, 0 against.
Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to request approval.
The motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-695, Elrod and Allen, abandons a portion of alley number 2004 right-of-way and easement. Councilman Elrod.
Public
No confusion there. Keep on
Committee
going.
reports,
Follow on.
please.
Council Lady Allen.
Councilman Allen. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zone, Historical recommend approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. Move approval.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and parking vote approved, 5-4, 0 against.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-696, Councilman O'Connell, Elrod, and Allen, abandons a portion of Demumbrian Street, 5th Avenue South, 6th Avenue South, and Korean Veterans Boulevard right-of-way. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zone, Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and parking voted approved, 5-4, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, and I move approval, and I cannot believe you're still here. So,
The motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-697, O'Connell, Elrod, and Allen, abandons Lanham Avenue and a portion of alley number 2062 right-of-way. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please.
Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zone, Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and parking voted approved, 5-4, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-698, Murphy, Elrod, and Allen, abandons an unimproved portion of alley number 1705 right-of-way. Council Lady Murphy.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zone, Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Potts. I'm sorry, sir. There you go.
Hello. Traffic and parking voted approved, 5-4, 0 against.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-699, Swope, Elrod, and Allen, changes the name of a portion of Sterling Oaks Drive to Montessori Drive. Councilman Swope.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zone, Historical recommended approval, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and parking voted approved, 5-4, 0 against.
Move approval, please.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to bills on third reading. BL 2016-408, Roten and Syracuse, changes 285.03 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 2040 Hickory Hill Lane to permit up to 500 single-family lots. Councilman Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Roten asked me to defer this 2 meetings.
Motion to defer 2 meetings is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2016-473, Council Lady Mina Johnson, amends 4.37 acres of the Hillwood Court at Nashville West Specific Plan District for property located at 6813B and 6817 Charlotte Pike to add parcel 15 and permit a maximum of 50 residential units where 34 residential units were previously approved. Council Lady Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zone, Historical recommended approval as substituted, 14 in favor, 0 against.
I would like to move substitute, please.
There's a motion to substitute. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You're on your bill as substitute.
I would like to move as substitute, please.
There's a motion to approve the substitute on third reading. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2016-498, Elrod, Mendez, and others. Amends the Metro Code to require approval of the Metro Council for obstructions or excavations which close or occupy any portion of the public right-of-way for a period in excess of 1 year. Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Work recommended a 2 meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, and I move for a 2 meeting deferral, which will end up being an indefinite deferral. And I make that motion with it, and I will have a brief comment afterwards.
Motion to defer 2 meetings. Properly second. Floor is yours.
This bill would require approval. Metro Council approval for any permits to close right away that are over a year long. Public Works has been working with the contracting industry, and they're still been working. They've run out of time beyond a resolution that we passed several months ago. They gave them 60 days. They're in several months now, and I told Mr. Sturdivant in Public Works that while this will be indefinite deferred because of the deferral, I will be putting this back on in 2 meetings, and I will be running this bill if they do not have their stuff together.
There's a motion to defer 2 meetings. Is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-623. Rosenberg, Elrod, and Allen abandons an existing water line and accepts a new water line, sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrants, and any associated easements for property located at 0 River Road and 5820 River Road. Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-657, Sledge and Henderson amends the Metro Code to vest permanent possession and retention of any record transferred to the Metro Government Archives Division and to provide authority to destroy such records when appropriate. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-658 amends the Metro Code by regulating the sale of any food, goods, or personal property upon the streets and sidewalks within the area of Metro government surrounding the Ryman Auditorium, Ascend Amphitheater, Tennessee Performing Arts Center, War Memorial Auditorium, and First Tennessee Park during certain hours or certain days. Council Lady Van Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-659, Councilman Elrod amends the Metro Code pertaining to the definition of an arterial street. Councilman Elrod.
Move approval.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-660, Councilman Anthony Davis authorizes the Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services to participate with LVH2 LLC to provide public water service improvements for both LVH2's proposed development as well as other existing properties in the area. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-661, Councilman Coleman, Cooper, and others authorizes an agreement between the Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services and Davenport Downs Holding, LLC, to provide public pressure sewer extension through construction of a sewage pump station and force main. Councilman Coleman.
All committee reports in. Move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-662 approves an amendment to a lease for Rose Park between the Department of Parks and Recreation and Belmont University. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-663, O'Connell, Elrod, and Allen abandons existing combined sewer mains and easements and accepts new combined sewer mains, manholes, and any associated easements for property located at 1419 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I like to abandon parts of people's districts while they're not here, so I move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-664, Councilman Pridemore, Elrod, and others changes the name of a portion of North DuPont Avenue to Van Diver Drive, and by renaming an unimproved section of North DuPont Avenue to Van Diver Court. Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for final approval.
So motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-665, O'Connell, Karen Johnson, and others renames Capitol Boulevard to Ann Dallas Dudley Boulevard. Council Lady Karen Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report? No, committee report? Okay. I got to catch up here. I move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. BL 2017-666, Councilman Withers, Elrod, and others changes the name of a portion of Boscobel Street from North 6th Street to South 6th Street. This is the one that makes no sense, but you cannot change Boscobel Street from North to South 6th, but whatever. Councilman Withers.
With all committee reports in, I move approval.
Motion approved. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Before everybody runs out, I think I learned tonight that Councilman O'Connell and his wife were fortunate enough to have a new child this week. So although he's not here, that is why. Give him a round of applause. Although very little of the recent work was done on his part. We do have an election coming up in 2 weeks to replace Division 10 of the General Sessions Court. I know you have all probably spoken with one of the candidates already, but I encourage you, if you have gotten calls from any of the others, at least to give them the courtesy of a call back, even if you've already made your mind up. It shows good form on our part. So thank you all. See you in a couple weeks. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.